Hi, guys. Happy Thanksgiving. Hope everybody is doing well. So, we're going to do a little bit of an audible. We're still going to watch Cathy Ferguson. She's a TBI agent. We're going to watch her full testimony from the August hearings. Again, this is all thanks to Trial and Error Podcast, who, even though the footage isn't available elsewhere, they have the full testimonies. So, really excited. I saw that they uploaded Dennis Benjamin's testimony yesterday, and it's an hour long. Remember, they were having trouble subpoenaing him. He didn't want to come in, it seems like. And then Amber Donham Johnson's, I don't know if she's here with us this morning. Hope she gets to join us. If she doesn't, I hope she's having a great holiday. But she's like, hey, did you see this? And I thought about it and I looked, and we only watched 7 minutes of his testimony. That was the only clip that was available. This is an hour and change. So we're going to watch his first, and then we're going to get into Cathy. Dennis Benjamin, if you don't know, is the cop that Dylan Adams, after he's picked up on this federal gun charge with Jason Kilzer, he's in custody for a few months, takes a deal, and as a term of probation, as a condition of probation, he has to go live with a retired cop who's like a private investigator for the Bobo family as a term of his probation. So we're going to start with the full thing. I think we'll be very excited to see that. Of course, when we're playing it, I'll make it full screen, but I wanted to have a cute background for the holiday. Hey to Christine. Planted Flowers has an update. Love this, that Jimmy Duncan was actually released. That must be why I saw some news tickers like last night. So he's actually out now. That is great. I heard from Aaron that the state is, Adventure Aaron, that the state is appealing the judge's bail order. So we'll see how that goes. I'm optimistic for him. I'm hoping the Court of Appeals is like, no, 6-1, 7-0, no. But yeah, 27 years for a crime he did not commit. Now free Zach. Happy Thanksgiving to all. And he's been waiting. It's been months since his conviction was overturned. But he's been sitting in custody in limbo. So, but now he's out and he gets to enjoy his holiday. What a great time to be released. Anytime's probably a great time, but you guys know what I mean. Thank you for that update. I was happy to see the news, but I didn't know it was because between the bail decision and now it was because of the actual release. Another Aaron in the building. We love our Aarons here, created by EJF. Happy Thanksgiving. Happy Thanksgiving. Troy Keisha, happy Thanksgiving. Aaron, happy birthday right back at you. FFS, happy Thanksgiving and good morning. We've got Stimson, also, yep, commentary on that bike mark experts. No bueno, no bueno. I believe I had read that Jimmy Chris Duncan was the last death row inmate convicted by those two experts, Hain and West. So hopefully that's the end of that saga, at least for those that are facing or were facing the death penalty. Crazy to imagine. We don't have confidence, but we have you on death row. Shout out to Factual Lie O'Bailey's. Happy Thanksgiving from the other side of the pond. Hope you get to enjoy your day, even though, you know, not sure you celebrate Thanksgiving, but wish I could send you a plate. We've got Log Kong Express in the building. We've got Curious Leg, good to see you. Happy Thanksgiving. Mel, happy Thanksgiving. And Scorps saying happy Thanksgiving to all the Americans. We're trying to expand the Thanksgiving globally. Just celebrate together. So happy Thanksgiving right back to you, whatever you're doing. On a probably crazier note, we're going to listen to this guy. I think we're going to boost the volume a little bit. Let's see what it sounds like. Get some captions going. And remember, this would have been November 19th, 2025, part of this post-conviction proceeding marathon, it feels like. So, Mr. Dennis Benjamin.
Dennis Benjamin, please.
A TV.
All right, Mr. Benjamin, if you see the clerk right here, sir, if you'll just stand there, raise your right hand, please.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Have a seat there, Mr. Benjamin, and pull up to the microphone. You have a microphone there?
Here you, sir. I'm gonna put this right here. You ready, sir? I'm gonna put this right here.
I need it.
Mr. Benjamin, state your name, please.
Dennis Benjamin,
And can you spell it?
DennisBenjamin.
How old are you, sir?
69, fixing to be 70.
And are you currently retired or are you working?
Retired.
What did you do professionally
I was a police officer in Memphis Police Department.
and for how many years?
Almost 24 years.
44?
24.
24 years.
I'm gonna have to ask Mr. Benjamin to pull that microphone closer.
24.
And when did you retire from the Memphis Police Department?
2008.
2008. And did you do anything for work after that?
No, sir.
Did you receive any streams of income whatsoever from any other work?
I didn't work, no, sir.
Okay. You did. At some point, you became involved in this, the case of Holly Bobo, correct?
Correct.
When?
So 2013 or
Okay.
14, but I think it was 2013.
And when you came on, what was your understanding of the investigation?
It was a mess.
Okay. Who contacted you?
Karen Bobo.
Karen Bobo contacted you. And who were your contacts in the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation at that time?
Only person I talked to was Jack Van Hooser
Okay.
and checked with him to make sure it'd be okay.
Okay. And Jack Van Hooser, did you know him?
I'd met Jack through the years, law enforcement, never worked a case with him.
Okay. Did Jack Van Hooser provide you information?
Not about the case, no, sir.
This did Miss Karen Bobo?
Yes, she had plenty of it.
Okay. And when you came on, how long before you started talking to witnesses?
I don't know. I mean, first thing I did is she asked me to come down there if I would help her find her daughter.
Help her find her what?
Her daughter, Holly.
Okay.
And I wasn't real sure. I just went through some serious brain operations, and I wasn't real sure I could help her. And I was curious why she called me. I didn't know her, but she said she'd heard my name from somebody had told her about me, and don't remember who that is. But she come down there and she said she had a lot of information that she had gathered. So when I agreed to go down there and look, see what she had, and I was amazed. Now, maybe mixed up on the numbers, but I remember the size. There were 6-inch pink notebooks, 3-ring binders. And I'm not sure if it was 6 of them or 13 of them. It was a bunch of them. So I agreed to take that and look at it. And that's how it initially started.
Did you work with a group called Without Warning also?
Never heard of it.
Okay. when you came on, was there a primary suspect or a series of suspects?
Well, after talking to Karen, there was a lot of speculation about Clint. Okay. And I remember this because she got on me pretty hard about it. After I agreed, took me a day or two to finally agree to help, and told her I'm not what I used to be. I'm just not. As you can see today, I'm not in good health. But when I started just like I would any other case. Last person that saw her was Clint. So 2 days after I started, I went to him and I said, well, I got Clint out of the box. I wish I had never told her. She said, I've been going through this with TBI for years. I said, Karen, you don't understand. You asked me to help you. I'm going to treat this down the line like I would any other case. I said, I had to convince myself that he had nothing to do with it, and I'm convinced. Okay, so then I moved on, on down the line.
Was Zach Adams and Jason Autry brought up to you early on?
I'd heard the names, but not early on.
Okay.
It was she had information in her notebooks pertaining to mostly Zach and Autry.
Okay. And at some point, you started to talk to people.
I went to beer joints, shake joints, anybody that would talk to me about. I'm not sure, Mr. Bates, if you know
Did you go to teasers?
I've worked a lot of cases, and I've never seen the magnitude of interest in a case.
Okay.
And it was thousands. It's overwhelming to everybody.
Were you paid for any of your work?
No,
Were you reimbursed payments for expenses?
unless my wife handled all that, because there may have been something that the witness, not sure what it's called, they may have reimbursed some of the expense on Dylan, but I was out thousands of dollars of my money.
A witness would have paid you.
Reimbursed for maybe his clothing. When he got out of jail, he didn't have anything.
Okay, you're talking about Dylan.
Dylan.
All right, we'll come back to Dylan.
Okay.
At some point, you told people you were working for the Bobo family,
That's a fact.
and you had access to Jack Van Hooser.
And the reason being, because if I run across something I thought was 90% of it or more, you had psychics calling in from New Hampshire, California, Florida. We saw her in Vegas. We saw her in Miami. It was crazy. If there's anything that wasn't crazy that I thought was noteworthy, I'd let him know. But I never saw a case file. It was a one-way street. I never got information from TBI.
You gave it to them.
If it was something I thought was possibly noteworthy and pertained possibly to the case.
Did you record every single conversation you had with potential witnesses?
No, sir.
What was the determining factor whether you would record or not?
Most time I recorded for my protection.
Oh, of course.
And did you turn the recordings over to TBI?
Yeah,
Put a 0 in the chat if you're surprised.
How soon after generally would you turn them over?
I can't. As soon as I got, as soon as I could.
Okay.
Hey,
But I
happy
didn't hold on
Thanksgiving.
to them.
At some point, you went to Indiana to see Victor Dinsmore.
I did.
How many times did you see Mr. Dinsmore in person?
Twice, I believe, but if I could explain that, I was going to Indianapolis anyway. During one of my brain surgeries, they destroyed my right cornea. So I had to go up there to see a best eye doctor I've ever used, Dr. Price, Francis Price, and he did a cornea transplant for me and some other surgeries on my eye. And I can't tell you how many times. I was up there several times.
Do you remember when your first visit was?
No,
Remember if there was snow on the ground?
no.
All right. How did you get in? Who gave you Victor Dinsmore's contact information?
I don't know. I don't know if it was Karen. I don't know.
Okay.
But I know when I decided to go, there was something odd about to me, not to anybody else.
Happy Thanksgiving, Slim Life. And Nancy Hauser.
Talking
And
to
Christine in
people
New Jersey.
in Decatur County, and
You too,
Benton County,
Dizzy.
his name come up a lot as a dope dealer. And a good place was actually a reliable place for that group to get their drugs. And it just me. Nobody said, go talk to them. He skied up about 6 months after Holly disappeared.
Scott, meaning he went to Indiana.
He left Decatur County.
Okay.
And
Were you aware of speculation about Victor Dinsmore in this case?
no, you're asking my opinion.
Were you aware if there was speculation about Victor Dinsmore?
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for hearsay, calls for speculation.
It goes to he conducted a mini investigation, Your Honor. I'm asking not for the truth of the matter, but what awareness he had.
All right, I'll allow the question.
I'm sorry, repeat that.
Yes. Were you aware of any speculation Mr. Dinsmore may have been involved in the crimes?
No, sir. It was just odd to me
Okay.
that he skied up, went to Indiana. And it was something to do with where he was living, his house. It was almost like a walk away or a giveaway or not a normal transaction where it was a deal. It was just, and I don't remember the particulars.
Okay.
Mr. Bates, I don't know if you can relate to this, but I hope you can. My memory is like you having a dream. And then after you wake up for about 5 minutes, you try to remember it. That's what I deal with every day.
And you had brain surgery prior to your work in this case.
3 of them.
Okay. And was your memory impacted then also?
It's gotten worse over the last probably 5 years, really. I've nosedived the last 5.
Do you have a conservator?
My wife takes care of me, and my friend James takes care of me.
You don't have an official conservator.
No,
All right. Do you remember recording this conversation with Victor Dinsmore?
which conversation?
The first one.
I may have. I don't remember it. I might have.
Sorry, entered as an exhibit. Which exhibit number?
Different recording, Your
It's a
Honor.
different recording.
Yes, Your Honor.
Well, then I think the witness needs to be allowed to hear it.
He's gonna
Yes.
let him, he's trying to start the identification process, I believe.
Yes.
Does Your Honor have the remote to the television?
I have. Just be a second. Your Honor.
A shave. And with up to 30 shaves per cartridge, I'm spending less. Its ultra sharp blades last 50.
Free advertising. Why is he looking like that?
Now, did you, Mr. Benjamin, did you save the recordings in a way that made sense to you? Is it, with a date and time?
I would think so.
Okay. And do you remember saving a recording labeled 2/16/2014 Victor and Sandy Dinsmore?
No, sir.
Okay.
What's today's date? Friday was Valentine's Day, and today's Sunday, the 16th day of February 2014. I just cut my recorder on this 1:24 p.m. I'm headed to, I believe, 463 South Arlington Street to meet Mr. and Sandra Dinsmore. Present with me is Jerry, but
You're not going to object to hearsay?
All right, let's let him try to authenticate. the
Okay.
recording first.
Yes.
That's me.
You recognize that's your voice. And you typically would start your recordings with the date and time.
usually, yes, sir.
All right. And
I could have made a mistake, but I usually
okay.
try to identify.
All right. And do you remember making this recording?
That's my voice, but I remember going to see Victor Dinsmore.
You do remember seeing?
Yeah.
All right. The first time.
Is that Arlington address? Is that his home?
Remember seeing him at his home first.
Right,
Saw him at work the second time.
right.
All right.
I renew my objection, Your Honor. It's an out-of-court statement offered for the truth of the matter.
Well, I'm not sure what is to be said, and so I can't make a determination of whether or not it's for the truth of the matter.
Your Honor, I'm
We should have the
authenticating
other
this
judge.
recording is what it is.
He's not denying it. It's not a prior inconsistent statement. He's not saying that it didn't happen. So I don't know what rule of evidence exception there is for this out-of-court statement to be played for Your Honor.
Well, I don't know if
As
it's for the truth of the matter. I don't know what's to be said.
Panic, panic,
I
panic.
don't have a jury here. This is just for the court. I'll note your objection about this audio recording.
Thank you.
I will hear the audio recording, if whatever much he plans to.
Yes, Your Honor.
And then I'll make a determination on whether or not it would be
Yes, sir.
admissible in this hearing.
And if I may ask a couple questions and respond to that.
You can certainly respond to it.
I'm going to set the foundation. This is proper under 803.6, which is a record of regularly conducted activity during
Happy
Mr.
Thanksgiving, Oracle
Benjamin's
Cat.
investigation. Mr. Benjamin, how many witnesses did you talk to during the Bobo investigation?
I have no idea.
More than 20?
Oh, yeah.
More than 50?
Oh, yeah.
And of those witnesses, you talked with him multiple times?
I wouldn't say that. That I don't remember. I talked to Victor a couple times, but
You would talk to some witnesses multiple times?
I don't know who that would be.
Okay.
I may have, but I don't.
And you recorded it as part of your normal investigation on behalf of the Bobo family?
Right. I wanted to record it for to make sure I had my conversation.
And what was the importance of recording it for you?
To make sure he didn't say anything, to accuse me of saying something that I didn't.
And if I ask you of a certain witness recorded conversation or not, if it's recorded, would it help you remember the day that the conversation took place?
If you did what now?
If you don't remember a certain conversation with a certain witness, would listening to the recorded conversation refresh your memory as to what the day was?
Not as what day it would be.
If it's,
Yeah, I'm gonna object. There's no way this can qualify under 803.6. I understand that the court's ruling, that you're gonna hear it and make the determination later on, but this is not regularly conducted business. This is not, 803.6 is the business exception. And Mr. Benjamin was not running a business of any way, shape, or form that had a duty to record these conversations.
Mr. Bates.
it's also under 803.5, a recorded recollection, which states a memorandum or record concerning a matter about which a witness once had knowledge but now has insufficient recollection to enable the witness to testify fully and accurately, shown to have been made or adopted by the witness when the matter was fresh in the witness's memory, and to reflect that knowledge correctly.
All right,
That's
so
a doc-
is the potential truth of the matter the date?
Yes.
That's all we've gotten so far. Is that your question, or is that, you're objecting to him verifying that this is when it was?
I'm anticipating Mr. Bates wants to hit play on this statement, and the state's position is that this statement.
And the
is
recording's bad for me.
And it is not allowed under the rules of evidence. I understand the court's ruling, but the court will have to listen to it to make that determination as to what weight you give it. But just renewing that objection and pointing out that this cannot qualify under 803.6 and 803.5 is for written documents which contain a recorded recollection. This is not a written document. This is a recording.
All right, again, the court's going to hear the recording of something else. The content is going to be a conversation between Mr. Benjamin and the Dinsmore.
Correct, Your Honor. And if there's any matter that I am asserting for the truth of the matter, I will alert the court.
All right, again, your objection is noted.
Thank you.
I will rule on that accordingly in the order. Let's go ahead and mark this. I believe, and I want to get this out too. The next number exhibit, I believe, is 103.
Yes, sir.
I have a thumb drive, Your Honor, with it now. We can do it at the break.
Let's just do it at the break.
For identification or market.
Oh, let's mark it for identification, exhibit 103. And since the state has objected, I won't move that into evidence until I make a decision.
Thank you so much, Nancy, for the super generous super here, saying thank you for all you do. Well, thank you for coming and hanging out. I got to sit with this yesterday and just really grateful to be able to want to watch a trial, watch a hearing. on a Thanksgiving morning and come hang out with all of you guys. So I'm just so grateful that this is just something that can be part of my life. Thank you for the support. Thank you for the super.
Your Honor, I've stopped it. I'm gonna, at second 34, I'm gonna pick it back up and play.
With my wife. You can put a heading on your head.
2014.
My God. It's like a potato in a tornado.
Call. Get an address up. So I'm trying to find a house and I'm gonna buy a pickup truck. That's the one of the best place for me to park is. I'll just call up. I'm right here at it now.
Paused at 131. Do you recognize the other voice on this recording?
That one don't.
I didn't hear that answer.
He said, no, I don't.
No, I don't.
We're gonna go for 8, 0 seconds.
You're Sandra. This is my wife, Jerry. Yeah, we got a dog that don't even.
Mr. Benjamin, you recognize your voice.
Yes, sir.
And who is Jerry?
My wife.
And did you hear her voice on there?
Think so.
And the other gentleman's voice,
Victor.
you recognize him?
I think so.
Did you hear his wife's?
I didn't hear that.
Fair enough.
Oh, it's a dog. We don't even say that word around her. But, oh, you need to know. Well, I don't know. I was up here.
Look, now, I've been thinking on this stuff, and I was thinking when I was down there, and I told the police when I was down there.
Let me call Karen real quick, let her know.
That Jason, he come to our house one night about 10 o'clock.
Hang on just a minute, Mr. Baker, if you don't mind. Hey, I was able to find the Dinsmore, and I just got in, and we're just now sitting down and talking, so, I did find them, so. You want to talk to Gary? Okay, here.
Yes.
No.
I know, us too. We lost the same.
I want to talk to you about that too, boy.
Okay. Okay. Valerie, fine.
If our dog is the last, and I'm always hurt. And that dog turned out to be such a blessing. I repoed the dog and hurt out my dog. That's what I tell her. That's your dog. That's my dog. Okay. I left my key out there all the time. I parked kind of sideways out there all the time.
Okay. I'll help you if I can. Okay. All right. Okay.
Is it like?
Mr. Benjamin, Did you often call Miss Karen Bobo when you were talking with witnesses?
No,
Okay. And you
I may have, but I don't recall. I don't think I did.
you did with Mr. Dinsmore?
I did.
Okay.
I think she's going to give me the address, or I'm not sure.
Okay.
I told her, I said, she tried to call.
No, I'm glad that you just tell you anything I can because
She tried to call because I didn't want to just cold call. I didn't want to come knock on. I'd be a little weary if somebody called. Can I smoke too? Yeah. Let me tell you about me, okay? I'll first say this, I'm no longer a police officer. Okay? Okay. I'm no longer a police officer, nor am I a private investigator. Matter of fact, when this abduction took place, I was probably laying in a body cast up in Benton County.
all right.
I've had 9 or 10 back surgeries since 08. I had 3 brain surgeries last year.
No, I need one little, real one.
I mean, I've been through hell like that.
Sounds like.
So my point of telling you all that is, they heard about me. I heard about the case, but I'm laying up in the bed with a body cast on. And then when I got to where I was mobile, I'd go to the store and get cigarettes, and every time I see Holly's face sitting there on the door or counter, I'm going, what in the hell are they doing? And it's just like it's haunting me because that's what I used to do.
I'm gonna tell you something right now, they're hiding something, I'm gonna tell you who it is.
So,
All right. Ms. Benjamin, do you remember being in Victor Dinsmore's home?
Yes, sir.
And any reason to doubt this recording is accurately reflecting that conversation?
Yeah.
You doubt it?
No, I don't.
Okay. And I moved to enter it as an exhibit. If there's hearsay, we can address that when I'm submitting something for the truth of the matter.
All right, I've marked it as exhibit 103 for identification. I'll move it in and address individual hearsay.
Yes, sir. The state's objection is it's still, the whole thing's hearsay. Thank you.
Understood.
Do you remember discussing with Mr. Dinsmore the issue of Zach's truck?
No, sir.
All right. Go to minute 48.
a Ranger, and that's just Trace.
That is Trace. And that's when that truck, and that's right about the time he said, I will accident, and the truck came up missing.
What truck did he do that in?
His grandpa's white Nissan.
Okay.
Nissan pickup truck, and it came up missing. That's why I looked at my, this is weird.
All right, let me ask you this, Victor. Did he ever, do you ever see him in a black, that small
Yeah,
pickup?
he had a black one too.
Was that before or after the white one?
Both.
He had them too.
Yeah, one was his grandpa. And one was his, it'll be, but black one was his, but when he wanted to go out to, out of town, or he'd take the grandpa's black one because it was the village. So he was.
We're now going to 1 hour, minute 21, 20 seconds. Do you remember Mr. Dinsmore telling you that?
No, sir.
Why were you asking about trucks? Don't remember?
No, no.
Now, if you go down. What screen is that? That's friend. Down here.
Sugar Tree. She lived in Sugar Tree. Riley,
Yeah.
she lived in Sugar Tree, and I don't remember the street.
Michael Lane?
Head Road or
All
something.
Creek Road, or something, going out to the boat dock.
I found him.
Do you remember there was a third voice in the Dinsmore home? Do you remember who that was?
Oh, sure. Unless it was his wife.
His wife, and then there was another person. Do you remember who that was?
No, sir.
Okay.
Andy, and her last name on here is Vic.
Yeah, Brian did, lives right across the street in that grandfather's house.
me that none of those players directly told you anything.
No, none of them told me. This is all me putting everything together from what I've seen and what I've heard.
The time you spent around, right?
Around with no indication.
And it's obvious to me you ain't no idiot.
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
I pretty much got it figured out.
Do you guys know what the Adams look like?
Yeah, I'm very well. What they
And what really gets me though is that boy that had that truck being gone.
Yeah,
Right
the
after
same
this
time.
That's
The white truck.
Yeah.
See, I was kind of stuck on the black truck.
The black truck is the one he bombed around in, went hunting and stuff like that. The white ones, he went out in the States and did that.
Okay, let me ask you this. If he gonna
W's in the chat for Paulette. Paulette, thank you so much. A 50 super is super, super huge. Holy moly. Says, hey, Kat, in memory of my good boy Ranger. No. We love good dogs. Hearts for Ranger in the chat. That's always rough. I think that's like the scary part of having a dog is like the day coming. So I hope you guys are doing well. I'm sure that's not a fun thing to deal with, especially with the holidays. I hope you get to hang out with us a little bit. Hope we could cheer you up. And I totally can imagine Ranger will be dearly missed. So hearts in the chat for Ranger. And thank you so much, Paulette. Oh my goodness. I love dogs. I love dogs.
to use a truck to go get Holly, which
Go to hour 3. Three minutes, 29 seconds.
First my mom died, then my dad died, then his son.
She had triple their life within 3 years.
3 years. My mom, my dad, my son.
So she was out of the old her half crazy. My 2 daughters born, I didn't get a chance to, and I ended up doing air drinking, trying to kill myself, doing drugs, everything.
Who's screaming in the background of this recording?
My 2 daughters born, I didn't get a chance to, and I ended up doing air drinking, trying to kill myself, doing
Maybe it's like a
drugs,
chicken.
everything, didn't care about nothing. So, when this happened, it woke me up.
Now go to hour 4. $3.51.
Maybe he's smiling because he had to adjust, but it seemed like he was smiling at the recording.
And all those, and if you got one of my guns, I'll hang back from you. So that's what.
why would you take that?
I don't know, it's still protection. That's what comes back to the blessing. Being blessed, that's all over now. He's got the guilt trip, so like I got with my son, on the phone crying, we moved back, man, I need you. And I said, I can't, so I'm going out.
No, 3 minute 51. 3 hour 51.
The pen clicking. Is that who's clicking the pen?
We got a hearsay objection. For what purpose is the rest of this for?
Ineffective assistance to counsel, evidence that should have been used at the original trial, as well as claims of prosecutorial misconduct as to the testimony of Victor Dinsmore.
That's just too many things going.
Could it have been that week of it? Wow. few days of it?
It was right around the time that she would come up missing, and he was in that shit over there, getting in that trouble and all that. Then after he came missing, it actually came back around the other. So it was right around the time she came up missing, and he got in that trouble. So it told me that he had to get rid of some phone records.
Okay, I'm gonna ask this question, I think I can answer it. Where was the truck? He had had for 2 months.
That truck was hidden in Parsons somewhere at one of Dick Adams' friends' farm. So that's where that truck was.
And Ms. Benjamin, do you remember talking about the truck?
Oh, sure.
Okay. Do you remember Mr. Dinsmore talking about a gun that he purchased from Shane Austin?
Not purchasing from Shane. I don't remember.
Go to 2 hours, 12 minutes, 20 seconds.
Zach, Autry, and Shane Austin. Out of those three, you know what I'm asking you. Who's the weakest of those three? Where's exactly what I thought? That's what I did.
Yeah, another thing I too, after that Holly come up missing, he was selling guns right and left too.
I've heard that. What did you buy? Are you still?
It was Nashville because
He still got it.
I can find out.
Please find out. And I don't want to deal with you. I want to come.
I'll tell you all he'll let you know he's straight up about stuff like that. He thinks that should be solved too.
What's the gun worth? I'd be more than happy to pay $400 for the gun if you sell it.
It's probably been traded off, you know how it works, you know.
Right.
But I got a assault rifle on him.
We need to find that pistol.
Is that much? It was right.
Okay, I need to find it. I need.
Was that your voice saying it's a rifle, not a pistol?
I didn't even make that out.
Okay.
If you play it again.
Find that right.
But I got a assault rifle on him.
We need to find that pistol.
Is that much? It was right.
Okay, I need to find it. I need to find that.
How could you tell the big thing was there?
Right.
It's just too much talk of it.
Did you hear that discussion of a rifle?
And a pistol.
Okay. And you remember what caliber it was?
No, sir.
All right.
22.
That's why I wanted to mention that now, because he sold that one. He sold the 22 handgun too.
Okay, where'd it go?
I don't know, somebody around there bought it. He sold the assault rifle. He sold like 4 or 5 guns there right after that happened, so.
How long afterwards?
With the,
Okay.
and it's all over.
Okay, the 22's interesting because there's been so much talk of the 22.
Yeah.
So a rifle and a,
All right. So much talk of a 22.
I don't remember that. I don't remember that, Mr. Bunch.
You heard discussions of a 22 rifle and a 22 pistol. That's your voice, correct?
I don't remember that conversation. I just heard it.
Okay.
But that's me. But I don't remember.
Okay.
So I agree that we were talking about a pistol and a rifle. But
Had Agent Van Hooser discussed with you a 22 caliber weapon?
no, sir.
At this time, did you have authority to divvy up reward money?
Not to divvy it up, but I thought I had the authority to offer it if somebody had information that would help the Bobos out.
Okay.
I thought they were in control of that.
And did you discuss this with Mr. Dinsmore?
Sure.
For what reason?
I think Mr. Dinsmore knew some information about this case, and I was hoping that would prod him into giving it.
And did you discuss that other people Mr. Dinsmore could talk to might get the reward money?
I don't remember that. Could have. I don't.
Hour 3, minute 26.
Quarter milli.
And
hotmail.com. It might be a play big role in this, and it could possibly be, I know what you said a while ago, but if you're willing to do some stuff to help us solve this case, then there's a real strong possibility that I'd have to recommend that you get, if you could help us solve this case, then I want you to get some money out of this. I understand that. I understand that, but I would think that you'd be I would tell the Bobos that you'd be well deserving of it if we can get it. Okay. But
Man.
I'm just telling you, I would make that recommendation. I have no say so on where it gets paid.
I've been even in touch with like Shannon, Mr. Doug, around the highway, I might be able to get Dylan Adams.
Happy Thanksgiving, Peter.
And then maybe start talking to him. He looked up to me like a dad. He looked up to me like a dad, okay? Because his dad was killed in the car. And he came around all the time, but he was really kind of dingy and he was weak. And that's why his brother pushed him around all the time. That's why I know. Yeah, he had a crush on her. He'll talk.
There was no break in this recording. It just went from, if you tell me something, I'm going to help you get the money. And then the father was murdered, and that's why his brother pushes him around. There was a crush on the girl, just like that.
But listen, look, if they're gonna give this money to somebody, why not give it to the person who's gonna have to put this thing together?
I'll do anything I can.
you said, why not give it to somebody who's going to help put this thing together? What did you mean?
Solve the case, find out what happened to Holly. That's what I was trying to do.
But I wanna put more.
Right there behind Zach Adams' house. And I will have a gun on me too.
Let me ask you this. Who is, this is the same.
Would you characterize your first interaction with Mr. Dinsmore pleasant?
Fishing.
Fishing. Were you honest in your dealings with Mr. Dinsmore?
Oh. Look at, what is this answer? And look at the judge looking at him. Yeah, I want to play.
You honest in your dealings with Mr. Dinsmore?
On some things, I'm sure I was.
All right.
What?
I'm going to play a series of statements. I'm going to ask you if you're honest about them. Go to hour 1 minute 47.
They come on your property, steal your shit, rob you, and take advantage of you, start stuff like that. Scare them, let her get rid of her.
I agree.
Oh,
I thought I was back in time, man. I was trying to get away from it.
that's what we thought too.
See, I was up there trying to get healed in Nashville, doing all my back surgery stuff. And then my brain surgeries were from a messed up back surgery where all my spinal fluid, put so much hardware in.
I've heard that.
They've ripped my spinal cord and all the fluid right out of me. And guess where your brain is floating the spinal fluid? So if there's nothing to float it, it sinks. So my brain sank 12 millimeters and my brain stem went, boop. And your spinal fluid is made right here in the top of your brain. Every 45 minutes or something, your body needs 500 cc's to maintain its flow. Well, my problem was I kept thinking I was having spinal headaches. Well, it kept getting worse and worse and worse and worse. And then I got to where I couldn't hardly walk and I couldn't talk. And one day I told Jerry something about, why don't you move that calendar? And what I was looking at, pointing at, was a candle. And I called Dixie, my dog, Jody, that's my daughter's name. Well, it was putting pressure on my brain stem because the spinal fluid wouldn't leave my head. It was compressed, it was squeezing.
You felt comfortable to talk about your health issues with Mr. Dinsmore?
And I would you too, because
Kind of true.
some of my symptoms, there's a word for it. You're probably smart enough to know the word. I don't remember it, but I may want to say bottle. I may say vase. You know,
Aphasia?
a lot of variables that can cause that. Like yesterday, my tremors were so bad.
Okay.
You know, and today they're not so bad. But got a lot of symptoms that go along with that.
You wanted Mr. Dinsmore, you two to have a rapport with each other.
True. Like I said, I was fishing.
Okay. Good. What do you mean by fishing?
I'm up there looking for information. And I know he used to run with them. He skied up in a hurry. Nobody had, my bell went off. Nobody else's bell went off.
What do you mean nobody else's bell went off?
Nobody had to tell me, hey, you better go look at old Dinsmore because he skied up. When I heard about Dinsmore and he's skying up so quick afterwards, then I get to digging around and find out he had left Indy in a hurry after a murder. It was his son. And cops are nosy. That's what we do.
But when you said nobody else's bell went off, you're talking about TBI.
But nobody was nosy enough to go and explore this house that they get to and the door is open, right? And not for nothing, but like I know there's that whole DoorDash saga, but if there's already a report, 911, I feel like maybe you could do like an exigent circumstances thing. But they see there's just a bunch of storage inside the home. They don't think much of it. And then they keep going and then they find a bedroom. The bedroom has a cot and then there's cameras and then the wires to the cameras go to like another room. And they have Janet Britt, Terry Britt's wife, say, oh, I'm renting this, but please don't tell anybody. And they're just like, oh, okay. like, what do you mean cops are nosy? Yes, at times. But what I think is more important, especially in this case, is the specific weird things that you're not nosy about. Like, what are we doing?
Other law enforcement.
I just wanted to go, Dennis wanted to go talk to him off what I was thinking and feeling.
But you just said nobody else.
No.
Who's the nobody?
Nobody.
Meaning TBI?
Meaning nobody.
How did you know that their bell had not gone off?
I think they already interviewed him and done with him.
And how did you come to that information?
I don't know if Karen, I don't know.
Okay.
Let's see, I had a magnet towards, okay, it's on 6, and I said, I want to take it, turn it off. Well, I take a magnet, it's about like that, and I just put it on top of it, and it go off.
This one's got a remote with it.
Well, mine did too.
It's got a magnet, turn it off.
I didn't want to use the remote, and do it, I can go. But it go off, and if I wanted to cut it back on, and I'd have to adjust it whatever strength I had, I'd have to mag and go. But it's on. But that was a 90.
99 year I had my first surgery.
Did you have an orthopedic guy do it or a neuro?
This neuro.
Good. My biggest mistake was using an orthopedic guy.
Ground away.
Yeah, that's right.
He ground away. He was the one who wanted to do automatic. They wanted to put 10-inch rods. I said, yeah, no. No, it's just there.
Mr. Bates, I'm giving you a lot of latitude here.
I apologize.
I don't have
I'm-
any idea why you're playing this for me.
I'm getting it. I'm getting to the statement in 2 seconds.
4 years old, so it's just gotten worse and worse. So.
I didn't know what to expect when I come up here. I really didn't. And I'm thinking, I told Jess, listen, these people, we're not going to go, these people don't give us a cuss and tell us get the hell out of here. And I told Jess, but I'm extremely impressed and proud to know you. I didn't know what to expect.
You make other statements about how happy you were to meet him.
I was blowing smoke.
You were blowing smoke. Did you tell him I've got a new friend in Indianapolis?
I don't know. I could have.
Okay. So you were blowing smoke. Why?
I won't even get comfortable and talk to me.
Okay. Because of what you were doing on behalf of the Bobo family.
I'm trying to find out if he knew anything would happen to Holly.
All right.
For the Bobo.
Now, you were very nice to him, correct?
Initially, yes, sir.
And you went back to see Mr. Dinsmore in March. Do you remember that?
Went back to see him. I don't remember when it was.
All right. You went to see him at work.
Yeah, he was painting the house.
And was your tone different?
Yeah.
All right. We're now going to play portions of what's already been marked into evidence.
As exhibit.
Yes, Your Honor. This is exhibit 74.
74.
Yes, Your Honor.
March 26, 2014 at 10:48. We're on our way to see Victor Dinsmore at 11508 Boone Drive, Indianapolis.
Do you remember this time?
I'm sorry.
You remember going to see Mr. Dinsmore at work?
Right, he's painting inside of the house.
All right. What did you do in between the meeting at his home and this meeting at his work?
I have no idea. I don't know. I didn't keep a diary. I don't know.
All right. Were you told by TBI, FBI, or any other law enforcement agency that the death penalty was being sought for by Mr. Dinsmore?
The Bobo.
Okay. And did you tell Mr. Dinsmore that if he didn't tell you where the body was, that the death penalty was going to be sought for him?
Everybody involved. That was on the table at the time.
For Mr. Dinsmore.
If he was involved, yeah, he'd be there too.
What were we gonna say?
You jumped over to the second time I talked to Mr. Dinsmore. I left the first talk with Mr. Dinsmore not convinced he didn't know more than what he was telling me.
You had doubts he told you the full story.
I'm sorry.
What did you just say?
I didn't feel he was totally honest with me. He left me with a feeling that he wasn't totally honest with me.
Even though you said you've been very helpful?
Yeah,
Consider a personal friend.
sure. I wanted to maintain that rapport.
All right. Now, playing at 1356.
We know you saw Holly that day. I'm just telling you what I know.
Right now, they're wrong, because they were telling Jack, and I didn't see no all.
But I'm just telling you, we know that's a lie.
It's not why.
I'm just telling you, listen, Victor, I'm not here
Now, maybe,
to bullshit you. Listen to me. Listen, you need to listen very carefully because they got 8 charges on you right now.
Yeah.
Okay, 3 of them are serious charges and they could go for the death penalty on.
Yeah.
And I asked them, are y'all willing to make a deal for somebody to help them find Holly's body? If you can't give me Holly's body,
Yeah.
then you fuck.
You told Mr. Dinsmore that.
That was my voice, yes.
All right. Now, in several weeks, you changed tone with Mr. Dinsmore.
I know you just told me how long that was apart. I can't tell you if it's weeks or days.
All right.
I can't remember that.
You recorded your conversation with Mr. Dinsmore.
Yes, sir.
Any conversations that you had with him that you didn't record?
No.
All right. Let's now talk about Dylan.
Okay.
What got you on to Dylan?
What got me on to Dylan?
Yep.
I never thought Dylan was involved in it. So I don't know what you mean on to Dylan.
Do you remember if Mr. Dinsmore told you Dylan is the weak link?
I remember him saying he was the punching bag.
Do you remember anything else?
About Dylan. Is that what you're asking me?
Yes, sir.
I remember him coming to live with me.
All right. Prior to that, go to hour 2. No, not this one. And now, Your Honor, we're playing the most recent exhibit.
Still 74, correct?
No, Your Honor, the most
103.
Yes, Your Honor.
What was that now?
She was with Jamie Darnell.
She was with Jamie Darnell.
Yeah.
Okay. And Jamie Darnell was associated with the 3 guys.
Mr. Banks, where did you start this? And then 103?
Hour 2 minute 34 second.
You know, off and on.
Off and on. But he's scared of him now.
He's scared of him.
But he's not associated with him at all. He's scared of him.
Scared of him. He was then. And I think now he's probably cleaned up a little bit off. So his mom and dad were pretty religious. So he's followed, he's cleaned up and all. But the one I'm still thinking is Dylan. That's the one I'm telling you. He's weak.
You think he'll give it up?
He's weak. He knows he's going to give it up. I'm telling you right now.
Even up?
Give it up. What does that phrase mean?
Happy Thanksgiving to you too, and David.
Okay, go back.
His brother.
He do. Now he's probably cleaned up a little bit off, though. His mom and dad were pretty religious, so he's wild and he cleaned up and all. But the one I'm still thinking is Dylan. That's the one I'm telling you. He's weak.
You think he'll give it up?
He's weak. He knows. He
Keep like
ain't gonna give it up. I'm telling you right now.
Even on his brother.
He hates his brother. And there's another thing. You gotta remember this. The grandma's dead. All there is Dick Adams left. And there's about 150 acres and 3 houses.
You remember other statements about Dylan being weak beyond this one?
No, sir.
Go to hour 4, minute 12.
Back on slow on the
His cell phone is 993
I got him.
635
317.
317.
I believe he'd be a lot of help, Victor. Ask Andrew.
I just made this man raise the manager, a retired friend down here. Who had a 11 and had a marble shop. He just sold everything, retired. So he has great vision. So when I go down there, I'll do a little bit of that for him. See what I can find out. But I know Zach put that on there. He's laying low, that you already know, for a reason.
Yes.
And it ain't too bad because he's right out front street. And people care. It's stacked. He's laying low because now he knows that everybody knows.
Just don't let nobody know out here. And I will definitely tell Bobo what you told me.
And Carl, he does have a warrant up there for him, so that's the way you can get him to talk. And Dylan is super weak, he's fragile, he'll talk.
What did you understand? Dylan is super weak. He's fragile. He'll talk. How did you interpret that?
I didn't pay much attention to it.
Okay. So then fast forward to me when Dylan comes to live with you. What took place between being told Dylan's super weak and fragile to him living with you?
May we approach, Your Honor?
I think this is right in the long crime clip. I think they approached and then it ends.
Gotta make sure that there's no mics up here from this bench conference at this stage.
And they kick everybody out. And then this is probably where BZ was let in the courtroom after this. All right, so the next thing we're going to watch is listen to, because there's no video footage, is Cathy Ferguson. So Cathy Ferguson is a TBI agent, and I know the name Ferguson has been mentioned, but my best recollection of it is, I don't know if we got any notes from Ferguson. So some of this will be new, but it's 4 hours. So I feel like if we have her on the stand we're going to be back in August 15th now at one of the PCR hearings. There must have been something Doug wants to get to in this. So I'm excited to see what it is because it's 4 hours. There's also longer footage of Terry Dicus, and Law and Crime had 25-ish minutes of Terry Dicus, which we already watched, but Trial and Error podcast uploaded about 2 hours. I forget the exact time, but obviously there's a significant difference there. So I think with Terry Dicus, when we get to Terry Dicus's testimony, when we're doing the 2017 trial rewatches, we'll loop in his post-conviction hearing testimony. So we'll have that coming, but we're going to match it up. We're going to put it close in time with that trial testimony. So Cathy Ferguson's kind of new to me. There is no video, you guys. So we're just going to be looking at the awesome Dr. Katie Spirko and Dana McClendon, which I don't have a problem with. Shout out to them. But yeah, there won't be a video of her face. volume boost. Yeah, Dizzy says I'm still confused as to why everything involving Dylan is sealed. There's also stuff sealed with Dennis Benjamin and like the two individuals that seem like the information about them is the most critical, and it's under seal. So at least with more of the Dylan Adams stuff, I think the court, there was stuff that the court got to hear, the judge got to hear. We were just kicked out for it. So we've got a volume boost we can add. We'll see how the volume is. We can make it a little louder if it's not loud enough. I did check there were captions already. So we're going to have a listening party. We're going to have a listening party. I can speed it up, you guys. Maybe we'll do like 1.25.
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Please have a seat. Hold up the microphone.
Yes, sir.
State your name, please.
Cathy Ferguson,
How long have you been in law enforcement, Agent Ferguson?
29 years.
And appreciate your service to the state.
you.
Appreciate your service to law enforcement. The questions I have for you today are just rooted in the issues. You want to be honest to this court, don't you?
100%, sir.
And you pride yourself in integrity.
Yes, sir.
I have one question to start. Where do you think the cell phone of Holly Bobo was separated from her body on April 13, 2011?
I have no idea, Mr. Bates. I did not follow the cell phone activity. That was not what I was tasked with in this investigation. There are people that are very well versed in understanding cell phone technology, and I'm not that person.
Okay, so this is important context. K. Rigg says Cathy Ferguson was allowed to be in court for the entire PCR hearing prior to testifying. If you guys remember, we had heard some, I think it was in May, we had heard right before the argument started, the judge and Doug and the prosecution also spoke. Hey, witnesses that are in here. And then the judge said, hey, if you're sequestered, you've got to get out of here. And there were a few people that were allowed to stay in. And I think actually I do remember the name Ferguson being read because I said agent and then a name and then another agent and another name. We'd even commented like, of course, the investigators get to stay in the room. So yeah, very important context. Similarly, when we were watching Jason Autry's 2017 trial testimony yesterday, a critical context there that wasn't drawn out. I don't think it was underlined enough by Jennifer Thompson in front of the jury, but Jason Autry had his whole discovery file available to him. So he had an I Spy. He could play I Spy with certain details and say, these are the little pieces of truth I'm going to sprinkle in with my grand story lie that I need to tell and sell so I can get this sweetheart deal, try to get out of here before Christmas, go back to my wife and or my future wife. I don't know what was going on with that, but he was telling all sorts of people he thought he was getting out. And we heard enough about that, but we didn't get a good enough explanation from the defense why somebody that was lying, how could they be lying if they know all these details? Well, they were given a packet from which they could pluck the details they needed to tell and weave a compelling story. So yeah, very good context, very good context. And yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it is only audio. And yeah, also thanks for being here. Please leave your DNA on the like and subscribe button. Thank you, Gwennon.
Is that a question that's been posed to you by other lawyers and law enforcement throughout this investigation?
Specifically how, sir?
Just recreating the day of April 13th, 2011.
I wasn't tasked with recreating anything with Holly's phone.
Okay. With the route whoever took Holly with went?
Not specific to her phone, no, sir.
Okay. You would agree with me that was an important part of recreating the day?
It was a part of it, but I also know, even though I'm not a cell phone expert, that the technology was pretty rudimentary back in 2011. I know that there were pings on her phone, but I don't know the range of those pings. I know even today when the phone is pinged, it's not that I'm sitting in this seat in this courtroom. I know that phone pings can be 1,000 meters, 3,000 meters, whatever that conversion is from metric to standard, I don't know. But I know that phone pings are not pinpoint exact today, and I know they weren't back then.
you listened to the testimony and saw that the last location ping of Holly Bobo on April 13th, 2011 was at 925 in the Gooch Creek Road area.
I do, but again, I don't know the range of that ping.
Okay.
If it's a mile, it would include Gooch Creek Road and all other roads that are within that circumference of that area.
All right, we'll come back to that. Are you currently investigating Dr. Katie Spirko?
No, sir.
Oh,
You participated in any criminal investigation of her whatsoever?
No, sir.
Any reason to know why a Zoom subpoena was issued?
Yes, sir. I issued the Zoom subpoena.
so you're not. How do you issue a subpoena to an account that Katie Spirko and Dana McClendon are using to do their recordings for this podcast, but you say you're not investigating Dr. Katie Spirko? How is this how we're starting? Do we need the flames already? Do we already need the flame? Get her, Doug. Get her, Doug. Oh my gosh. Shout out to the Trial and Error podcast. They are my favorite. We've watched cases where creators, people have become part of the trial, like a party to the trial. And this is my favorite example. Sorry, I'm not a lawyer, but Mel, but I'm going to have to write to her. I'm going to have to wish her happy Thanksgiving and be like, hey, remember that time you were made an exhibit in the YSL trial? Did you hear what's going on with Katie Spirko and this other wild case? And I know she's going to be like, what? So, what are we doing? What are we doing? This is an investigation. You are sending a subpoena, but you're not investigating Katie Spirko.
There were media reports that were out that showed a video of Mr. Adams incarcerated. It appeared to be a Zoom call. And
the backing up video.
And I could tell from Mr. Adams' appearance that it was recent. He had lost weight from when he first went to prison and when at the trial. So I could tell that it was not from back then. In reviewing the jail calls between Mr. Adams and Dr. Spirko, I uncovered or heard calls between them where they confirmed that they had a Zoom call with 2020. It concerned me because I didn't know who all was involved in that call. And I knew that there had been orders from this court about who could participate in media coverage and who couldn't. So I contacted the Department of Corrections to find out what the process was for an inmate to get a Zoom call with his attorney. What I learned was TDOC has a policy: if an attorney wants a Zoom call with their client, they email that facility and they provide a bar number, an attorney bar number. With 20,000 inmates in TDOC, the prison system doesn't verify that the person that's requesting the Zoom call is in fact the attorney of record of that prisoner. So in relation to the Zoom call, TDOC released their documents to me, and I learned that Dr. Spirko had requested an attorney-client Zoom conference with Mr. Adams, and she used her attorney, Mr. McClendon's bar number to facilitate the Zoom call. And because Mr. McClendon's bar number was active, the Zoom call was facilitated. And how that happens within TDOC is once Dr. Spirko requested that and it was approved, the TDOC said, yes, this is good. We'll do it at this date and time. And then it was up to Dr. Spirko to push the link out to whomever she wanted to invite to the Zoom call. My concern was, had she invited 2020, had she invited Mr. McClendon, I didn't know who had participated in the call. So I subpoenaed that information from Zoom. There was no content at all. You can't get content from a Zoom call with a subpoena. So I issued the subpoena to see what email addresses had logged in to the Zoom call.
That's not true.
And the only one inside the prison when Mr. Adams logged in was Dr. Spirko.
No crime.
No, sir.
Isn't that what TBI does, investigate crime?
Well, we do, but we also follow leads determining if something had happened. So I did not open a criminal case on Dr. Spirko. It's not unusual to get information about something that's happened and you vet it until you determine if a crime occurred or not.
Okay.
They did all of this, but they were fighting they were saying, oh, we don't know what video you're talking about. If we have anything, we turned it over to you. Blah, 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 blah. They don't just want to turn over this ATM surveillance footage. This is when Subpoena Gate is starting to bubble and brew. Because I think the interview was before Zach Adams had seen, the interview with Zach Adams is before Zach Adams had seen the truck on the laptop screen. Which means it was before the state is on notice that they need to go run and scramble and go to Alabama to pick up this full DVD to try to get the full file of the ATM video. Oh my gosh. And yet again, they never want to get a subpoena or search the mystery bedroom, studio camera, dungeon room in the house Janet Britt didn't want anyone to know she was renting. Like the things that they'll spend energy on in comparison.
Let's go back. When did you become an agent working in the Holly Bobo case in any form or fashion?
On day 2 after she went missing, so April 14th, 2011.
And you were just a case agent?
No, I was not the original case agent. That was Mr. Dicus.
An agent in the case?
Yes.
All right.
Yes, sir.
Reconcile. May I heard Agent Booth and Agent Walker. Yesterday I heard you. Who was the lead case agent after Terry Dicus left?
That would have been Joe Walker.
Okay.
He was the assigned case agent, and I was the administrative case agent or co-case agent on that.
Okay. And you participated like any other agent throughout this case through 2011, 2012.
Yes, I was assigned leads or given a task, and I would go and do whatever I was assigned and then come back to see what else needed to be done, all while working
Happy
other cases
Thanksgiving,
as well.
Dustin.
Okay. And you heard Agent Dicus testify today that he left in 2013.
Yes. Yes, sir.
And he continued to, so then you were the administrative case agent?
Yes, sir. At the end of 2013 or 2014, my supervisor asked me to step in as the administrative case agent.
Okay. And what's the administrative case agent?
Well, this case specifically was so large. There were a lot of documents. There was a lot of evidence. They needed someone that could come in and be very organized and just wrap my arms around everything that had been done and to begin to prepare the evidence and proof for eventual prosecution. So that's what I started doing in late 2013, early 2014.
So this is, remember we heard, I think it was really Boswell, but a little bit from Nichols too, about they come in and they finally have a database. They're putting everything into a database.
2014.
Are you still that today, or have you had a promotion?
Well, I am the case agent now. When Agent Walker retired, I was made case agent. And that just means my name is at the top of those IRs now versus Joe Walker's versus Terry Dicus's.
And when was that promotion?
Well, technically it's not a promotion. It's just an assignment. I think Agent Walker retired sometime in 2018. So it would have been at his retirement, around the time of his retirement, the case was reassigned to me.
Okay.
When we hear them say IR, that's an investigative report. So if I'm going out and I'm getting information, I'm supposed to type up a report and say, like, this is who I asked, this is who I spoke to, this is when I went and did the thing, and this is what I learned. And you type it up, and it seems like we learned from Terry Dicus that you type it up, but you give it to your supervisor who's actually supposed to put it in as like an official investigative report. And if that handoff doesn't actually happen, isn't completed, doesn't actually end up in the system.
Do you agree with this position that division arose in TBI in this case between who the primary suspect was?
I wouldn't describe it as division. I would say we had a difference of opinion. Terry Dicus believed that it was Terry Britt. I'll only speak for myself. After we had completed the wire and run everything to ground that we could on Terry Britt, I didn't think Terry was our guy. I thought we needed to have a wider scope and look at other people. And Terry Dicus didn't want to do that.
What did Hansel McAdams mean when any further investigation would be too dangerous?
I don't know what you're talking about. I remember a reference to that yesterday, but I don't remember specifically the context of it.
And if you don't know, it's fine. General McAdams wrote to General McGinley in the exhibits that by 2012, they didn't do the wiretap. Any further investigation would be unsuccessful or too dangerous.
I'm not sure what General McAdams.
Did you ever say it's too dangerous to keep investigating Mr. Britt?
I did not know, sir.
When did Mr. Britt go to jail pending the Tequila Jones case?
I don't know, sir.
Did you work closely with the Bobo family?
Not initially, no, sir.
When did you start?
Probably in 2015, 2016, in that era, or in that time frame when we were preparing for trial.
Okay. Was it discussed in TBI circles, the Bobo family was frustrated with TBI?
Yes, sir.
2012, they were frustrated.
I don't remember if it was 12 or 13. I don't recall the year, but there was some frustration. Yes, sir.
And did you ever work with Without Warning?
No, sir.
Did you participate in the subpoena investigation of Without Warning?
No, sir.
Did you have any work referencing Without Warning and their work with the Bobo family?
Not that I recall. I know that there were some binders of documents that I would have been responsible for in the inventory of all the evidence and all items that were collected during this, but I don't remember specifically speaking to anybody with that warning.
Okay. At some point, were you a part of the blame Clint? Not in the camp, but were you aware of the blame Clint camp in TBI?
Well, I'm not clear on blaming him for what. Before I answer your question, I want to be clear on what you mean, sir.
Giving the defendant a get out of jail free card, Agent Van Hooser's words.
I know that I had some concerns with the inconsistencies of Clint's account of what happened, but I don't know how I would have responded if I'd woken up and saw my sister being kidnapped. So I wouldn't say that I blame Clint or that I was part of that.
As the administrative case agent, did you read Van Hooser's phone call summary to the Bobo family?
I did not remember that IR until you introduced it at court.
Okay.
So if I'd read it, I don't recall.
Is it TBI's function to focus on what's going to happen at trial?
And as far as?
Well, if evidence gets suppressed for a constitutional issue, does that affect whether the perpetrator did the crime or not?
Well, I'd say that's dependent on all the circumstances surrounding the scenario you described. Should TBI be concerned about what happens at trial? Absolutely. And as far as I'll just give an example. Chain of custody on evidence, right? If I collect a piece of evidence on a case, we'll use something besides this one. I need to photograph it. I need to document where it came from. I need to make sure that I get it to the vault. And then if it's released to the lab, all of those things that we do those things for the district attorney for preparation prosecution in court.
I understand that. Van Hooser says, Clint Bobo, stop giving statements to the media. Your inconsistency, you're giving the defendant a get out of jail free card.
Are you asking me, is that what he said?
Do you remember? I mean, that's what the document says.
Well, again, I don't remember reading it prior to coming to court, but I can review it now, sir, if you want me to.
And this was provided in discovery, correct?
If it's an IR, yes, sir.
Exhibit 95.
Thank you. Do you want me to read it to myself, Mr. Bates, or do you
Yes,
want me to read it
ma'am.
out loud? I've read the paragraph, Mr. Bates.
Okay. And what IR number is that?
534.
All right. Did you ever embrace the opinion of Agent Van Hooser?
That Clint was lying, or that
He was going to give the perpetrator a get out of jail free card with his if he's the main witness.
no, not in those words. I did have concerns thinking ahead to prosecution if the inconsistencies in his statement continued. Then I thought that it would be a problem when we went to prosecution.
And that doesn't affect who actually did the crime. In other words, you can win or lose a trial. It doesn't retroactively change what took place on April 13th, 2011, right?
That's true.
Now, what's been marked for identification number 21. The witness can be passed. Agent Ferguson, I highly doubt you wrote this, did you?
No, sir, I did not.
Have you ever seen it before?
No, sir. The first time I saw it was in May when we were here in court. I've never seen this document.
In the bottom right of this document has what I believe are called bait stamp.
Yes, sir.
And it's Bobo 0007218 and continues through 7222.
Well, I see additional pages. There are 2 pages after 7222.
Okay,
Do you want me to read those?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
Can you explain the bait stamp numbering? Who does that?
I assume Ms. Thompson did that because TBI did not do that, but a bait stamp is just a series of sequential numbers that are attached to documents so that you know that you have them all. So if you look at a document that's supposed to be 1 through 10 and you realize you don't have page 8, it's easy to account for what you have and what you don't have.
Okay. Since the May hearing, have you gone back and tried to find what happened that this letter was generated?
No, sir.
You have any information you can help the court with regarding this?
No, sir. I don't know who wrote it, and I've never seen it. No, sir.
And since you were in charge of the discovery, were there any wiretappings of Jason Kilzer and Dylan Adams in the Obion County Jail?
Yes, there was.
And they were provided?
Yes, sir.
And who did that?
Who provided them or who did the wiretap?
Who did the wiretap?
I know we had some of our technical experts come down from TBI headquarters out of Nashville. Specifically, I don't remember which agents came. So there would have been well, let me clarify. It's not a wire in the sense of the wire that on the phones that we did with Terry Britt, it was a listening device that was installed. So our experts that know how to do that came down from Nashville to do that and put it in the jail, and then we were able to monitor that.
Okay. And this was done at the request of the state of Tennessee?
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry. Yes, sir.
That's fine. And Mr. Kilzer was a willing participant?
Yes,
Mr. Dylan Adams had no idea?
that's correct, sir.
Why were those recordings not submitted to the jury? Do you have any idea why not?
No, sir.
They formed the basis of the belief that Zach Adams and Jason Autry committed a crime against Ms. Bobo.
I would say they were part of that. I wouldn't say that it was a bedrock foundation of it. There were other things that we had developed and learned through the course of the investigation.
All right. When did Dennis Benjamin come on the scene to your knowledge?
I don't know, sir.
Have you ever met with him?
No, sir. I saw him. I was in the Jackson TBI office the day that he brought Dylan Adams in and ultimately led to Dylan's confession to his involvement. That was the first time, and I believe the only time, that I've ever seen Mr. Benjamin. I would not know him if he walked in the courtroom today.
Did you, in the discovery process, remember transferring his recordings into the large batch of discovery?
I don't remember that specifically, sir. There were so many digital items. I don't specifically remember that.
Do you ever remember listening to recordings of Dennis Benjamin to important
What if he just paused there? Do you ever remember? Period.
witnesses in this case?
No, sir. I was not tasked with that.
Well, who was?
I don't know. But if we had those recordings, someone would have listened to those, or should have, but I don't know who that was. It wasn't me.
Always.
Have you since, after yesterday, listened to Dennis Benjamin and Victor Dinsmore's recording?
No, sir. I only heard the portion that was played yesterday.
At any point, did anybody talk to the Bobo family about what efforts Mr. Benjamin was doing on behalf of this case?
I don't know, Mr. Bates. I did not have that conversation with the Bobos, and I don't know if someone else did.
Would you agree it was an important part of the investigation if Mr. Benjamin was telling witnesses, one, what's being decided by the TBI, FBI, and Bobo family, two, what evidence they have against them, and three, what's going to happen to them legally if they don't participate?
Not specifically, because the portion that I heard of the conversation yesterday between Mr. Benjamin and Mr. Dinsmore, I heard Mr. Benjamin tell Mr. Dinsmore things that weren't true. That sounded to me like a homicide detective bluffing someone to try to get them to confess or tell more about what they knew about a situation.
So this hearing is on August 15th. What we watched with Dennis Benjamin on the stand was November. So what she's referring to isn't the longer recording that we heard yesterday. I don't know what witness it was that had some of those clips played. at one of the August hearings. But I don't think she heard the whole thing like we just listened to at the beginning of this video.
So I don't know if Mr. Dinsmore believed everything Mr. Benjamin said or not. I couldn't speak to that.
Thank you for boosting all the servers. Holy moly.
Let's listen to it together.
Let's listen to it together. Yeah, let's listen.
What's this place on?
Oh, God.
What's the place? Last night was you got me did. Everybody can tell me to put up the going in a circle.
Is this already marked as an exhibit?
It is, Your Honor.
You go ahead and keep playing and answer the question afterwards. I just want to put it on the record.
Maybe do a quick repair, busting hot stuff. There's a dark green shoe, I think it's a little back. Leave it open. Bring that door open. Bring that front door open. Might do it on the house and think, I don't know if anybody else would even not. Never on the dog to go here, though. Okay.
You're a good whistler.
Hey!
Yeah, let me get my cigarette.
He's off way. Nashville circle ahead. Yeah, it was in the full one.
Turn right, then turn left.
We're 387 miles from home, so that won't take us to the city.
That's not too bad.
St. Myers, Max, Victor. How you been?
Stress, buddy.
All right. You went to shut down. Right now. What you stressing about?
Yeah, I figured out I was a suspect right from the get-go. Kind of upset me a little bit, but I understand my past and hanging with them assholes. I lost that suspect. Good.
Well,
You know, but now it's called my first year. So, okay.
I don't want to be the bearer of bad news.
Yeah.
Put me in the Bobo with some TBI and sit down. And it's not if you're involved, it's what you're involved. Just hear me out.
Yeah.
Okay. Because I know you're not thinking about it. About your face. I mean, go ahead and tell you this, Autry saying like this.
Yeah.
He's in Riverbend. They moved him to Riverbend because he's giving it up.
Yeah.
And they got him in isolation.
Yeah.
Okay. Dylan just give it up. Okay. Housekeepers give it up. participated. Here's what I'm gonna tell you. I know I can't tell you everything I know, okay? But let me say this before we get any further. I've discussed this for the Bobos extensively over the last 2 weeks.
Okay.
Anti-BI.
Okay.
You have a golden opportunity to help yourself and help them. If you don't want to do that,
What am I supposed to do, man? I told you guys I do whatever you guys want me to do.
okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Okay, but listen to me. We know you were involved.
In what?
You did not go get Holly.
I didn't have nothing to do with any of that.
That's wrong.
What?
That's wrong. We know better than that.
What?
You didn't go with Doug Holly. And that was the biggest thing Karen said.
Your Honor, I'm now going to fast forward from 1226 to 1305.
All right.
Well, I went there, somebody's gonna get a deal.
I don't know.
Jack told me not to tell you particulars as far as what we know at this point. But here's what we're reason, let me tell you why we're here. And I wrestled with it with the
Wrestled.
Bobos, TBI, FBI, and all that. Somebody's gonna get a deal. I convinced them for it to be you. If you want to take the deal and help us out on this, to figure out some holes that they're not everybody's. Autry's admitted his guilt. Dylan's already put Autry and Zach in it. You know we got thrown out of the house, and Zach.
And I don't think, is anybody in the chat surprised to hear this happening? Like this stuff being said? I mean, we've been told that they were telling all of them that all the others had turned already. You know, if you don't say something now, you're going to be the only one that's left standing. You're going to get the worst of it. Death penalty eventually is hung over their heads. It's really not surprising that this happens, but it is interesting to be able to see it spelled out and listen to the recordings. This is like the third player we're hearing this play out with. We just haven't really heard this happen with Zach yet.
I mean, Dylan walked in on Zach 30 miles fucking house.
When she was there?
Yes, when she was there. And
Happy Thanksgiving,
we know
fun
you
size.
saw Holly that day.
And Angelica.
I know right now they're wrong. Because they were telling me I didn't see them on that.
But I'm just telling you, we know that's a lie.
It's not a lie.
I'm just telling you, listen, Victor, I'm not here.
Now maybe.
The bullshit, you listen to me. Listen, you need to listen very carefully because they got 8 charges on you right now.
Yeah.
Okay, 8, 3 of them serious charges, and they could go for the death penalty on them.
Yeah.
And I asked them, are y'all willing to make a deal for somebody to help them find Holly's body? If you can't give me Holly's body, then you fucked. You're basically fucked. Because that's
And a second issue is this is like Benjamin and Dinsmore, but we heard from Marshall Walker that TBI had him go out to Terry Britt's house and do the same thing. Like, hey, you know, they told me that your wife, Janet, is looking at some charges, but they're willing to make a deal with you. They have all of this on you in relation to the Holly Bobo case. And that's where Terry Britt's like, all right, you got me. I want 20 and I don't want to die in prison. I want to get out before I'm too old and die in there. And we heard Walker testify, well, I come back, I go to TBI, I tell them what happened, and then nothing came of it. So
what Karen and Dana are screaming about. They
Happy
want a
Thanksgiving,
decent
Ray.
burial for their dog.
I answered that right now. I have no idea what
You need to listen to me now, because I'm not here. I don't believe in Easter Bunny, I don't believe in lying to you.
Yeah.
I'm just giving you the flat ass facts. The flat facts. I'm not here.
the flat ass facts. What is the opposite of that?
I'm just giving you the flat ass facts. The flat facts. I'm not here blowing smoke up your ass, putting a good guy, bad guy on you. I'm retired.
Yeah.
I ain't the police no more. I work for the Bobo. My investigation that I've come up with has been run alongside TBI and the FBI's investigation. And I filled in a lot of gaps. I'd rather have a lie than I would the truth when I'm investigating something from somebody. And that deal about you didn't see Holly, that's bullshit.
I didn't see that girl.
You did see that girl.
If it was her, I didn't know it was her.
Well, I don't believe that either. I'm just telling you, I can't lie to you.
I'm not lying to you either.
All right, well, I'm just telling you the facts are the facts. You can't change the fact. You know, I can't help that. I can't help what happened. Always like hell it hadn't happened. But it's happened. It's after the fact now, and we're in cleanup mode.
Yeah.
If you want help, then now is your time to help. If you want to continue to lie to me, then I'm gonna go back. You're Everything I ask you, write it down, because I'm gonna turn it into the TBI. If you continue to lie about stuff we know is a lie, and we got people saying, we got 5 people talking. Autry wanting a deal, and Zach's wanting a deal for the body, to give up the body in order to stay on death row. The Bobos are in fact, the death penalty's on the table, and they ain't gonna take it off. On those two. They're not so sure about Austin. Okay? I thought if I take one shot at you, if you want to help yourself, then I would highly recommend you totally coming clean. Look, Victor,
I know how to stop coming clean with everything. I'm gonna get out of your truck, and I'm gonna get attorney, and don't bring it.
Well,
that's what I said.
You want to listen to me and talk to Miss Bobo?
No, I won't talk to Miss Bobo. All I fucking did was try and help. I've been running the funnies. I've lost my family. I've lost my life. Every fucking thing I'm done.
I'm talking to Shane.
Come here. Best lawyer in that. Stop coming arresting.
Oh, finally told him. Finally said lawyer, lawyer, lawyer.
He's scared.
Hey, Britta, happy Thanksgiving.
It's 18 minutes. I'm going to fast forward 30 seconds. 30 seconds more. 30 seconds more.
You still here? I gotta talk to him. I'll call you back, okay? Love you. Bye.
Yeah, this is retired cop but private investigator Benjamin.
Victor, I know you're upset.
Yeah, I'm pissed.
I understand that. I understand you're scared.
I'm not this scared. I ain't done a damn thing wrong.
Victor, my house is over Dodge. Saw a blonde in the truck.
Well, you were there. I should have seen a blonde in that truck because I damn sure called somebody if I saw her. And that's how that's what I got to say. So y'all go ahead and play your cat and mouse game.
I'm not.
They can play. I don't care. But listen, anything wrong, and I can prove my innocence.
Okay, listen. If you would listen to me, you'd have an opportunity to help yourself and not even go to jail.
I'm not going to go to jail anyway. It's a temporary job on that guy. I got for over $500 million in Texas. I will be out instantly. They ain't got nothing on me. It's just fucking fishing. I've been fished enough now.
We're not fishing, Vic.
They're fishing.
No, they're not fishing.
I don't care if it's fishing. I got a damn thing. I'm bringing the rest more up here. I'll fight extradition.
Okay.
All right.
Just keep us between you
Is that
and
what he said? It was
I'm just telling you what I know. I believe
Miss Holly Bobo's mom, I'm sorry that it came to this, but I can't help him. I'm done.
Well,
they just run my fucking life for the rest of me. All right, shit. I'm not done, man.
At 21:09, we're going to fast forward 30 seconds.
Or in the truck at night.
I don't know how she saw.
How could she see her and you not see
She
her?
didn't go to the truck. I was out by the truck.
I understand that. She saw a blonde in that truck.
She's mistaken because there wasn't anybody in that truck. I was out by the truck. Here's my tank guy.
But I wish you would,
The cleaning lady?
I just felt her.
So I wonder if the she is Debbie Doris, who was supposed to be, she said she was cleaning a house and she saw the argument with the guys in the pickup truck in front of Vincent Dinsmore's home on the 13th. And I don't know if she actually said that she saw a blonde girl in the truck or if Benjamin's just making that up to see if it'll push Dinsmore further. But I think he's at least making reference to Debbie Doris.
Is there a place where it's fine?
Yeah, they rebuild the whole thing. I thought maybe water damage or something.
That's what somebody left the van and left the gas here and everything. Left everything. Yeah. They said, yeah, they're going to sell it. They're going to flip it. Rebuild, sell it. Okay, all right, well,
Shout out to Take It to Trial. Happy Thanksgiving, sweetie.
You don't understand. I'm not the police. I'm not the police. But see, the problem is listen, if you listen,
anything like this ever happens, I would keep my fucking mouth shut. I'm not helping nobody.
Listen, Victor, they've already talked to Sandy.
I don't care.
Well, you need to care. Because when you come home and told Sandy that you saw the blonde at Dottie's, that's a problem. That's a problem.
I don't know where she's getting that from.
She said she got it from you.
Well, me and her fight right now.
I understand that. Woman's going, I understand that.
Yeah, I'm ready to go on the rest of the rock and roll. After they arrested me, I was sued. I ran that. I was sued because my proof plans is not proved that I didn't do nothing to try and fuck me up since at first.
That's what they're trying to get you to continue to do, Victor.
I don't want you now.
Why have you got all,
I've been running with a fucking ringer.
Why?
I got you up here saying they got trial. I don't want nothing more.
Why? Well, the problem is you got all these poop butts.
I'm in prison jail. Don't scare me.
I understand that you got all these poop butts down there putting you in the mix.
They can put me in the mix. I wasn't in the mix. I was not in the mix.
You know,
That's my hand on my dead son. I was not in the fucking mix.
Okay.
Now you tell them to bring that shit on up here to that one. They won't tell me that's not enough bullshit they got. I'm not stupid like into the system.
Victor,
Now, if there's anything that I can help with your body, I take you right to the motherfucker. I drive that right down, take you to the
I
body.
let me ask you this. When you said you thought Michael Alexander, well, what's his name, Alexander, possibly helped him move the body, why did you say that?
Because of what? Jason Bogus told me.
Let me ask you this. The night that Autry come over here all muddy from waist down, and you stepped out on the front porch, what was that about?
Stepped out in front door.
When he was all mud,
It rained because he wouldn't come in.
why?
He said he didn't want to get mud on the carpet with his boots. What do you want?
Why is Autry,
On at 25, 27.
Did somebody say cool beans?
This is disheartening to hear, isn't it?
How so?
Couple ways.
Let me take him to the kitchen.
Bobo's have an investigator telling witnesses false things. Will you agree that's disheartening?
Well,
Yes or
I
no?
no, because I don't know if the Bobos actually sent Dennis Benjamin to meet with Mr. Dinsmore. I don't know how much. There were a lot of things in what Mr. Benjamin was telling Mr. Dinsmore that weren't true. So I don't know if he took it upon himself to go up there to do this. I don't know who he talked to in TBI to go up there. It wasn't me.
Do you realize what a genius Doug Bates is? We've been in this 41 minutes. We're 41 minutes into this. What did Doug start with? Besides small talk, like, you've been doing this for like 29 years, I think she said. Are you investigating Dr. Katie Spirko? No, I'm not investigating Dr. Spirko. Well, did you send a subpoena to Zoom? And then she goes on like a diatribe, a long, detailed answer about all the reasons why she sent the subpoena for the Zoom, but isn't really investigating Dr. Spirko. What did we just have asked here? You have this private citizen, Dennis Benjamin, retired cop, going out, acting as a private investigator on behalf of Karen Bobo. And look at her. Well, we don't know. It's out of sight, out of mind. We don't care. You sent a Zoom subpoena for Dr. Katie Spirko. But you just thought nothing of this? Think of the contrast. Think of the contrast that Doug has laid out.
Telling witnesses false things. Will you agree that's disheartening?
Well,
Yes or no?
No, because I don't know if the Bobos actually sent Dennis Benjamin to meet with Mr. Dinsmore. I don't know how much. There were a lot of things in what Mr. Benjamin was telling Mr. Dinsmore that weren't true. So I don't know if he took it upon himself to go up there to do this. I don't know who he talked to in TBI to go up there. It wasn't me. Mr. Bates, maybe it would help if I explained that even though I was the administrative case agent, if you'll think of this as someone that's in the military, I'm a private. The generals and the colonels were making decisions, and they didn't tell us, the boots on the ground people, all of those things they were doing. I have no idea if anybody from TBI sanctioned Dennis Benjamin going to talk to Victor Dinsmore. So I have no idea if the entirety of this conversation is based on something Mr. Benjamin did on his own, or if somebody told him. I've never asked the Bobo fan.
You're the administrative case assistant. You'd be aware of who was subpoenaing to find out what was going on where. You should know if somebody was looking into, is Karen Bobo making requests? Is somebody trying to investigate Dennis Benjamin to see why he's going and talking to certain individuals?
Family, if they sent Mr. Benjamin up there.
Well, that's quite a demotion you've given yourself, because yesterday, General Wyrick said after you got involved, there was a fresh look on the case that changed from Terry Britt. So are you a private, or were you in charge of giving the fresh look, as General Wyrick said yesterday?
Both.
Okay.
Oh!
Now,
So he says it's quite a demotion you're giving yourself because you're supposed to be here to give it a fresh look. And now she wants to say she's doing both roles. But she just threw her hands in the air about everything. Yeah, this is an oops. And she's too stubborn to take a hit to her pride.
Would you at least agree it's
Let me go put my green
disheartening
beans in
that
the
a man
fridge.
is saying he's representing the Bobo family, working for TBI and FBI, in your words, bluffing important witnesses in this case?
I would say it's concerning, disheartening.
All right. Because, to be clear, this entire case is based on what people said they've heard, right?
It's based on cell phone records as well, and a variety of other things. I'm not talking about Ms. Bobo's records.
Okay, we'll come back to that, I promise. Would you agree it's in large part based on what people testified they heard or saw?
That was a part of it. Yes, sir, it was.
Large part.
It was a part of it. Yes, sir.
You can't even say large part. The court's going to read the entire transcript.
Well, sir, what I call large and what you call large are subjective. So it was an important part. Yes, sir, it was.
Okay. And if people are saying things out of fear, that's a problem, isn't it?
Well, people can tell the truth out of fear.
They can also lie.
They can. Yes, sir, they can. Either or both.
Like Valerie Troutt. She told Rebecca Earp, didn't
Objection,
she?
Your Honor, to hearsay.
I'll ask her if she knows.
Objection sustained.
Did Rebecca Earp, to your knowledge, did Valerie Troutt tell Rebecca Earp? I'm going to ask you one more time. And however your answer is, I'm going to send it up the chain. And you might have charges coming, depending on how you answer.
Your Honor, the question is hearsay. It's clearly being offered for the truth of the matter asserted.
Your Honor, it's not hearsay. If it's a question, it's not asserting for the truth.
It's a question. I'm going to allow it. Objection overruled.
Would you ask the question again?
Lay this for the court.
Okay.
The court's not aware who these parties are.
All right.
You know this case inside and out, Mr. Bates.
Valerie Troutt was the TBI agent.
She was, yes.
Rebecca Earp was a witness and Zach's girlfriend.
Yes, sir.
And as part of this work that you did you review Valerie Trout's interview of Rebecca Earp?
No, sir, I did not.
Okay, fair enough. Let's talk about the third disheartening thing.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. Ms. Cathy Ferguson has not agreed with Mr. Bates' characterization of any of this being disheartening. So to continue to number those in the terminology that Mr. Bates wants to use, I object to that characterization.
I'll rephrase.
Objection sustained.
Agent Ferguson, you'd say the word you want me to use that this video reveals.
Video or audio, sir?
I'm sorry, the audio.
Your description was disheartening, and then you asked me if I thought it was disheartening, and I said it could be concerning if somebody is lying to a witness.
Okay. Concerning. We'll go with concerning. Is that okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. Neither you nor anyone you know prior to trial apparently listened to this recording of how witnesses were being treated by agents, people who said they were agents of the Bobo family.
No, sir. I said I did not listen to them, and I don't know if anybody else did. Your question made it sound like I knew that no one else did, and that's not so. I don't know if anyone else did.
You would agree that's concerning?
Well,
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation. She doesn't know. How can she answer whether something is concerning if she doesn't know?
I'll rephrase.
Objection sustained.
This new look that you provided the entire case, would you agree it was in large part based on what I believe Mr. Benjamin called poobas? People were saying certain people were involved that implicated Zach, Jason, Shane, and Dylan.
your question went in three different directions, Mr. Bates. Could you say it again, please?
Part of your fresh look was to compile what have people said in this case that could possibly implicate Zach Adams.
That's correct. And then once we found that information, other agents were tasked to go out and talk to those individual people that had heard those things.
And you would agree a lot of this was done in February, March of 2014.
Oh, it was then and then beyond there throughout 2014. We ran what I call a command post of running leads and tracking down information and going back and redoing interviews for 8 solid months.
Okay. And was anybody in the command post charged with determining, hey, I think some of these witnesses have been lied to and threatened with the death penalty if they don't say a certain thing?
I don't follow your question. We didn't make assignments. Hey, go see who's been lied to and who's been threatened with the death penalty. I was not aware that those things had happened.
Did Jack Van Hooser ever say words to the effect, Dennis Benjamin's been working on this case and talking to witnesses?
I don't recall that. No, sir.
You agree Dennis Benjamin's relaying significant information about the case?
Absolutely.
Muted. We're going to take a quick segue here. Take it to trial. Thank you so much for the super sticker. And thank you for spending your time with us on Thanksgiving, because you have been going and going and going. Guys, when I get out of here, I try to spend some time over at Take It to Trial. Sweet Pea is over there covering a ton of cases. So let me drop the link again. That way it's fresh while I'm speaking. Take It to Trial's link. And it's with the number 2 numeric. Just dropped again in the chat, so fresh to click. Please take a moment to go over there and hit the subscribe button. Tons of trials, but really most importantly right now, she is covering, just like we are, the Zach Adams case. And I think that's extremely important because what's going on here, I just feel like if the community around the YSL trial, if the community around the Karen Reed trial, if the community around Delphi, like, it just seems like there's so many overlaps with some of the issues that we either got to see play out or suspected were happening behind the scenes. All of those bingo card items are here in this case, but we're getting to watch. We're getting to see all of the stuff unfold and be laid out and spelled out for us with these post-conviction hearings. We don't always get that. We rarely get that. And I just think there should be more coverage, because if a new trial is granted, but a jury pool is selected from people that feel like the community felt back in 2011 through 2013, when there was still a search for Holly, I still don't know if it'd be easy to pick a fair jury. And I think there's a huge influence of public coverage, public information. And I just love that people are taking an interest in this. So Take It to Trial's also doing that deep dive, doing that legwork, covering many other trials as well. But if you want to watch this, if you're crazy like me and want to watch the same testimony 2 times, or want to watch with Sweet Pea first and then come hang out over here, whatever you want to do, let's just get it going. Let's get all these details. Yeah, Gwendolyn says it better. The more coverage, the better. Some of this stuff is just insane. And it's just showing how the sausage is made. So thank you again for the super. Thank you for your coverage. And Sweet Pea is streaming like hours and hours and hours on end too, like really putting in the time to get coverage out there. Also, we have, I think this is a great question, timely question. And also, Kesnel, I caught your question at the end yesterday. You had said, and I screenshotted it because I had ended the stream when I saw it. Do you believe that Judge Sisco must bring the fury upon Miss Andrews' sentencing? Now, Judge Michelle Sisco, this is the Alicia Andrews case down here in Florida. That's over in the Tampa area. I don't really know if she could go all the way to the max, because there is no, it would seem more like an upward departure if she went for the max on the enhancement and the actual manslaughter too, because Alicia doesn't have a rap sheet. She doesn't have a criminal history. So there are some crazy things alleged in the trial, but I think it would be an upward departure for Sisco, just procedurally, to go for the maximum without a valid basis for doing so. I don't think she'll go for the minimum either. I think she'll nestle something somewhere in between. So that was my answer. I'm sorry I missed that yesterday. I saw it as like, when I hit the end stream button, there's like, it lags before it actually ends the stream, but I can't undo it once it's already trying to end the stream. So I just sat there like, no. So there was that. And then this question today is, can you explain to me Barney style? So is that like I'm 5? How a subpoena works? I know you're not covering the David case, but apparently an investigative grand jury can allow this. Happy Turkey Day. So I think a great example of this, and if you want to go watch an attorney call out a prosecutor using this, we have subpoena gate in this trial from the May hearings, the May arguments. We also have Brian Steele pre-trial in the YSL trial, questioning something that Michael Sprinkle did, utilizing a grand jury to subpoena a witness that otherwise wasn't willing to talk to investigators, to talk to the state. Now, when it comes to a grand jury, the prosecutor has greater subpoena power. They can actually issue the subpoena and say, hey, you know, we need to get you in front of this, we need this information in front of this grand jury. It's important for this case. We're trying to prove the merit behind these charges. And again, a grand jury is this isolated bubble where the defendant doesn't get to be present. The defense, if they have an attorney, their counsel can't go there and present a rebuttal or cross-examine anyone. So like at that type of stage, before it becomes an indictment, prosecutors have subpoena power for grand juries. When it comes to like a judicial subpoena, that's going to be something that's ordered by the court. So the party would have to request to the judge, hey, can we subpoena this witness? Or if you hear a subpoena ducis tecum, that is, we're going to send this to somebody or a company, but we want responsive documents. We're looking for them to produce records or anything that they have that would relate to such and such constraints, subject matter. So ducis tecum is for documents, a separate subpoena if you want to depose somebody or call them to appear to testify. You got to be specific in what you're actually looking for. So I think the key difference in what you're looking for there is with the grand jury subpoena, prosecutors, the investigators still have kind of like, it's not really carte blanche, and it shouldn't be carte blanche, but I feel like it gets utilized as much. Whereas further on in the trial, using a judicial subpoena, it works a little differently. And if any attorneys do jump in the chat today, I'll ask them to chime in on if there's any other like 411s that are good to know. But that's kind of where I've compartmentalized it. So there we go. Great question. And I'm going to be excited. That's the type of thing that at 3 a.m, one of these days, I'm just going to sit Googling and learn more about. So thank you for the super. And if you're celebrating today, happy Thanksgiving. Also, anyone that's joining in now, happy Thanksgiving if we've missed you. We are watching or listening to, I should say. In the beginning, we did a Dennis Benjamin testimony full watch because Trial and Error Podcast uploaded his full testimony and Law and Crime had only had 7 minutes. So when we watched it the other day, it wasn't complete. So we went through that and now we're listening to Cathy Ferguson. This is actually from August 15th. Kay Riggs let us know that Cathy Ferguson has been sitting in the courtroom for these post-conviction hearing proceedings. So by the time she takes a stand on August, she saw the testimony of anyone that came before her for the sake of these hearings. And this is 4 hours with Doug Bates. Doug Bates is the turkey in the smoker? Is it roasting? He's doing some sort of cooking here. So very excited to see how this goes. And let's see. I see, yep, it's the cleaning lady. So if there is a question, I just want to make sure I get to it. Debbie Doris, maybe? Or the random lady mentioned. So there we go. There we go.
You don't know what coordination Dennis Benjamin did with other witnesses, do you?
No, sir, I don't.
He was not under an obligation to provide tapes of any recording that he did, correct?
I don't know who gave him instruction to record the interviews. I don't know who sent him on the interviews. If we have those recordings, he obviously had contact with somebody in the Bureau and gave them to him. I don't know who that person was.
And no obligation to keep investigative reports like you do.
Mr. Benjamin, no, sir.
And so this is the gentleman that is there for Dylan. When he gets out of federal penitentiary, federal pretrial holding, to go live with for safekeeping.
That's who he went to live with, yes, sir.
And you were aware 5 weeks after Agent Jeff Jackson says it's the most honest, cooperative witness I've ever had. He shows up at the door at TBI with Dylan saying, he told me it was all a lie.
I was not aware of anything that happened in Dylan's federal sentencing. I wasn't there, so I don't recall that specifically, but I was there the day that Mr. Benjamin brought Dylan back to the TBI office.
And based on that recorded interview that took, I think, 4 hours.
I don't recall how long it was.
All right. You've reviewed it.
I was there and witnessed it.
you witnessed.
I did.
In relation to when that recording was, when did you realize it was a lie?
Well, it was a different version of events than Mr. Autry gave when he finally came forward in early, I think that was early 2017.
And if Mr. Autry's version of events was true, Dylan's statements were untrue.
I don't know that everything Dylan said was untrue. I know that after Dylan's statement of Holly being raped in Zach's home, in Mr. Adams' home, we ran search warrants in an effort to try to find forensic proof to corroborate Dylan's statement. And that's not uncommon. Anytime somebody comes forward and gives us a statement, whether they're a suspect, a victim, or a witness in a case, we do what we can to corroborate that. And that's what led to the search warrants at Mr. Adams' house. I know that there was no, Holly's DNA was not found there.
Yeah, but to be clear, Dylan said Jason Autry was the first to rape her.
I don't recall the specific order that Dylan gave in that.
Put aside the order. That Jason Autry raped her.
That's what Dylan said. Yes, sir.
That's not where it took place or the timing. That's a fundamental lie if Jason Autry's testimony is true, right?
I believe Jason Autry gave more of a self-serving statement. I believe there was a lot of truth in his statement, but I also don't think he told us the whole truth.
Meaning he told things that weren't true.
That's not what the witness said, Your Honor.
That's my question.
I'll allow the question.
Would you ask it again, Mr. Bates?
All right. I'm doing good getting me off my game. Yep. Jason Autry.
You hear him calling out. You hear him calling out what the prosecutor's doing.
Things that weren't true.
That's not what the witness said, Your Honor.
That's my question.
I'll allow the question.
Would you ask it again, Mr. Bates?
Happy Thanksgiving, Keith.
I'm doing good getting me off my game. Yep. Jason Autry said something that was not the complete truth. He did not testify truthfully. Right?
Yes.
I'm going to split hairs with you, Mr. Bates. When he testified, he answered the questions he was asked. I don't recall if he was asked if he raped Holly. If he was asked that question and said no, and Dylan said he did, who do we believe? Right? I believe.
He said he didn't do
I
anything.
apologize.
He was not specifically asked yes or no, but he said he didn't do anything. He didn't do these crimes. And I think he might have even said, I think he spelled it out. I didn't kidnap, I didn't rape, and I didn't kill Holly Bobo. I'm pretty sure he spelled that out. It wasn't like the phrase was in the question, but that's still testimony. His answer was still testimony, whatever the question was. And that's okay. So we're actually doing a time travel. So this is a good one to be out of order on. We are August 15th, 2025, listening to Cathy Ferguson scramble a little bit. Oh, yeah. And said that he didn't even see her. Yeah, let's not forget. He insisted he didn't even see her. Didn't know who she was, but somehow said, I'm worried Holly heard our name.
Jason Autry said he showed up at 10 to 15 minutes after the last phone call with Zach Adams at Yellow Springs Road. The body was wrapped in a quilt in the back of a truck, taken to the river to be disposed of, taken back to Yellow Springs Road, where Jason left to go to lunch plans, returned back to Victor Dinsmore later that afternoon. Correct?
Yes, sir.
At no point did he ever allow for raping Miss Bobo, correct?
That's for him raping Miss Bobo. That's correct.
So if Dylan said he did, one or both of them are lying.
It would
Right?
appear so. Yes, sir.
And Dylan's statement was in 2014, correct?
Yes, in the fall.
Indictments for the death penalty stemmed from that statement, right?
From that statement and other things. Yes, sir.
Years go by. Defendants are on trial for a lie for their life, right?
Defendants went to trial. Yes, one defendant went to trial.
If Autry's true, they were standing trial for a lie. Yes or no?
No.
Autry, if Autry's statement was true, Dylan's statement was, you raped her. Autry was on trial for the death penalty for a lie.
Mr. Bates, you're characterizing the prosecution, and I can't tell you what the prosecutors were thinking and the way they moved forward with it, but you're characterizing that was the only proof that we had was Dylan's statement, and that's not so. That was part of it. So I can't tell you if the decision for the district attorney to seek the death penalty was based solely on Dylan Adams' statement or not, because I was not privy to those conversations. So I'm not the right person you need to be asking that question of.
You don't believe Jason Autry's testimony in full, do you?
I don't believe he was entirely truthful with us. No. I believe his statement was more self-serving.
Did you ever communicate that to the prosecutors?
I don't recall. I probably.
What was it? Which ones?
I work closely with all four of the prosecutors.
But not closely, that you didn't discuss
How
this
many
with
times did
them?
you have this conversation?
Oh, I have no idea. I don't recall it specifically, sir.
Was it more than 0?
You sat at counsel's table through the trial?
No, I did. I was in the courtroom, but I didn't sit at counsel's table. No, sir.
Did you ever get that pit in your stomach feeling when he was testifying that this isn't right?
No, sir.
Be clear, prior to Dylan's September 2014 statement, there was no rape charge.
I think that's correct.
And how soon after the new September 2014 statement was the charges amended to include rape and request a death penalty?
I don't recall, sir.
Did other agents share your concern that Jason Autry was providing a self-serving statement?
I don't recall that. No, sir.
Do you remember the prosecutor's response when you told them your concerns?
No, sir. And I wouldn't characterize it as a concern. It's not unusual for suspects and often victims and witnesses.
Oh, what's the quiet part? What's the quiet part? She's subconsciously, without realizing it, she's saying it's not unusual for investigators to overlook inconsistencies when they want to continue moving forward anyway. That's the quiet part.
And I wouldn't characterize it as a concern. It's not unusual for suspects and often victims and witnesses in a case for their version of the events to be self-serving. You know that as an investigator when you talk to people. I'll give you an example that is unrelated to this case. If someone is...
And now she needs to give a whole example to distance herself from the question. The question is about you having concerns, and it's unusual that you don't remember talking to anyone about it. And it's unusual that you don't remember anyone else having concerns. Namely, I'm assuming Doug's going to try to poke at Terry Dicus because we know he vocalized his concern. And we saw that he got shut out. And we know he vocalized his concern, and nobody can deny he vocalized his concern because he called a whole PowerPoint meeting about it. So the unusuality, the core of what is unusual here, she's tiptoeing around and going down a whole side story. Yap, yap, yap.
Victim of a crime outside of a hotel, and they were at the hotel because they're having an affair. They're going to minimize their reason for being at the hotel. And you got to dig a little deeper maybe to find really why they were there. Maybe they didn't want to tell us the truth because they're married and they don't want their spouse to know. I'm making this up. But that's an example of why someone might minimize their involvement in a particular situation. So it happens frequently.
You seem like a very wise person.
Thank you.
Why are you able to say, I saw Jason Autry as a self-serving statement it was, but Judge McGinley said it was the most persuasive, credible evidence he's ever heard?
I cannot begin to explain why Judge McGinley said the things that he said, sir. I have no idea.
All right. Let me go through some of your work in this case. You were in charge of various search warrants and searching of properties in this case.
I think I was the affiant on several search warrants. Yes, sir.
Let's talk about the Brits.
Document labeled 2877.
Will there be objections to this?
No, you're right.
One of this is the next one exhibit.
I have 98, but I may. I have 98 as well.
Okay.
And can you describe this document?
Yes, this is just a standard TBI investigative report, what we call IRs. And this one is titled Departmental Report, Federal Bureau of Investigation, Consent to Search, 260 Adams Lane, Holiday, Tennessee, Dick Adams property on 2/28/14.
And that y'all took a series of guns.
This report is basically a cover letter explaining what the attachment is. And the
Okay, and
attachment is an FBI report that I did not author, and I was not there at Mr. Adams' house this day.
Any reason to doubt that a 357 was confiscated from Mr. Dick Adams?
No, sir. I would believe whatever is in this report. Do you
Okay.
want me to read it?
No.
Marcus, you said Marcus?
Yes. Not yet.
She back.
You were the case agent in after the indictments, from 2014 all the way through the trial. You were a case agent.
I was, yes, the administrative case agent.
And the prosecution, initially General Matt Stowe was elected.
Yes,
And the TBI and General Stowe got into it.
yes, sir.
Do you know why?
I don't recall specifically. I know it revolved around this case, but I don't remember the specifics.
And then General Nichols, or the Memphis district attorney, and General Nichols, Hagerman came on.
Yes, sir.
You prepared in the preparation for the trial,
I did, yes.
and throughout early in 2014, it was discussed that Dylan would be a testifying witness.
I believe that was the plan early on. Yes, sir.
Were you a part of discussions about when it was not the plan?
Probably when, as we got closer to trial and after Mr. Autry gave his statement.
Let's go through the differences between Mr. Autry and Mr. Dylan Adams. Who is more intelligent from what you've observed of both?
I would say Mr. Autry.
Who's a better communicator?
I'd say they're pretty even, but Mr. Autry is probably more articulate.
Better storyteller?
I'm going to object to Mr. Bates testifying. I don't hear a question in there. I just hear comments.
I was asked to compare the two. Who is the better storyteller? That's the question.
Oh, I have a question. Objections on the
In as far as, I mean, that's kind of a broad question, Mr. Bates. They both told their stories.
Who's more polished?
Mr. Autry.
And in 2014, when Dylan was going through his 4-hour interview that you watched, he had no discovery at his disposal, did he?
I don't know, sir. I would assume not, but I don't know that to be a fact.
He hadn't been arrested yet, had he?
No, sir, but I don't know what he had access to or what he didn't, so I can't say
Fair.
for sure.
Had cell phone records been provided to Dylan Adams before his September 2014?
Not that I'm aware of.
Did he have an attorney representing him in the Holly Bobo case in September of 2014?
If he had not been charged, then no, sir.
He was under the care of Dennis Benjamin, wasn't he?
Yes, sir.
Do you believe he was there, Dennis Benjamin was there just because he felt sorry for Dylan and wanted to give him a safe place?
Yes, sir, I do.
So were you a part of the recording of Dylan Adams in the September 2014?
In the recording,
Yes, of Jeff Jackson, Brent Booth. and
I observed that interview, but I don't know that I was the person that hit record on the recorder. I just don't recall that.
Why was it recorded?
At some point in time, our policy changed that we would record interviews, and I don't recall when that was. So I'm not sure if this was the policy had gone into effect or simply because of the gravity of the situation, we wanted to record it. I don't recall which it was.
And when you say gravity, you mean perhaps the evidentiary importance?
Yes, sir.
Were you a part of Jason Autry's, what I'm going to say, changing his position in the case to be a testifying expert or testifying witness?
Was I involved in that?
Yes, ma'am.
In what portion? Are you talking about when he spoke to his attorneys or at what phase? I'm not clear.
Into 2016, do you remember hearing from any source Jason Autry is willing to talk?
I don't remember when I learned that he wanted to talk. I don't know the
Okay.
date, but the only involvement that I had with Mr. Autry in that regard was when he was escorted from the prison to Decatur County to show us the route that they took from Yellow Springs Church to the river.
Okay. And you dutifully prepared an IR to that effect.
I did, yes, sir.
And it's Exhibit 61 if it can be passed to the witness.
What was the route? Because there's a reason he's asking. Hey, Kerno. Happy Thanksgiving. And hey to Derek. Happy Thanksgiving.
And as you review this IR, this is what you prepared.
It is, yes, sir. This is the hour that I prepared about that.
And I believe it was generated on February 7th, report dated June 30th, 2017.
Yes, sir.
There was a trial initially set in July, correct? It was continued.
I know it was sometime earlier that year. I don't recall when,
All right.
but it was continued. Yes, sir.
And I assume you were just real busy and that's why it took so long.
Yes, sir. And I probably caught another case to work during this time as well. I can't give you a specific reason why there was a 4-month delay in my report. It's just one of those things that happen.
And the route that you review the route that they took from the Yellow Springs Church to the river, I believe on page 2.
I do, but if you'll direct me to the paragraph, it'll.
The second to last.
Yes.
And then the route on the way home.
Happy Thanksgiving, Gigi.
Did you record the route on the way home?
No, sir. I didn't ask him the route that they took back from the river.
I heard in May that these routes had been timed. Have they ever been timed by the state?
I've driven them and timed them myself.
Was it provided in discovery?
Back then? No, sir. No, sir. I only did that earlier this year.
After the filing of this?
Wow. She said, oh, shit. Is that really true? After defense raised it as an issue that you couldn't fly down this route in time for it to make sense in the time frame necessary to fit the rest of the cell phone evidence. Oh, boy.
I've driven them and timed them myself.
Was it provided in discovery?
Back then? No, sir. No, sir. I only did that earlier this year.
After the filing of this lawsuit, the post-conviction relief?
Yes, sir.
And your times were not disclosed?
I'll be happy to tell you the times.
We'll come back to that. Prior to Mr. Autry testifying, did anybody go out into the bridge and shoot a .32 revolver to see what sound it made?
No, sir.
You agree with me, Mr. Autry? His baritone voice said it made a large, loud boom, boom, boom.
Yes, sir.
The Martins flew.
Yes, sir.
From hundreds and hundreds of yards away, a bass fisherman approached. That's Autry's story, right?
That he heard a boat crank up and leave. Yes.
Now, after the filing of my petition,
I still don't get the boat story.
you're on notice. I don't think a .32 makes that sound. You all had received where one of my investigators recreated that, correct?
Yes.
You took it on, what's the machine that measures the sound?
The decibel reader.
You took that.
And we heard about that. They see that, and I don't know if it was Kinsley that did it, but there is a video on the Trial and Error podcast where Kinsley goes out and fires a pistol under the same bridge area. And the sound is recorded. And she also describes other issues with the way the firearms evidence was presented at trial. So make sure their channel is still pinned. That video, I think, is like their fourth most recent right now. You'll see Kinsley, the blonde girl, in the thumbnail. I think she's wearing like the soundproof. You'll know it's a shooting video. Definitely recommend that one as a watch. They hear an issue post-conviction. There's an issue with the route. Oh no, finally, let's go test this. Why didn't you test that before trial? Why didn't you test that during your investigation? Oh, and now we hear the defense is raising issue with, you know, the firearm that was used couldn't have matched the description that Jason Autry gave. Oh, they went and tested it. Defense went and tested it. Now, after the trial, after we were supposed to have already done our investigation, let's go try to counter what the defense is doing now. This is not how investigation should work. This shouldn't be being done after somebody's already convicted.
I did. They didn't work very well, but I took them. Yes.
And I received it the morning of court, May 19th, right?
Yes, sir. Because we had just, well, I had planned 2 other times to try to do that. One was in January of this year, and a snowstorm happened. Couldn't do it. Another was in April, and it stormed and flooded. I couldn't get down there. So the date in May when I went was the only opportunity that I had, because I had to coordinate with 2 other agencies to help in that. So it took some time to make that happen.
And we're just going to play them. I'm going to label, I'm going to state the identifying number, and we'll play it. First one will be MAH00001.
These will be entered as an exhibit.
Yes, I'm going to collect it.
Objections? We'll move them in as exhibit 99.
Test 8:09 a.m. May 6th, Tuesday.
Next recording.
I'm going to lower the volume a little. You can hear the birds. FFS just entered the chat saying boom, 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 boom. Thank you, FFS. Let's get some W's in the chat for FFS gifting 5. He said, look, there's going to be a sound effect. I got to match it up. Thank you so much, FFS.
Fire on land, 32.
Today is May 6th, 2025. We're doing an acoustics test of the Tennessee River Bridge. The first weapon we're firing is a .32 Smith & Wesson revolver. Okay, are you ready?
Oh my God, that's quiet. Let me turn the volume up. Did I miss it?
Tennessee River Bridge. The first weapon we're firing is a .32 Smith & Wesson revolver. Okay, are you ready?
I had to turn the volume up for that. I thought we would have to turn it down. We had to turn it up. That. Oh my God.
And what's the apparatus on the left and the apparatus on the right? If I can just freeze it. Pause it. No,
Today is May 6th. Today is May 6th, 2025.
Those are
definitely a little pew.
The apparatus on the left and on the right.
The apparatus on the left is a decibel meter, and so is the one on the right. The one on the left is very old, and the one on the right is a newer model.
Okay. Are they both measuring the same sound, or is one closer and one's further away?
They did not operate as I thought they would. The one on the left, I had a tutorial from a forensic scientist, a former forensic scientist that told me how to use it. I could not get it to operate, or maybe it was operating correctly, but the numbers rarely changed when we did these tests. And the one on the right, I don't know if it was picking up on the gun or me talking or the traffic or what. So I just wanted to see what kind of decibel.
So hold on. So the one on the right, you can't distinguish what it's picking up on compared to your own voice versus the gun firing. Maybe you should check that out.
What level we could see.
And you would agree that by and large, the gun never registered higher than the traffic above on the interstate.
I think part of it is the video camera. It's just a standard video camera that we are issued in the TBI. It picks up whatever is maybe has the highest range. I don't know. I'm not an acoustics expert. So all I hear here is the interstate traffic. But on the videos we'll watch in a minute, when we're further out on the river, you hear the water splashing against the boat. You hear the gunshot, and you hear less of the interstate traffic the further away you are from the river, from the interstate.
And you know,
So they're trying to prove a boat could hear the quieter gun. So even if it wasn't the correct description, the boom, boom, boom was an inaccurate description. A boat from so far away, out of sight, could have heard and started revving over there.
also agree with me. There's no boom, boom, boom echo.
I heard it. It's a loud crack. I would not have described it as a boom, but it is a loud sound.
In other words, you're certainly familiar with firearms that make echoing sounds based on powder in the cartridge.
Well, and depending on where you are when you fire it, it would echo. Yes, sir. That would be contributory.
Okay, we're just going to walk through these videos.
Today is May 6, 2025. We're doing an acoustics experiment at the Tennessee River Bridge. The first weapon we're firing is a .32 Smith & Wesson.
It says applause. The caption.
All right, here's the second gun we're firing. It's a .32 long. Do it one more time. Hang on. Sorry. Go ahead.
This is 1 mile from the target.
Are these videos in the order that we gave them to you?
I'm not sure.
You might just be able to tell from hearing the difference between the .32 Smith & Wesson and one, and then you, your own voice, say, this is the second test. It's a .32 long. So I think her question is just like an abstract attempt at like, oh, you know, I can't just agree with the point you're trying to make directly. I'm going to try to obfuscate a little bit.
Okay.
I think it said at the bottom.
It does, but I didn't put that on the videos. Someone in your office must have done that. I didn't put that header at the bottom of the video.
Exactly the way that we received.
Okay, then this would have been at 1 mile. Yes.
If you just look at the bottom, I think it comes across.
It did, but I didn't put that on there, is what I'm saying. So I want to make sure that they're not out of order.
Yes.
Fire away.
I think the birds are louder. Oh, where's my overlay?
Fire 1 complete.
What? That's it? The birds are definitely louder.
Fire 1 complete.
This is like that Shrek scene where Fiona's trying to outsing the bird. Yeah, bring the birds to the trial.
Back by, check fire, gun 2 when you're ready.
All right.
Fire 2 complete.
Happy Thanksgiving or happy day off sunshine for you.
That's fire gun 1. Gun 2 complete. Step forward, best fire gun 1. Gun 1 complete. Are you ready for gun 2? Gun 2 complete. Gun 1 come out. Gun 1 complete. Gun 2 coming up.
Thank you, Derek.
Gun 2 complete.
You're good.
Now I can't pull it up on a StreamYard. It just says super sticker, but it's like a hippo with like a clippy robot grabbing arm, and I'm wondering if that would be louder. That would be louder than what we've got going on. And yes, I'm gonna underscore Sheriff Chuck is like, to be fair, it can be hard to capture the audio of a gun firing, but still, even with a extension of grace, I don't think we're getting into the boom, 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 boom territory here. Thank you so much for the super sticker.
Gun 1 come up. Gun 1 complete. Gun 2
Oh, it's a
coming up.
fist bump.
Gun 2 complete. French 4-7 on. 1 complete. Gun 2 coming up. Gun 2 complete. Gun 2 coming up. 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 Gun 2 com
we'll put all those on a thumb drive and make a collective exhibit.
Exhibit 99.
You agree, no boom, boom, boom.
I could hear the gunshots from 3/4 of a mile in. The audio is not clear because it's picking up all the other things that are closer to my camera. I would characterize it more as a crack sound, but I could hear it from 3/4 of a mile all the way back to the 1/10 of a mile.
In 14 years, no bass fisherman's ever come to TBI and said, I heard a gunshot on April 13th, 2011 at the river. Have they?
Yes, sir, they have.
Who?
A man named Mitchell Hayes,
And why didn't he testify?
because he didn't come forward until after the trial.
And was this information provided in discovery?
I'm not sure what the DA's office has provided to you post-trial. I just don't know.
Okay. Now,
At what point did you become concerned that Autry's reflection of the gunshot sound was not consistent with your experiment?
I'm not concerned.
And lady,
There is no way that we could know all the conditions under the bridge on the day that Holly was killed. That bridge has had repair work done on it since then. Trees
does this lady know what reasonable doubt is?
have been cut, trees have grown, whether there are a number of variables that are in play. There would be absolutely no way your expert or my feeble attempt at an acoustics test could ever accurately recreate the conditions of April 13th, 2011, because we don't know what all they were. We have no idea how many people were driving over the interstate. There's just no way to recreate it.
There are so many variables here that would have to come together for us to demonstrate that Jason Autry's story makes sense.
Exactly the way it was that day, because we don't know how it was that day.
why was Autry's February 7th, 2017 statement, nor any statement he made, recorded?
I think his attorneys.
Also, who cares if somebody heard a gunshot this day? Every 2 witnesses, we have someone up there saying that somebody was turkey hunting.
I asked that it not be recorded. That's my recollection. I wasn't in, we traveled in tandem in different vehicles. I was not in the vehicle with Autry and his attorney. I was in a vehicle that followed behind, as well as SWAT from TDOC and other law enforcement people. We had a trail of cars that followed along.
Did you pull out a handheld recorder and record it?
I did not.
Why not?
His attorneys asked us not to, is my recollection.
You would agree that Jason's proposed testimony was every bit as important as Dylan's proposed testimony.
Yes, sir.
But Mr. Scholl said it can't be recorded?
I don't recall which of his attorneys.
One of the two.
I don't recall.
All right. And this is in February of 2017. You write that Jason Autry said that the gun that Austin was wearing a .357 handgun.
Can I see that exhibit again?
Page 2.
I'm giving it back.
Madam Court Reporter, Exhibit 61. In the second full paragraph.
On which page again, sir?
Page 2.
Do you want me to read it to myself or read it out loud?
Just refresh yourself. You want to ask some questions on it?
Yes, sir. I read it, sir.
All right. No doubt in your mind, Autry said 357.
Yes.
Don't know if he's basing that on receiving the discovery where Dick Adams had a 357, or Shane Austin had a 357, or he just made it up, but it's clear he referred to it as a 357.
Yes, sir. He referred to it as a 357.
you were present in May during the Booth Dinsmore recording in May of 2017, right before the trial.
Yes, sir.
Do you, Agent Booth's handling of that concerning to you?
No, sir.
Dinsmore says it was a .38 revolver with a .357 interchangeable barrel.
He discussed two different guns. One that was thrown in a pond or a lake, I believe, and then the one that had the interchangeable barrel. Yes, sir.
And what was the one that was thrown in the water?
I don't recall if it was a 25 or a 32. I just don't recall,
Okay.
sir. It was a caliber that is smaller than a .357. I remember that, but I don't remember specifically what it was.
When the .32 revolver was pulled from the water in May of 2017, did you ever go to the prosecution and say, I think we're being lied to? Jason Autry said .357, Victor Dinsmore said .38 revolver. This isn't adding up.
No, sir.
Prior to May, did you know that a diameter of a .38 of .380 was not .38?
Did I know that the diameter of a .380 was 9.38?
No, it was not .38.
Oh, maybe. I don't know. I don't know when I learned that piece of information.
Okay.
The diameter of a .380 round.
You've learned that it's generally .355.
Yes, sir.
When did you learn that, before the trial or after, in 2017?
Probably after. In my personal life, I would have no reason to know the diameter of individual cartridges.
And you were, we'll come back to that. Autry said in his statement 3152 that he arrived at Austin's residence between 9 and 9:30. Page 2.
In that same paragraph?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, that's what he said.
And at trial, his testimony, you were there, generally reflected the same time frame.
I don't recall the time that he gave at trial specifically.
On page 1309, 1308, question. So the next phone record shows that Mr. Adams called you at 8:53 that morning, but he reached voicemail. Does that sound right to you? Answer if your records reflect that. Question. Then the records reflect, would you agree with me that the next phone call is you to Mr. Adams at 8:55? Yes. Now, is this phone call that you're saying that he called you, okay? What happened in the second phone call? Then that when maybe the voicemail picked up and I dialed right back. Answer, okay. Possibly that. Question, okay. So what happened the second phone call that you had that morning at 8:55? Answer, that's when they told me they were at Cousins, meaning 30 Yellow Springs Road. Okay. Did he say anything else besides he was at Cousins? Said he needed to see me. Again, he said he needed to see you. That's correct. And I headed that direction. Question on now 1310. So it's your testimony that after 8:55, you headed that direction. Do you remember where you were when you had that conversation with Mr. Adams? Probably in the general location of the interstate, somewhere in that, maybe not directly sitting at the interstate, but in that general location. Question, so how long would you have taken you to get to Shane Austin's trailer? I'm not directly sure. I mean, precisely the minute, 10 to 15 minutes. Okay, 10 to 15 minutes, answer maybe. You've driven it before, that's correct. This is 6 years ago. So you would agree sometime between 9:10, 9:15, in between 9, is trial testimony between 9 and 9:30, Austin or Autry's statement to you, IR 3152, Exhibit 61 to these proceedings.
Yes, sir.
All right. So here's my question then. If between 9 and 9:30, everybody is at Yellow Springs Road, including Dylan, how's Holly's cell phone still traveling?
Sir, I don't know that Holly's cell phone was traveling. If you tell me that, I did not learn Holly's cell phone activity that day. Someone else was tasked with that. I had other things that I was tasked with. So I I don't know where Holly's phone was at that time.
You heard Agent Frizzell's testimony at trial.
I did, but I don't remember specifically. There were so many different points in time that he talked about where Holly's phone was. I have no way of remembering where that was. I do not know where Holly's phone was at 9 o'clock, at 9:30.
Kind of my question yesterday. You agree some evidence can't be manipulated?
Sure.
Bank records, cell phone records, right?
Yes, sir. I was waiting for the question.
Yeah.
Yes.
What somebody says years later can be.
Can be manipulated?
Yes.
By who? By the person that says it?
Sure. Your self-serving statements about somebody having an affair in a hotel. They can provide self-serving statements.
Yes, sir.
As you listen to Victor Dinsmore in March of 2014 being whatever you want to call it by Dennis Benjamin, you would agree whatever comes from Victor Dinsmore's mouth is not reliable, right?
In that interview, he sounded defensive to me.
In any interview since.
I wouldn't say that, no, sir.
You have no answer for why Holly's cell phone was from 8:11 a.m. traveling in a clockwise direction, the last ping at 9:25 on Gooch Creek Road. And according to Autry's testimony, they're all there at Yellow Springs Road during this time frame.
Your question is, do I have an answer why that happened? No, sir, I don't.
Who all received reward money for testifying?
I have no idea.
Do you know there was reward money?
I know that there was reward money. I saw the posters that were posted all over Decatur County.
Do you know that it's been paid?
No, sir, I don't.
Who would know that?
I would assume whoever is overseeing the management of those reward funds, and I don't even know who that is.
Within TBI or some Tennessee entity?
I have no idea. I was not involved with the reward money or any of that.
You have heard Dylan Adams, his recorded interview in 2014.
Are we talking about the one where Mr. Benjamin brought him to the TBI office?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, I saw it live.
And would you in any way ever characterize Dylan Adams as a details man?
Well, I don't know how to answer your question specifically. There were parts of and times where Dylan, not just that particular interview, but other interviews where he was detailed. So if it's if you're talking about details specific to that day or details about other things they talked about in that interview, I guess if you'll pinpoint specifically what you're talking about, Mr. Bates, I'll answer more
Fair
specifically
enough.
myself.
Part of this investigation, you, I'm sure, reviewed Dylan Adams, his general backstory in life.
Yes.
Special education.
Yes, sir.
He has a hard time communicating. You've listened to him talk enough.
I saw him testify when we were here in May, and he spoke fluently.
Oh my God.
You've heard
baby.
recorded conversations he had on the telephone.
Yes.
You've heard his recorded conversations he had with Dennis Benjamin while Dylan Adams was in Obion County Jail.
I don't think I listened to those. No, sir.
Okay.
Someone did, but I don't believe it was me.
And you're aware that Dylan, he often said, I don't know.
I don't recall that.
In the September 2014 recorded interview that the court's going to watch in full if it hadn't already. So your testimony, you don't remember him saying, I don't know often.
That's correct. I watched it live. I have not watched the video since then. So that was 9, 10, 11 years ago.
She can't answer a single question without making at least one excuse.
Page 5 of your IR 3152, with regard to D. Adams, Dylan, Autry described him as the detail guy. Is that consistent with any part of your investigation that Autry was there to listen to Dylan, the detail guy?
Well, that's not my interpretation of what the detail guy is. Are you suggesting that the detail guy is the mastermind, the one that runs things? I guess maybe you and I are talking about this.
Okay, well, you might be talking about in the Army, the detail is cleaning something, or what are you talking about? I mean, the
I think
fine points of something. Dylan is the mastermind thinking this thing through.
That's not my interpretation of what detail guy means. I didn't get to ask Mr. Autry what he meant by detail guy.
Okay.
So the way that this happened, we were in a separate car for Mr. Autry, and I don't recall which agent was in the car with Mr. Autry, but they called me and we had an open telephone line. So I was making notes as the conversation progressed in the vehicle with Mr. Autry. So I wasn't able to follow up and ask what he meant by detail guy.
And really, the only way for us to know is to hear how the context in which it was provided and his tone of voice.
Or to ask Mr. Autry.
Or to ask Mr. Autry. And the first two would have been helpful if it was recorded.
Yes, sir.
Now, I want to talk about the ATM video and the Silverado. Do you have any recollection prior to the trial of watching the ATM video?
No, sir.
Thank you for your honesty.
I will be honest with you, Mr. Bates. I took an oath.
You had no memory like Agent Booth of saying, I don't remember anything from that recording except I did remember an 1112 was a gray truck.
I think Agent Booth was mistaken on when he saw that video. Agent Booth and I watched that video, and I can give you the backstory of how we got to that point, but we watched that video together last year. And I think Agent Booth was
Alabama
confused by your question and got his time trial. But that's just my opinion.
I know it's painful.
What's painful, Mr. Bates?
Saying that Agent Booth lied under oath to the court.
Not at all.
Now,
Let's put some respect on Doug Bates. Look at this.
Together last year. And I think Agent Booth was confused by your question and got his time trial. But that's just my opinion.
I know it's painful.
What's painful, Mr. Bates?
Saying that Agent Booth lied under oath to the court.
I'm going to object to that characterization. That's not at all.
Now,
And again, this is all after Subpoena Gate. And Ferguson's the one, I'm pretty sure, that goes to Alabama to pick up this DVD to try to get the full version of the video.
did you have any part
Oh, we just don't remember.
renaming the video to be labeled BP?
No, sir. No, sir. Absolutely not.
Absolutely not.
And I take issue with the relabeling or mislabeling. Well,
is it
when the
concerning?
discovery was being prepared, when everything was being prepared to provide in discovery, the district attorney's conference hired an intern to come, and that person stayed in our TBI office for probably months. He had to copy things that were on CDs. We didn't really have external hard drives then. You have to remember this was, 2015 when he was doing this. So a lot of things were on CDs or DVDs. And then a lot of stuff was still paper copy. So he spent a lot of time duplicating everything that was in this room. We had a room at our office that we called the Bobo room because that's where all of this material was kept. And he was tasked with copying everything out of that room. And if he had a question, he came to us and asked. So he copied it. And if that was the only thing that was inadvertently labeled differently than the way it was on the CD, well, I'm surprised there wasn't more. I fat finger stuff on my computer every day. But no way was it ever intentionally done.
Not saying it was intentional by you. As I understand from Agent Joe Walker's testimony in May, as an intern that had it, and it went from BP ATM to BP.
I don't remember what it looked like on the end. So when it went from there to discovery, that's what it would have been for the DA, and they would have copied it and provided it to the defense. But this intern knew nothing about the Bobo case.
And so if it was labeled BP and you never watched it before trial, and you think Agent Booth didn't watch it, you can say confidently, can't you, that no representative of the state of Tennessee watched that video at 11:12 a.m., correct?
I don't know who else would have watched it. I can tell you that I did not watch it. That time frame had never become relevant. There was never any mention of an ATM or any of the defendants or Shane Adams going to the ATM that day in our statements to them. We would not have known to look forward on the video that
And is this why you flipped the lid when you saw Dr. Katie Spirko and Dana McClendon upload a video of Zach Adams before you go haul your ass to Alabama to pick up this ATM DVD that apparently, this is a new detail. I heard something about file names, but I didn't hear Doug spell it out in arguments. But somebody changed the file name at some point in time, removing the key phrase, and discovery should be searchable. And I remember something about searchability being made difficult for the defense, and you're not supposed to do that. But Doug has something where he can show that the file name changed from BP ATM to BP. And if someone were to search discovery looking for evidence of ATM, that's no longer going to come up in the results of this 4 terabytes of data. And now this lady, like, I don't even know what, this is definitely, I think this is the worst testimony that we've heard from this week. Because this is the enabler. This is the person that hides her own hands and puts a blind eye when everybody else is screwing something up. And yet, the only time she wants to do something and get to the bottom of something is when she sees something that's going to undermine the integrity of the conviction. Significantly undermine it. It's okay if it only undermines it a little bit because we have all this other evidence we never can spell out. But when it comes to Zach Adams talking about an ATM beforehand, we're going to subpoena and find out how Dr. Katie Spirko and Dana McClendon got this information and are challenging us. And now she's going to make a big deal. There was never any mention of an ATM. And then we're going to hear, it doesn't matter if there's also bank records. It doesn't matter if Dylan Adams is also seen on a surveillance store camera making a purchase inside a gas station right next to the bank where the ATM is. That's the work back that they are trying to do to maintain this conviction. And it's disgusting.
Dicus described earlier today to look at 1111. And furthermore, I can't tell you that that's a Silverado truck in that video, and you certainly can't make out anybody that's in that vehicle.
But we have them on surveillance. Like, this is a role reversal again. This sounds like when your client, as a defense attorney, is caught red-handed. Their phone puts them there, they're on surveillance, and they have a witness saying, I saw this person there. And then the defense attorney is like, well, you can't tell for certain. It's a little shadowy, right? This is how the state sounds consistently throughout this entire proceeding. Oh yeah, and it wasn't OCR.
May I see the exhibit? May I just walk around and look at the exhibit to make sure I'm fully
Oh.
47.
She took a 61.
It's IR 509, it's 47.
I can.
Yeah, Kate Rick, that's why I'm like, it's so interesting to watch the 2017 trial with all of the details. It's not just one. Let me link to the specific video from Trial and Error. So I totally recommend watching everything they have on their page. Some of their stuff is labeled as a podcast episode, and then there's like bonus videos, and then also court footage, like court hearings, like what we're replaying right now, all mixed in. But I recommend all of it. But if you're short on time, definitely recommend watching this firearm video. And where is the alibi one? I think it was episode 10 of the podcast. Yep, and then I recommend episode 10 of the podcast for the alibi evidence. So we're going to spell it all out. Like, Zach, and it's the video that Cathy Ferguson gets the Department of Corrections. She goes in and she's like, bum, 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 what is Katie Spirko doing? That's the video. You'll see the surveillance photo, still image from the gas station checkout counter of Dylan Adams making a purchase. They've got some of the bank records. They tie it all together and how it wouldn't fit with the phone records. So the leaps and bounds you'd have to go through to say, well, this could still be a tiny little possibility on this one piece of them. And then here, there's another separate tiny possibility. The way that the layers of Swiss cheese would have to align are just impossible. And knowing all that now while watching the 2017 trial, like, we've never been able to do something like this as like stuff we've watched on this channel, to be able to sit here and say, here's 10 witnesses that are going to tell us a detail. And these 10 witnesses genuinely believe that this detail is going to point in the direction of Zach Adams and a proper investigation. And the jury sitting there having, well, why would these people all be wrong? And yet we know for a fact it can't add up and point to Zach Adams with the evidence available now that the jury never had at trial. What food for thought this is. But yeah, definitely recommend those two. There's a ton of tea. There's like Vincent Dinsmore deep dives. There's the Terry Britt deep dives. They go a little bit further into Dylan Adams than what we've seen in the hearings so far. Just all of them are great watches. So recommend the whole thing. But definitely those two videos on the firearm evidence and the alibi evidence. If you're confused when I say subpoena gate, go check those out. So, and we are still, James says, is this the same judge as the hearings the other day? So what we're watching right now is August 15th, 2025. So, and they should be linked in the description, I think. Maybe they're not. I've been copying and pasting, like every video we've done for the last 2 weeks should have trial and error linked. So, but yeah, this is crazy. This is crazy. And again, I'm sure it happens in other cases too, but we just don't get to peek behind the curtain like this usually.
I apologize. Let's see.
I got
Get 23.
Joe Walker's exhibits. What are you looking for?
23, Your Honor.
That's back records.
That's it. It is, Your Honor. To the witness.
Thank you.
And have you seen these documents before?
Yes, sir, I have.
And what do they show?
Page 1 is Agent Walker's investigative report concerning a subpoena that he issued to the bank for Shane Austin's bank record.
To be clear, what date was the subpoena?
Let me find it. September, it's hard to read the judge's writing. Yeah. September 30th, 2020. I'm sorry, 2014.
Okay. This was way prior to me.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And the state issued a subpoena for Shane Austin's records.
Yes.
Then the state received the ATM that the ATM showed, the bank record showed various transactions.
Yes, the results of this subpoena are at the back. Yes.
And that's in 2014.
Yes.
So the state's been on notice since then. There's an ATM withdrawal from that day.
Yes.
And
When do they change the file name? Please tell us he knows when they changed the file name.
At no point did anybody, either Joe Walker didn't know the ATM video existed because it was labeled BP, lied, looked at it, and lied about it. Those are two options, right?
I'm sorry, was that was that a question?
Yes.
All right. So your question to me is Joe Walker either didn't look at it or he looked at it and lied about it.
Right.
We didn't have a reason to go look at the ATM video. These are not timestamped. Shane Austin never told us that he went to the ATM on the morning that Holly was kidnapped. Zach Adams, Dylan Adams, neither of them either said it either. So there was no lead to chase down to find the video of that time. However, if it had happened, we would still be left with a grainy video of a vehicle, of different vehicles. In fact, because there's no timestamp on here, we would be looking at every vehicle that came through the ATM.
You should have.
We didn't know.
Why not?
I didn't know until listening to the jail calls between Mr. Adams and Dr. Spirko that Mr. Adams said that they pulled into the ATM video with the passenger side facing the ATM so that the passenger could reach the ATM.
Which is exactly what the video showed, right?
It does show that, but we didn't know that.
I understand.
Mr. Adams, Shane, Dylan, none of them ever said that. So getting these records.
And yet you still don't want to say you think Jason Autry lied.
That show that there was an ATM withdrawal, it doesn't have a timestamp. So we could have looked at the ATM video and seen, I don't know how many cars came through there that day. If it was 4, if it was 44, I don't know. But we would not have been able to see which vehicle Shane Austin was in.
Doug's
You
about
would
to
agree that
cook.
Silverado matched one of the several vehicles y'all had impounded from the defendants in this case.
Again, I can't say that that's a Silverado if it's a Chevy or a GMC. I can't tell.
Okay.
But there were a fleet of vehicles that between Autry, Dylan, and Shane, and Zach, that we did impound and search.
And is one of the reasons you wanted the actual ATM
Happy
footage
Thanksgiving.
from the bank to see if they had a better copy instead of the grainy footage?
No, sir. The backstory with ATM, are you talking about the DVR? I'm gonna call it the DVR from the ATM device itself.
Yes.
Is that what you're referring to?
Yes, ma'am.
Again, it goes back to jail calls between Mr. Adams and Dr. Spirko. I overheard a call where she was telling Mr. Adams that the subpoena had been issued to the bank for video footage. And she went on to tell Mr. Adams that she had contact with someone who used to work at the bank, and there was a DVD of video footage from 4/13/11 that TBI had refused to pick up back in 2011. Well, I took issue with that. I didn't believe that to be true. However, I needed to vet that and run that to ground. So I reached out to the bank as well. And they told me that they had received a subpoena from you, I assume, for that footage, and they were going to provide it to you. And I asked if I could have a copy of it. And he said, yes, give me a subpoena. So I did. And when I got that footage back, it was very limited. I forget, just a very brief amount of time.
Same time frame of Terry Dicus's journal entries, wasn't it?
I don't recall, but it was early in the morning, and it wasn't as much footage as Dr. Spirko believed was on it based on.
Is he calling them journal entries because they weren't ever published as IRs?
The phone calls that she had with Mr. Adams. So I called the bank security guy back, Mr. Mayfield, and asked him, was there any additional footage? And he said that was the only
Yeah, we can
DVD
run that back. What is happening? And this is a long run excuse, obfuscating, all because she doesn't want to say that they could have looked and had this alibi right there. And they didn't do normal basic what you'd expect investigators to do. Yet they'll go out of their way to find out how Dr. Katie Spirko is going and speaking to Zach Adams.
For that footage, and they were going. However, I ended up work at the bench, and Mr. Adams calls would call it the DVR.
God, this is such a long answer.
You wanted the actual ATM footage from the bank to see if they had a better copy instead of the grainy footage.
No, sir. The backstory with ATM, are you talking about the DVR? I'm gonna call it the DVR from the ATM device itself.
Yes.
Is that what you're referring to?
Yes, ma'am.
Again, it goes back to jail calls between Mr. Adams and Dr. Spirko. I overheard a call where she was telling Mr. Adams that the subpoena had been issued to the bank for video footage. And she went on to tell Mr. Adams that she had contact with someone who used to work at the bank, and there was a DVD of video footage from 4/13/11 that TBI had refused to pick up back in 2011.
Refused
Well, I
to
took issue
pick
with
up.
that. I didn't believe that to be true. However, I needed to vet that and run that to ground. So I reached out to the bank as well. And they told me that they had received a subpoena from you, I assume, for that footage, and they were going to provide it to you. And I asked if I could have a copy of it. And he said, yes, give me a subpoena. So I did. And when I got that footage back, it was very limited. I forget, just a very brief amount of time.
Same time frame of Terry Dicus's journal entries, wasn't it?
I don't recall, but it was early in the morning, and it wasn't as much footage as Dr. Spirko believed was on it based on the phone calls that she had with Mr. Adams. So I called the bank security guy back, Mr. Mayfield, and asked him, was there any additional footage? And he said that was the only DVD that he had, and it was left over from that security person that had worked at the bank back in 2011. So from there, he told me that Dr. Spirko had asked him for the recording device inside the ATM itself. Again, I'll just call it a DVR. I don't know if that's what it is, but that's what I'm going to call it. And he told her she needed another subpoena. And she said, okay, I'm coming to get it. Well, that concerned me. If there is footage that needs to be recovered and we never got it, well, I'm obligated to do that. But also, Dr. Spirko is not law enforcement. At that point, she was not working for you, and I had no idea what she was going to do with that. If there was footage that we didn't get and it was recoverable, I had to do diligence to find that. So I asked Mr. Mayfield what he needed for me to get that recorder from him, and he said a subpoena. So I sent him a second subpoena, and he facilitated getting that recorder back to us.
Criminal investigative subpoena.
ATBI administrative subpoena, yes.
Right. Mm-hmm. And the video on the disc that the defense counsel received, we received it because I used the subpoena power of the court and asked the clerk to issue it, correct?
I'm not sure what method you used to get your subpoena, Mr. Bates.
Okay.
I don't know.
And you asked Mr. Mayfield to sign a statement that he would keep that confidential.
Yes.
I did send a confidentiality notice with the subpoena because at that point, and I'd have to verify the dates. I just don't remember, but.
Just say yes. Just say yes. Just say yes. The worst time to yap is when you're backed into a corner.
To sign a statement that he would keep that confidential.
I did send a confidentiality notice with the subpoena because at that point, and I'd have to verify the dates. I just don't remember. But at some point during this time, Mr. Adams was using another inmate's pen to make phone calls and was talking more freely using that inmate's pen. And he and Dr. Spirko had several conversations about making sure that that was kept secret so that we weren't aware of the phone calls they were having. I was afraid that if Mr. Mayfield alerted Dr. Spirko that a subpoena had been issued, that she would figure out that we were onto this other pen where they were talking. So I was trying to glean additional information from those phone calls without them knowing that I was listening to them.
So that's the reason why potentially better viewing software from April 13, 2011 was kept by the state and kept confidential from me.
I don't know what you're talking about, Mr. Bates. Could you?
Because you obfuscated and you went down a whole side story that doesn't address the issue. You made up a whole different issue to weave into your answer. You issuing a subpoena and asking someone to keep it confidential so they don't find out about some calls? How would that possibly tip Spirko off if they were already requesting? At this point in time, the defense had already requested multiple times a copy of this footage, not just from the state, but they'd already gotten a judicial subpoena, which means everybody knows that this is being looked for. So what would the defense's judicial subpoena do to tip off this person who was in custody of the DVR that they were coming in for these records? It's just an attempt to get on the record in front of this judge. Hey, they're doing shady things, so don't look at us doing shady things that got a man convicted and are trying to preserve his conviction.
Well, the video, you agree, there's a chance
crazy.
The ATM
This is
DVR
crazy.
was going to have a format that we could see more clearly the passengers in the vehicles that drove by that ATM on April 13, 2011.
I have no idea what the capabilities were of that DVR. So when I got it, I gave it to our technical folks, our experts in our office, and they made a copy of it, which was provided to your office.
After I brought it up, right?
Sir, I don't know how all of that played out. However, a copy was provided to your office. What we learned, or what I learned from our digital experts, was that the last footage, the oldest footage on that DVR was from sometime in 2016. And Mr. Mayfield had told me that the DVR was taken out and replaced with newer equipment, I assume, in 2017. So our expert said that 2016 was the oldest footage that was on there. So according to him, there was nothing on that DVR from 2011.
Yeah, I'm telling you, I think this is the worst testimony that we're hearing. This is and I don't think she's intentionally the protector. She's just so hard-headed that she doesn't see the malicious things that other people are doing. She thinks it's righteous. She thinks it's justified. She swears that she's this genius, that everything is going to be the means to the end, that she doesn't care if these weird, convoluted, corrupted means get to the totally wrong end. She probably just looks in the mirror and pats herself on the back every morning. I really think that's the worst kind of person to have in this position. Holy moly. Kesnil says, thank you, Kesnil says, to make sure I get it, if you get subpoenaed and you don't show up, you're cooked. Well, it's not ever going to be good if you have a court ordered subpoena, you're supposed to show up and you fail to obey a court order. If there's a subpoena, there also needs to be service. So say, for example, let's use the Elon Musk case, one of his child support or custody cases. His child's parent, Grimes, was trying to find all these ways to serve a subpoena to him. And he wouldn't accept service at his address. She tried to go to the law firm where one of his attorneys of records worked. They declined to receive it. And she had a private investigator lay out at an airport hangar and get him served while he was getting on a jet or something. Or she failed to. She made all these attempts, but you document every attempt and you take it to the court and you say, look, I made a good faith effort at subpoenaing this person. I'm unable to serve them. And then you can request a substitution or alternative service. And a type of alternative service might be the court already knows that this person has a law firm and correspondence to the law firm can be deemed as service. And the court can help you work out all these different ways to make sure a subpoena is effectively served. But once a subpoena is deemed served, that someone has knowledge of it, yeah, then you can be in trouble. Especially the court's going to look at that as you're defying a court's order now. So you do have to make sure a subpoena is properly served and it's on the record as being properly served. But yeah, you can get in some hot water if you do not respond. So, and there's all sorts of different issues too, though. Like some states, if you're out of state, it can be more difficult. But yeah, so it gets really specific the further you get into it. Yep, that's true too. There's also published public notice. And public notice, even outside the realms of a subpoena, for example, in death, when you pass away, gotta publish notice. Your executor or the administrator of your estate, you've got to publish a death notice. You've got to give time for creditors to make their claims on any stakes they have in the estate. And that can be done by publishing to a newspaper. So different from a subpoena, but another way to notice. So, and then there we go. I'm going to hit play. I'm going to go get tea or something because I'm losing my voice from screaming what's going on in here. I think this is the worst. This is the worst testimony we've heard in this whole crazy ordeal.
You had a chance to, did you review Mr. Adams's Facebook records as part of your work in this case?
I did not.
Who is Ryan Fletcher?
I'm sorry. Mr. Fletcher is a former TBI agent.
And when did he retire?
I don't think he retired. He left employment to go somewhere else.
Okay. Is he still in Tennessee?
I don't know. I take that back. I don't think he's in Tennessee. I think he's in the DC area.
Okay. You never seen his report where he discusses Zach Adams on Facebook?
I'm sure I have. I don't remember specifics of it.
Okay,
Would you like me to review it?
You don't remember the specifics of Zach being on Facebook at 8:39, April 13th, 2011?
No, sir. I know that there were some records about some Facebook posts, and I think there was someone that chastised Mr. Adams for something that he posted, but I don't remember specifics beyond that. I know that there were selfies of Mr. Adams that were taken, and we tracked down the GPS locations of those photos, but that's just a broad stroke general that I remember about the Facebook records.
Handed you a document that was pre-labeled 2264.
It's not by.
Would you like me to review this, Ms. Rates?
Please.
Sure.
Mark it for an indication.
I've reviewed it.
And as part of your work reviewing various IRs,
Yes,
and you understand what an investigative report looks like.
I did. Yes, sir.
And just to be clear, investigative report has a heading with a case agent and an author,
Yes.
which this has.
Yes, sir.
Activity date, report date, which this has.
Yes, sir.
Approved by, which this has.
Yes, sir.
A description,
Yes, sir.
an IR number and a case number,
Yes.
and then the suspects and the victim.
Yes.
And in your opinion, then, does this look like a valid investigative report kept in the normal course of business of the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation?
It does.
Your Honor, I move to enter it into evidence.
Objections.
No objection.
Exhibit 100 in evidence.
Now, might not be a cell phone expert. Are you a Facebook expert? Because on April 13th, 2011, where do you account for Zach being on Facebook at 8:39 that morning?
Well, a couple of things stand out to me in this IR, and they're not sequential, so I'll start with the first one. It says, Facebook no longer has records from 2011 for Adams logging into his Facebook page. Further on in the third paragraph, Agent Fletcher says that Adams used his computer to access Facebook. There's no way to know if it was Mr. Adams, just that there was a login on the Facebook. So I have an issue with the way that this was written, and I didn't catch it at the time. But there's, without seeing the logins to know that it was somebody, and then even if we had the login, somebody could have used Mr. Adams' login to access Facebook to make a post. This to me is not conclusive evidence that Mr. Adams was on his home computer when he made the Facebook post.
You would agree with me, it certainly rebuts Mr. Adams from 8:11 through 8:56 being on towers 12-531, 10-962, and 10-961 away from his home.
This post could have been made on a phone.
But it rebuts. And his phone, based on Mr. Frizzell and Mr. Reed says, his phone was on his home tower during the morning hours, right?
I'm not trying to be argumentative, sir, but I don't remember specifically to say that for sure is where it was.
Just to be clear, the only explanation for the competing Facebook and cell phone information that cannot be manipulated is Zach must have been traveling without his phone that morning.
I can't say that with any certainty, sir.
Otherwise, his cell phone was on his home tower during the middle of the night in the early morning hours.
He could have made a Facebook post using someone else's phone, using someone else's computer. I don't know, sir.
But the 8:39 window is the time frame where Miss Bobo's cell phone there was no activity on cell tower 10961, according to Marshal John Walker. The same marshal that the state of Tennessee tried mightily to discredit. Right?
Sir,
Yes.
the question was, did the state of Tennessee try to discredit?
Yes.
Mr.
Number one,
Marshall?
they tried to discredit his work.
He was not a cell phone expert, sir.
Okay. Because Marshal Walker had the theory, predicted where the remains were, and was proven right according to Marshal Walker's testimony. Correct?
Yeah, he's pretty confident that he figured it out early on.
Hindsight's proven him right.
Well, again, what's the range of the ping where her phone was? If it's 3 miles, then yeah, he got it right, but it's in that 3 mile window. I just don't know the range of the pings on her phone from 2011, sir.
Can you help reconcile for me this? May of 2025, Brent Booth says, September 2017 and May of 2025, the Sheila Kilzer's phone call changed everything. Yesterday, it just kept the course going with an accelerated path. Which is it?
I came on as the administrative case agent the end of 2013, early 2014, sometime in that time frame. I started going back through the case file because at this point, Terry Britt was off our radar and we needed to look to see who the suspects were. Because we didn't know who that was, several of us went back through the case file to see what's there. And at this point, there were close to 1,900 IRs in the case file. So several of us started what I call data mining, going back through the reports and reading them. And we noticed that Shane Adams, Jason Autry, and Zach Adams, their statements in the beginning were pretty vague. But the further we got away from Holly's kidnapping, the more detailed their stories became. So especially in the summer of 2011, their stories started to match up a little better. Around that time, shortly thereafter, is when Sheila Kilzer called Agent Booth. So that helped us hyper-focus our efforts on Jason and Zach and Shane and ultimately Dylan. And they all happened close to the same time frame.
And was that the same time frame Dennis Benjamin began working the case also?
I don't know, sir.
It's an important part to know, isn't it?
I don't know when Dennis Benjamin started working with the Bobos.
Not my question, whether you know. It's important to know, isn't it?
No, sir, not to me.
In light of everything you've heard from Dennis Benjamin, in light of the fact that he housed Dylan Adams, 5 weeks later, Dylan Adams, a special ed, sit through a 4-hour interview that you watched where he says everything under the sun inconsistent with each other or not. So you don't think Dennis Benjamin played a significant part of this?
No, sir.
Agent Van Hooser and him were working together?
I was not privy to conversations that SAC Van Hooser had with Mr. Benjamin. So again, I don't know who tasked Mr. Benjamin with doing the things that he did.
You've reviewed what was marked for identification 70, 71, and 72.
I'd have to see him, sir, to know what you're referring to.
Madam Court Reporter could.
(71 and 72)
70, 71, and 72.
Thank you. I haven't, sir.
All right. Did you, when Sheila Kilzer became an important witness, did you do what y'all did with other people and say, hey, give me everything involving Kilzer. Let's see what we got.
Yes, yes,
All
sir.
right. So you remember looking at IR 1490?
Eventually, after Agent Booth, let me get my time frame here. the way that we worked in the command post, when a lead came in and we sent an agent out to work it, they would come back and report to us what they had found. So it's a dead end. This person says they didn't say that, or we need to do additional investigative work to clear this lead. So I learned of this from Agent Booth orally when he came back to report what he had found. And eventually I saw the IR.
Okay.
But we don't go work a lead and immediately do the IR and then it's in front of us. There's a process for how that happens.
And can you look at IR 1489, which is ID 71?
Yes, sir. I've reviewed it. It appears so sequentially. This happened first.
Correct.
The interview
71 happened first.
Yes, and then 70.
Your Honor, I've moved to enter both 70 and 71 into evidence.
Objections?
No.
So
What about 72?
we'll get 70.
Okay, 70, 71, now moved in that.
Yes, Your Honor, I'm sorry. So let's walk through the progression of how this case, this vignette happened all the time, didn't it? Somebody tells you information, you try to pin it down, it's not true.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So May 3rd, 2013, Brent Booth meets with Billy Lloyd Tucker at the Henderson County Jail. Billy says that Jason Kilzer was in jail cell with him and told him he knew what happened to Holly Bobo. He said Jason Kilzer told him Holly was smoking meth with Zach Adams and Jason Autry. He said they planned to get money from Holly's parents by kidnapping Holly. He said Jason took Holly from her home that day and took her to Zach Adams' grandfather's house in the north end of Decatur County or southern Benton County. He said they held her there until Holly wanted to leave and Zach accidentally killed her. He said Zach choked her until she died. He said that Holly's body was put in a well at the north end of Decatur County. Dylan Adams, Zach's brother, told this to Jason Kilzer. He said Jason Kilzer lives in Scottsdale with his grandfather. Jason bonded out yesterday, May 1st, 2013. Then May 2nd, 2013, Agent Booth meets with Jason Kilzer, and Kilzer immediately says, Mr. Booth, I know why you're here. I've heard from Billy Tucker what he's telling is a lie. I knew nothing about Holly. I would tell you.
I'm sorry. Are you asking me, is that what the IR says?
No.
I'm waiting for the question, sir.
The question is, you agree this shows the lack of credible information being presented to the state of Tennessee.
Hey, Broken Baker fam. So we over here, we have been looking back at the Zachary Adams trial from 2017 and all of the post-conviction hearings. Zach Adams is fighting for a new trial. This has been like a long, like year-long calendar span of dates across several months. And in my opinion, today we're watching the worst testimony I've heard so far from a TBI agent, so Tennessee Bureau of Investigation. This is Cathy Ferguson. It's 4 hours of testimony at one of these post-conviction hearings for a new trial from August 15th of 2025. It's really scary how this investigation, and I'm sure many others, were carried out. Good to see everybody from Broken Baker. Happy Thanksgiving to all celebrating. Happy Thanksgiving. Also, big thank you here. Kesnel says, follow me here, Kat. If a jury thinks I stole a box of cookies, and I'm subpoenaed because they lack proof, but I'm known around Sesame Street as Cookie Monster, can I plead the fifth or would I have to talk in court? If you're supposed to go under oath, unless you're given some type of immunity, you always have your right, your Fifth Amendment right. Unless you're given something where it becomes obsolete, such as immunity. So yes, you could. But the way you're making this a Cookie Monster example, it's really relevant because it just seems like some of the things they're doing here are just by the most elementary level of knowledge, wrong, improper, and being done just to get and then maintain a conviction. And it's not right. It's really not right. If you're new to this case, you'll see we're listening in the background here. We have Trial and Error podcast with Dr. Katie Spirko, who the state is trying to subpoena. They really don't like Katie Spirko. And Dana McClendon, a defense attorney. They have a podcast, Trial and Error, and they were consultants. Katie was a consultant for Zachary Adams, his defense team's work for this post-conviction relief. And they have an incredible podcast deep diving the evidence, trial testimony, stuff that didn't come in court, and why Zach has a solid alibi. So with what we know now, with evidence of this alibi and the state shenanigans seemingly to keep this alibi under wraps or try to discredit it with really reaching things like, well, it's kind of blurry. The photo you have is kind of blurry, even though you have details that corroborate from the guys that, hey, they backed into the ATM and the video shows a truck backing into the ATM. Well, we don't know if they were there at the right time. Well, we have somebody from the group of the three guys at the gas station next door making a purchase from a still frame of the surveillance footage from the gas station at that time. No, we don't really know if they were all there together. Well, we have Shane Autry, who since killed himself. He was initially offered immunity, but then they rescinded the immunity offer after he couldn't point them to the victim Holly Bobo's body, and then he killed himself. He had bank transactions from that day, but unfortunately, all his bank statements don't have minute and second timestamps on them. They just have the dates. So the state is playing a game of reasonable doubt to defend the holes in their own case. And I could go on for like an hour trying to weave the web together. If you go down this rabbit hole, you are going to be stunned. And I highly recommend you start with the Trial and Error podcast. We're watching the full trial and the hearings if you want to hang out with us for the rest. It's going to take us about another week, I think. It's astonishing. So let me link you guys to T&E. Shout out to everyone from Broken Baker. Thank you again to Kesno. And yes, we are in the middle. We're just over halfway through Cathy Ferguson's testimony.
Objection, Your Honor, to that characterization of the question. That terminology, that's for Your Honor to decide the credibility of the information, not for Mr. Bates or this witness.
Or she could say no, as she's somewhat been pointed to.
All right, I'll allow the question. Objection.
Would you ask it again, sir?
Well played. All right. Would you agree? You have one witness saying another witness says something incriminating. You go to that other witness, they say, that's not true.
That's what happened, yes.
Nothing.
It appears Jason Kilzer's out of jail at this time. Or do you know?
I don't know. It doesn't say, well, it's blacked out. So I don't know if Kilzer was in jail when Agent Booth talked to him or not. This copy is redacted, so I'm not sure.
Okay.
Wait, let me tell you guys, the Baker crew, what got me into this case. So 2 Wednesdays ago, I heard that Dylan Adams, brother and co-defendant of Zachary Adams, before he was indicted in this case, and they just discussed this in this testimony a little bit, like 15 minutes ago, he's picked up on federal gun charges with this guy, Jason Kilzer. When Jason Kilzer and Dylan Adams are picked up on these gun charges, Sheila Kilzer's mom calls TBI agent Brent Booth and says she has info that can help them with the Holly Bobo case. And there's all this money, all of these search party, the whole community wants a resolution on the Holly Bobo case. Sheila Kilzer's like, well, I have information. I overheard that Jason overheard that Dylan was talking about him and his brother and Shane and another guy, Jason Autry, who's a whole nother rabbit hole, has something to do with it. Well, when did you hear this? Well, 6 or 7 months ago. But she only calls to tell TBI this tip after her son gets picked up on federal gun charges. So a few months pass with Dylan in custody, and suddenly they offer him a deal. So he gets out, he's going to get released, he's going to be on probation. But one of the conditions of his probation is that he's got to go live with Dennis Benjamin, who's at that point, he's a retired Memphis police officer who was working in the capacity as a private investigator for the Bobo family. So Dylan Adams, who has cognitive disabilities and was already told Dennis Benjamin and Agent Brent Booth are like traveling to Indiana to talk to this guy, Vincent Dinsmore, that used to be a local drug dealer in this neighborhood. And they're like, look, we've got charges we could bring on you. You're facing 8 charges. We need you to help us and give us a lead on this Holly Bobo case. There's also money. There's also a monetary reward. And we could say, you know, you helped us. We could try to make sure you're in good for that money. And suddenly, Victor Dinsmore is like, you know what? You've got to go talk to Dylan Adams. He's the weakest link. He's the one you've got to talk to. So as a probation condition, they ship Dylan Adams to go live with this retired officer / private investigator for the Bobos. 5 weeks later, they've got him in an interview, and you can go and replay the interview. He's sitting there the whole interview. It's Brent Booth and a different investigator, Jackson. Jackson's giving detail by detail. And then you went to the green couch, and then there were pink panties, and then and the whole time Dylan's just like, It's so bad they don't want to call Dylan at trial against Dylan Adams. They don't want to use this interview at trial because they know it's extremely bad for them. But they use all of that, even though the details are coming from Jackson's questioning, to say that they got details that point to the group of 4 friends. It's wild. It's wild. I'm going to stop there. But there's so much. I highly recommend a deep dive, you guys. It gets so much worse than what I just spieled. Let's get back into this Cathy Ferguson mess, who is my profile picture, by the way.
You would agree with this, just because somebody said something doesn't make it true.
That's right. That's why you go and you try to vet it. You either run it to ground to say, we've hit a dead end, we can't prove this one way or another, or they admit that they lied about it. And that happened pretty frequently, very frequently in this case.
My word, you view evidence that can't be manipulated. Facebook records, sale records, bank records, ATM videos, BP videos.
Those are things that cannot be manipulated. You're right.
Now, IR 72, IR 1883, Exhibit 72, IR 1883.
I'm reviewing that. Is it okay? Mr. Bates, over. Okay. I've reviewed it.
And this appears to be an accurate summary of Agent Booth's discussion with Sheila Kilzer.
I assume so. I wasn't there, but I would assume that it's an accurate depiction.
And
yesterday we learned that you're in charge of refocusing the investigation based on this phone call to Agent Booth,
which you would agree is either this phone call is true or Jason Autry's testimony is true, but not both.
Mr. Bates, you have to remember that we received this information in 2014. We didn't talk to Jason Autry and get...
Is it true or not? This is not the type of answer that makes sense in response to this question. It doesn't matter if the information you had available has changed or not. But the story, one story that says these things, says ABC, can not reconcile with a different story with a witness that you worked out some type of arrangement for. He thought he was going to get out by Christmas. His story doesn't make sense. He's saying XYZ. But yet she's got to go down this long-winded answer because she doesn't want to just concede. And this is how this whole last, what are we at? 2 hours and 25 minutes is gone.
His story of what happened until 2017. And it's a fluid investigation. As information comes in, you try to vet it, you try to run it to ground. In fact, some of the things that Sheila Kilzer said, Dylan said here about Clint being involved, we were never able to prove that. So sometimes we get information from people that's spot on, 100% accurate, but quite often people repeat things that they hear, and things are often lost in that translation from one person to another. So as you said earlier, we don't take somebody at their word just because they said it. We run it to ground. That's my term to explain how we vet what they said. Is there a way that we can prove this? Is there a way that we can corroborate this? So I was not the leader in getting everything refocused. I don't want anybody to misunderstand. There were a lot of agents working on this case, and I happened to be the poor soul that was tasked with organizing it and keeping the train on the tracks. That was my task in this.
Did horribly.
So back to your question. And honestly, I've forgotten it now, Mr. Bates.
It was a yes or no.
Well, let's start over.
Sheila Kilzer's statement, if true, means Jason Autry's statement to the jury was untrue.
There are discrepancies in them.
Well, it's a pretty big discrepancy. Who killed Miss Holly Bobo?
Let me see what she says in here. That A-Train.
Middle of
She
the
says A-Train is Zach Adams, brother of Dylan.
middle of the third paragraph, she said he told her he walked in on the beating that A-Train was giving Holly at his grandfather's house, and that A-Train hit her too hard and killed her.
Yes.
That's not what vehicle they were in or what time of day, or if you hit her in the chest or the back of the head.
It doesn't give those details. No, sir, it doesn't.
It gives a far more important, who's responsible for the death?
A-Train is Zach Adams, brother of Dylan, is what it says further down in that paragraph.
You've known who A-Train is this whole time. Who's A-Train?
I know A-Train to be Jason Autry.
Okay.
I don't know that that's what Miss Kilzer knew. For all I know, she could have known or thought that Zach Adams was A-Train. I can't speak to that.
Or could she have the name wrong? But she's the problem with this is she's reciting something she overheard. She's not saying I saw a face and I just don't know face to name, so I'm giving you the incorrect name. I think this person's name is this, but they go by this. She's relaying what she supposedly heard, and she waited 6 to 7 months to disclose this to TBI agent Brent Booth, and only after her son was picked up on federal gun charges. And she's saying, I overheard it was A-Train. Well, if you're hearing, it's not that she's coming up with the name A-Train. She's relaying that somebody else was using the word A-Train. So where the truth lies is the perception from the person she heard it from, who they think A-Train is. Why would that person say A-Train at all if they weren't actually speaking of Jason Autry? So this TBI agent that's testifying right now is just in denial land.
Jason Autry was charged with murder in March of 2014, correct?
Yes.
Sheila Kilzer, you agree with Mark Lewis?
Well, I think Autry was charged in April.
April, right.
Okay.
Do you agree that Sheila Kilzer was trying to get her son a more favorable deal and part of why the change in position?
No, sir.
So Mark Lewis was not being honest to the court.
I don't know that. I didn't speak to Sheila Kilzer. I never spoke to Jason Kilzer. I don't know that was her end game. So you're asking me to make an assumption. I don't know. I didn't speak to her. I can't tell you what was in her mind. So obviously, SAC Mark Lewis had more information about this than I did at the time. So I would not suggest that he was lying.
And would you say Jason Kilzer was an important part of this investigation?
Early on, at this point in time, he was. Yes.
And what information he was obtaining was never used to the jury.
The prosecution chose not to use that.
And I believe Mr. Kilzer was killed last week.
That's my understanding.
By who?
Object to the relevance, Your Honor.
So last week.
He's not a witness in the trial. It has nothing to do with the proceedings in this court.
No, I have a question.
Who killed Mr. Kilzer?
That's an ongoing TBI investigation that I am not working, and I cannot speak to any of the details of that case.
Outside of court, didn't Jason Kilzer die this month? That this hearing's happening? Didn't he die in August of 2025 in an officer-involved shooting? It was like U.S., right? So this was August 15th. I don't know exactly. Was it August 8th? Yeah. I think it was Marshall's. Something. But obviously he's not going to be available. He's already an unavailable witness at this point. Right as this hearing's taking place. So
So you're
I'm telling you
We'll leave
guys,
it
it just gets worse. It just gets crazier. Did I even tell the Broken Baker folks about Terry Britt and his wife Janet Britt and the mystery dungeon studio basement with the cot and the cameras?
The witness be provided what's been marked ID 73.
Oh boy.
Are you moving, you want to move 72 in?
Yes, Your Honor.
We'll move 72 in evidence.
I apologize, Your Honor, I didn't hear.
I said I'll move 72 in evidence.
I've reviewed it, Mr. Bates.
And does that look to be a proper IR that was compiled in this case?
Yes, sir, it does.
Everybody take the tinfoil tent off your turkey and put it on. Where are the hats?
You had discussions with Agent Van Hooser,
Almost daily.
and does that IR reflect Agent Van Hooser's opinion of Clint Bobo?
I can't speak to that. One would assume so based on the information that's in this hour, but SAC Van Hooser and I did not have a specific conversation about this that I recall.
Okay. You spoke daily, but never about whether y'all could win a case with Clint Bobo, the lead eyewitness. Is that what you asked the judge to believe?
Well, that's not the question that you asked me, sir.
I've rephrased it.
Well, let's go again. You say it again.
Did you have conversations with Special Agent Van Hooser about the difficulties of winning a case with Clint Bobo as the crucial eyewitness?
I'm sure I did. Yes, sir.
Van Hooser was concerned if that case could be won.
With the information that Clint was giving us about the description, the inaccuracies of the description of the person that took Holly. Yes, that was a cause of concern.
And Van Hooser is the one that got Dennis Benjamin involved in the case.
That's the way I understand it. Yes, sir. I wasn't present when Van Hooser said, I'm going to call Dennis Benjamin and get this going. I know it happened. I don't know the circumstances of how it happened.
You'd have to say Dennis Benjamin did a good job, didn't he?
With what, sir?
Getting people to say what was necessary for y'all to pick up the renewed effort.
He didn't get Victor Dinsmore to admit that he was involved. So no, sir, I won't agree to that.
But you don't know what other witnesses he talked to.
No, sir, I don't.
You have no other recordings. You have no recordings, no awareness of recordings.
You told me there's recordings that you received in discovery. So I know that had to come from us. So we had to have them, but I did not listen to them. And I can't tell you who Mr. Benjamin spoke to.
I have two blow-ups of documents that were incredibly tiny. Do you hand the witness these?
I can stand up and hold them.
Map.
As a state seeing these documents?
They're received in discovery.
Okay. How are you going to do this?
May the just present these to the witness.
Is it okay if I stand up?
Certainly.
I don't know which one is first. I haven't looked at the times to see. Looks like this one may be the first one.
Is that a document you created?
I did not create this. No, sir.
Do you know who did?
No, sir, I don't. I don't see anything on it that says who created it. Typically, for diagrams like this, we use the analyst in our Fusion Center, but I can't say specifically that's how this one was done.
That's fine.
Thank you for the super FFS. So, and this is going back to the alibi. And I don't know, I didn't break that down for the Bakers either. I'm going to link Bakers if you want to hear the alibi. And even more so, if you want to go down the rabbit hole, see how somebody is fully alibied today, but watch the state try to fight against a retrial, and then also be able to go back and watch the 2017 trial with the hindsight of what we know now. I'm going to link to a 20-minute video breaking down the alibi evidence now available that the state was fighting. I'm just going to call it alibi and drop that in the chat. It's over on the Trial and Error podcast, is episode 10. Highly recommend that. But it relates to what FFS is saying here, that it's insane. They said they can't get exact timestamps from the purchases that are supposed to be in this Parsons area of Tennessee. That would be too far away in time and place to make sense if the state wants us to believe that the men and their phone devices, or especially Zach Adams himself, because he's the one on trial here, was in the same area as Holly Bobo's phone was still being located. It is physically impossible with this alibi for those timestamps to make sense, which would mean that Zach Adams was not where Holly Bobo's phone was moving after she was abducted. But the state is trying to fight any way they can to say, well, we don't know for sure. We don't know 100%. There's a little bit of doubt here, reversing the roles. So FFS is saying, well, they said no exact timestamp purchases. I can contact my merch services, my credit card processor, and get the exact time. So if you enter the card or tap to pay or from your phone, you can tell how the transaction was conducted. And they weren't trying. And exactly this, I do not think that they were trying. And we watched or listened to this lady, Cathy Ferguson. That's why I have the blinders on in the picture with her. She just admits they didn't even look at any of this stuff. They didn't try to go look at the video. Oh, it was too short, so oh well. And it's just not okay. This is a death penalty case. It's not okay, period, but this is also a death penalty case. So thank you for the super FFS, and good point. Like, they could have just asked for the merch records. And they were already on notice looking at this stuff back at least as early as 2013, some of it as early as 2011. So it's not like they can say, well, it's 2025 now, it's too late. And guess what? If it's 2025 and witnesses are unavailable and you can't get evidence, then that's prejudicial to the defendant. And that further supports post-conviction relief. So just crazy. Just crazy. Thank you for gifting. Oh, or sniping. We got a boom. Thank you, FFS, for gifting memberships. We got 2 dropped in the chat. So let's get some W's in the chat for FFS. Always a good opportunity to say FFS in the chat. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Love and appreciate you, FFS.
The white.
Hold on a second.
Oh, don't.
We've been in about 3 hours. How much longer are we talking about?
Not very long at all.
Okay, keep going.
The white Nissan truck that Jason Autry said was used.
Yes.
Prior to him saying that, the truck was never tested.
I'm not sure about that. I think it was, but I would have to go back and refer to the reports to verify that. But I think it was. And
the palm print on the car at the Bobo residence.
On Holly's Mustang, is that what you're referring to?
Yes, ma'am. That was the 418. They were all excluded.
They were. In fact, 29 people were excluded, to include Janet and Terry Britt as well.
You believe he was excluded?
He was, yes. They both were.
The evidence that was thrown out, has it been fingerprint tested?
I don't recall.
All the evidence at the remain site, including the 380, was it tested?
I deferred. I was not at the body recovery scene. Our violent crime response team came from Nashville, and at the time they were in Memphis, and they worked it together. Those forensic scientists, with consultation with supervisors, decided what to test. I know that I have since spoken to the forensic scientists about the possibility, could there have been fingerprints? And I know what they said. After something's been exposed to the elements, you're very, very unlikely to get anything off of that DNA or fingerprints. So to answer your question, it was not tested, but it was compared. It was put in NIBIN, which is a national database that compares firearms and shell casings to see if you can get a match. So perhaps you can match one crime scene to another. So I do know that it was put in NIBIN. In fact, I believe all the 3 different caliber shell casings that were found at the scene were put into NIBIN.
And you would agree with me, a lot of her, Miss Holly Bobo's personal belongings were at the remain site.
Yes, sir.
Valerie Trout's no longer with the TBI.
That's correct.
Why not?
Object to the relevant, Your Honor.
She'll be a witness eventually if I get her served.
Well,
Stay on topic. I'll let her answer the question.
Ask it again, please, Mr. Bates.
Why is Valerie Trout no longer with TBI?
She was terminated.
And why was she terminated?
I don't know.
When was she terminated?
Sometime in 2016. I don't recall the exact date.
so 2016 would be a long ways after she was speaking with Rebecca Earp and threatening to take the baby away. So that likely wasn't the reason for the termination. So check that box away.
You were at trial when then General Nichols asked Mr. Autry to be truthful?
Yes, sir.
Was there any condition like be somewhat truthful?
No, sir. He took an oath just as all witnesses take.
Thank you for your patience through this examination and your work to this date.
Oh, cross.
You want to move to Exhibit 73 and evidence?
Yes, sir.
Objections? Tonight are.
No.
Shout out to some guy with cancer and a great sense of humor. Thank you for the super. It says, Happy Thanksgiving. I just finished cooking the turkey for the family. This case is foobarred. Yeah, I think that's the short. Thank you for giving me a shorthand way to say it. Instead of my long rants, I'm just going to say it's foobarred. Oh, man. Good to see you. Hope the turkey is smelling amazing. Happy Thanksgiving to you.
We'll take a break for call.
Oh, yes.
Oh,
We'll move to Exhibit 73 evidence.
if the break is in here, we'll skip it.
Ask this. The court has heard at least 3 witnesses, I think, ask a question about without warning. All 3 of them had no part in whatever that is. Is that going to be relevant to this court? This court has no idea what without warning is.
From our side of things. He's the one asking it.
Possibly, but I haven't been able to connect it with these witnesses.
Okay. All right.
Hold on. What was that?
Is that going to be them? The court has heard at least 3 witnesses, I think, ask a question about without warning. All 3 of them had no part in whatever that is. Is that going to be relevant to this court? This court has no idea what without warning is.
From our side of things. He's the one asking it.
Possibly, but I haven't been able to connect it with these witnesses.
Okay. All right. Let's recess. You're not allowed to talk to anybody about your testimony so far. Not allowed to talk to state about cross exam.
Yes, Your Honor.
But you can go take a break if you need to.
Thank you, sir.
All rise.
We've got FFS sniping again. Shout out to FFS, completing the boom, boom, boom echoes. And yes, we can also, I see there's a nomination for K Riggs to be the law nerd in chief of this case. Heck yeah. It's decided, I confirm. Just turn down a mint.
Yes, sir.
Cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. First contact that law enforcement had with the defendant was in the days after Holly's abduction, correct? I believe it was April 17th, 2011. Does that sound correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And that was with Warren Rainey, who saw scratches, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry.
No, saw a mattress.
The mattress incident.
Yes.
Matt Ross saw the scratches. So let me
Yes.
not get ahead of myself. Warren Rainey took it upon himself to go to the defendant's house and post up and see what he could find out.
Shout
Yes,
out to
ma'am.
FFS
And in the
again.
course of that, saw the behavior, the bizarre behavior, whatever you want to describe it, of the defendant washing a mattress, scrubbing a mattress, and then taking off, running, once he knew the police were on his tail.
It was concerning to him what he saw of Zach Adams' behavior. Yes, ma'am.
Within those first days as well, officers, law enforcement officers, not TBI officers, other agencies, noticed the defendant had scratches that he hadn't had the days before Holly's abduction.
Yes, ma'am.
He had been arrested or stopped by law enforcement before Holly's abduction for an unrelated incident, no scratches. And after Holly is kidnapped and missing, he comes in contact with law enforcement again, and we have scratches.
Yes, ma'am. Special Agent Matt Ross with the FBI, when he interviewed Zach, he noticed and photographed the scratches.
After that, Terry Dicus, other law enforcement officers with TBI, went out and took a variety of statements from the defendant, didn't they?
Yes, ma'am.
In fact, I think there's as many as 10, 12 different incidences, different IRs, is that about correct, of interaction statements between Tennessee Bureau of Investigation agents and the defendant, Zach Adams.
Yes, ma'am. Some of those were done by the FBI as well, but there were numerous statements that Mr. Adams had given.
Everybody worked.
Shout out to Lawnerd Amber making 5 more people green. I just saw Lexi call it Operation Green Chat. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you, Lexi, for pointing out, because I almost missed it. And thank you, most of all, to Lawnerd Amber for gifting the 5. Let's get some W's in the chat for Lawnerd Amber. WLNA. Big thank you. Make sure you say thank you if you got a gifted membership. And check out the channel emojis, because we have a Cathy Ferguson emoji in there.
Together for the same common purpose of trying to, in those early days, weeks, months, years, find the body of Holly Bobo.
Yes, ma'am. Early on, we were hopeful we could find her alive.
Bring her home.
Yes, ma'am.
How many of those statements did Zach Adams mention? I was at the Community South Bank with my buddies Shane and Dylan that day.
0.
How many times in those statements did Zach Adams say, go talk to, and he gave you a name of somebody that you all went and talked to, and that person said, oh yeah, I saw Zach Adams that morning.
And Lexi with the snipe.
No one.
2.
Did people try to
Shout
lie
out, Lexi.
and give him an alibi?
No, ma'am.
Did Rebecca Earp?
Rebecca Earp, we interviewed her multiple times about where Zach was that day and what she could remember and what she saw.
When is the first time Zach Adams ever mentioned to you or anybody that he was at the bank helping his buddy Shane withdraw money?
May of 2024, I overheard it on a jail call between Mr. Adams and Dr. Spirko.
You've been asked today about evidence that can't be manipulated. And I believe the list that you were given was cell phone records. Let me make sure I get this right. Cell phone records, bank records, Facebook records, and ATM video. Can't manipulate it, right?
Yes, ma'am.
What bank records did you have or do we have today that cause you concern about the guilt of Zach Adams?
None.
What cell phone records did you have or do we have today that cause you concern about the guilt of Zach Adams?
None.
What Facebook records do we have today or have we had that cause you concern about the guilt of Zach Adams?
None.
And last but not least, what ATM video footage have you seen that causes you to question, be concerned about, worried about the guilty Zach Adams that sits to my left?
None.
If I could have, at the risk of upsetting the court and showing this image again, if I could ask Agent Ferguson to look over her head. I don't believe this very still has been moved into evidence. And if I'm wrong, I'll take issue with our apologies. But
Go through the list of 100.
yes, sir. I don't think, I know the many myriads of this format have been admitted, but I don't think this one still has. And we've got it on a thumb drive. This is the ATM video that we've been talking about, right?
Yes, ma'am. A still of the ATM video.
Sitting here today, you don't know what kind of car that is.
No, ma'am.
How many times did Shane Austin, when talked to by law enforcement, how many times did he say, oh man, no, y'all got it wrong. We got nothing to do with this. We were at the bank. They were trying to help get money out.
0.
How many times did Dylan Adams say, did Dennis Benjamin get Dylan Adams to share this piece of information with y'all?
No, ma'am.
Again, where's the first time you hear it?
On a jail call between Mr. Adams and Dr. Spirko in May of 2024.
A year ago.
Yes, ma'am.
Here's a laser pointer, I believe.
I wish we could watch.
And I would ask that this be.
Just make this another tip.
Yes, sir.
101.
Thank you. And we've got the thumb drive here for the court reporter. You could take this laser pointer, may I have this passed to the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Show me in that truck where Zach Adams is.
I can't.
Show me in that truck where Shane Austin is.
I can't.
Show me where Dylan Adams is.
I can't.
Show me where Jason Autry is.
I can't.
Sounds like a defense attorney.
What time did Shane Austin withdraw money from the bank?
I don't know. The bank records were not time stamped.
We don't know.
No, ma'am.
You gonna take unstamped bank records into a grand jury?
No, ma'am. They don't prove anything other than a transaction took place, but there's no timestamp to correlate with anything else.
Shout out to Jay Money dropping 10 gifted subs in the
Dylan
chat.
Adams, Zach Adams, little
Get
brother.
some
or older
W's.
brother?
Younger brother.
This court has heard testimony about the relationship between Dylan Adams and the defendant and Dylan Adams' family.
Thank
the
you, Jay.
lengths that were gone through by federal court, by federal government to put Dylan Adams somewhere safe. That this was something his attorney asked for. That was the testimony yesterday.
Yes,
Is that
ma'am.
your recollection of how that transpired?
Yes, ma'am.
His own attorney was concerned about his safety and well-being were he to return to this community.
Yes, ma'am.
When he pled guilty in federal court, had there been threats to Dylan Adams by the defendant
Yes, ma'am.
directly and gotten word to him, correct?
It was through another inmate. Zach was being held in the Chester County Jail, and there was a fellow inmate, I don't recall his name, that was going to be transferred to Obion County. And Mr. Adams sent word through this inmate that with a threat to Dylan, something to the effect of, I'll put her in the hole. I'll put you in a hole like I did her too, or something to that effect.
If you had
Yeah, be careful about that detail because that's not what happened to Holly. So it doesn't make sense to attribute that to him.
if you had seen this still back in 2014, when you all were trying to move or moving the focus of the investigation off of Terry Britt, because that hadn't gone anywhere, and you were refocusing on the, 29 or so other suspects that you all had, mainly the 4 that we've been talking about, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
If you had seen this still in early 2014, what effect would it have had on you as an investigator?
No, it has no significance.
Is it possible, perhaps, when you talk to witnesses, whether it's you that is doing the interviewing or whether it's Terry Dicus or any of the other myriad of agents that interrogate, that talk to witnesses on behalf of TBI, is it sometimes the situation that people tell you a little bit of the truth and not all the truth?
Yes, ma'am. That happens frequently.
Do they sometimes tell you a little bit of the truth? They don't want to tell you the whole truth, and they're hoping that you get to the whole truth on your own.
Yes, ma'am. Especially when someone doesn't want to be involved in an investigation. We see this in all types of cases. If a witness knows something or heard something, I want to tell you this, but I don't want to be involved. Or as you described, they give you a little piece of information and hope that you can track it down and find the rest out yourself, so you don't have to use them when it's time to go to court.
Is it also sometimes a situation that they tell you a little bit of information and they're holding back on other information out of fear?
Yes, ma'am. That happened in this case specifically.
What do you mean?
Early on, when we started focusing on the Adams brothers and Mr. Autry, agents would go out into the community to interview people, and people were scared. They were scared of Zach and Autry specifically. Not as much Dylan or Shane, but the community was very scared of Zach and Autry. In fact, that's how we learned of Autry. That's how I learned of Autry having the nickname A-Train. And people described Autry would act 3 different ways: if he was high, if he was a little high, or if he was very high, and how mean he could be. So people were very, very reluctant to give us information, because when these people had been arrested, when Mr. Adams and Mr. Autry and the others had been arrested, they didn't stay in jail very long. And those people were concerned that if they gave us information that could lead to the arrest, that the judicial system would fail again and they would be right back out, and then their fears may come true.
And sometimes witnesses give you information that makes them look better. Is that accurate?
Yes, ma'am.
Or doesn't tell you or share with you every little piece that they were involved in?
That's correct. Yes, ma'am.
Terry Dicus was relieved from this case when? Late 2013 or mid 2013?
Mid 2013.
Was that a common occurrence within TBI, that an agent would be relieved from a case, taken off of a case?
No, ma'am. I've never seen that happen. I had not seen it happen before or since.
When you all started breathing new life into this,
Well, you were at the PowerPoint meeting. Let's talk about that for just a brief second. The PowerPoint demonstration.
Yes, ma'am.
Who in the room that was a law enforcement officer or a prosecutor found any credibility in what Agent Dicus was sharing?
I don't remember anyone saying, yes, Terry's right. We need to move forward again on Britt. I specifically did not. I remember a conversation I had with Agent Dicus. Terry had a lot of absolutes in that PowerPoint.
What do you mean by that?
Particularly with the phone evidence. He said that Holly's phone, where whatever point he thought was, this is where she was raped and this is where she was killed. Absolutely, these things happened here. And it wasn't absolute in my mind. How do you know that? I even asked Terry, how do you know that she was with her phone? Is it possible that her phone could have gone one direction and her body somewhere else? You know, all of these things. And he was adamant, no, it had to be this.
Now, these are valid questions in a bubble, but at the same time, the state was also trying to argue that we have different information, especially from Jason Autry's statements, that put Zach where we need Zach to be in relation to Holly Bobo's phone and where her phone was located. So Holly Bobo's records are reliable when the state has a way to use them the way they want to use them. I'm not saying these aren't valid questions in a bubble, but what I'm saying is these same questions did not apply to the state's ultimate analysis and presentation at trial.
This way.
Also, thank you again. FFS also dropping another 5. So we get some FFS bombs in the chat again. Big thank you, J Money, FFS, Law Nerd Amber. We had Lexi the Law Nerd. We got 2 of the Law Nerds out here turning the chat green. Big thank you. And again, you guys get to use channel emojis. There's some fun ones in there. I think it brings the chat to life. So please use them to your heart's content if you just got a membership. And thank you guys so much for gifting.
I've been an investigator at that point. I've been an investigator for a long time. I've been one for a really long time now. And that's not how you work a case. That's not how you follow leads. You can't make assumptions and you can't push a square peg into a round hole to fit a narrative that you want. And that's what I felt like. That was my biggest takeaway from that PowerPoint meeting, was that Agent Dicus was trying to convince all the rest of us what he believed and why Terry Britt did it. And if Terry Britt had done it, I would have signed the warrant on him. I would have taken it to grand jury and I'd have sat at the table to prosecute him. But we didn't have that. And I didn't feel like ethically I could move forward with what Terry was saying on the case, that this is absolutely where she was killed. At that point, we didn't have her body. How do we know where she was killed? And we suspected that she was probably raped, but we didn't have that information at that time.
Welcome,
so how did we know
Civic.
that? So I think Terry was making a lot of assumptions, and that concerned me.
We suspected that she was raped for a variety of reasons. Some of that might be just based on your experience handling cases like this. But you also learned of statements the defendant made, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
I let Shane hit it.
Yes, ma'am.
Who said that?
I believe that was the Carl Statler statement, if I'm not mistaken, that Zach had said it to Carl, that he let Shane hit it.
What does that mean to you?
That means that he let Shane have sex with Holly.
We talked about Warren Rainey, we talked about Matt Ross. Those are both in the early days. The night that Holly disappeared.
And this is all an indication, since we're getting Cathy Ferguson testifying to it, this is all stuff that was in discovery, probably through a statement or an investigative report, which means it was available. The details were in the folder that Jason Autry would have had on his hands before he testified.
You recall a 911 call from Zach Adams' father or grandfather to 911 screaming that he needed help because his son, Zach Adams, was trying to take guns and cars from the house?
I remember the car part. I don't specifically remember the gun part, but I am familiar that there was a 911 call. Yes, ma'am.
From the defendant's grandfather, because the defendant was out of control the night that Holly disappeared.
Dick Adams called 911. Yes, ma'am. I don't recall exactly his description of Zach's behavior, but it was enough to make him call for assistance to come to the house.
April 17th, law enforcement officers talk with Shane Austin. He says, I might have been at home. I might have gone fishing. I don't really know.
Yes, ma'am. That was the FBI interview of Shane.
Did he mention the bank?
No, ma'am.
April 23rd, Matt Ross interviews Zach Adams. He mentions that he's with Dylan Adams and Shane Austin. That's a new piece to it. He hadn't mentioned that before. Did he mention the bank?
No, ma'am.
Terry Dicus interviewed Zach Adams on July 6, 2011. He says again, I was with Dylan Adams and Shane Austin, and oh yeah, I saw Tony Weber. I saw Tony Weber and I was getting gas. Tony Weber can vouch for me. Did y'all run that to the ground?
Yes, ma'am.
What did Tony Weber tell you?
Tony Weber said that he did not get gas that day and he did not see Zach, Dylan, or Shane.
And did the defendant mention the bank on that day?
No, ma'am. Could I add something
Please.
to Tony Weber? Agents also recovered the gas receipts from the Decatur County Sheriff's Department and verified that Tony Weber did not get gas that day.
Tony Weber did not get
He
gas?
did not get gas that day.
Why was that important to you in the running down of this lead?
Thank you
Mr.
for the
Adams said that
avocado
he saw
sticker
Tony
sunshine.
Weber at the gas station
Getting gas.
Well, saw him at the gas station. So we had those records pulled to verify whether Tony got gas. Tony said he didn't get gas, but we wanted to verify whether he did or not, and he did not get gas that day.
August of 2012, law enforcement talks with the defendant again. This time he mentions, I believe, 50. Oh yeah, I just remembered this piece. Officers, make sure you get this down. I took 50 to 60 Xanax that day. You remember that statement?
Yes, ma'am.
Did he mention the bank then?
No, ma'am.
But he gave a few more details about where he was, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And now we're at August 2012, and now all of a sudden his memory is clearer and crisper than it was the days following her abduction.
Yes, ma'am. He gave more detail the further from the event. And that's when his statement, Shane's, and Jason Autry's seemed to be more similar.
May 2013, talks to law enforcement in jail. Did he mention the bank then?
No, ma'am.
September 2013, talks with law enforcement again. Did he mention the bank?
No, ma'am.
February 2014, now all of a sudden he remembers a fight at Dottie's, I believe. Does he now throw Dottie's into the conversation, into the timeline?
He may have mentioned Dottie's before. I don't recall if he did in the previous statement to that one.
And he also wanted the officers to make sure they knew that he took even more dope than he had mentioned before, more than just the 50 and 60 Xanax.
I think in that statement it was 90 Xanax.
Is it a fair assessment to say that the further and further we got from April 13th of 2011, the clearer and better the defendant's memory got about where he was?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you all find when you were canvassing the community, West Tennessee for that matter, did you find that people could tell you specifically where they were when they learned Holly had been kidnapped?
Yes, ma'am. I can tell you exactly where I was when I learned that Holly had been kidnapped.
And that's a common reaction that you found in talking to people.
Yes, ma'am. It's very similar to other major events that happen when people can tell you where they were when the space shuttle blew up or things like that.
This is weird. This is really weird because when trial started, the first day of trial was on September 11th, 2017. And the judge went down a monologue and asked the jury if they all remember where they were on 9/11. And here we are having like a similar, equating of a horrifically tragic event, different scales of magnitude, but still horrific and tragic. But when you're speaking to a jury, it's almost like you're impaneling them that they are the only ones that are empowered to get closure and get justice in this very instant trial, meaning justice for Holly is solely tied to your US 12 jurors' decision against this particular defendant. And he's the only one that you have the power to do anything about. So did not love when the judge did that. And it's interesting to see Cathy Ferguson make that same comparison.
People within our community could tell you where they were the day that Holly Bobo was kidnapped.
But these four, at the point when they were first contacted by law enforcement, I don't really know where I was. Terry Britt is saving receipts because he knew you were going to be coming, didn't he?
Yes, ma'am.
Every sex offender in the county knew they were going to be on a hot list.
Yes, ma'am.
And they were putting their case together. At what point did the defendant tell you, you know what, I was with my buddy Jason Autry. We were down at the river fishing.
I first heard that in a jail call with Dr. Spirko, a jail call between Mr. Adams and Dr. Spirko. In this particular call, she was asking him about what happened that day. Tell me what happened. And he said, well, I don't really remember where I was. I could have been down at the river smoking dope with Jason. I'm not real sure. And then he was piecing it in, talking about how he got with Shane and Dylan, and they got gas at I-40 at the Shell station. And then saw a bunch of black SUVs, he assumed were TDI, that were southbound on 641 driving at a high rate of speed. And so he jumped in behind them. He even remembered what song was playing on the radio. Said that he was driving so fast that the truck shut off and he had to pull over and crank it and start again. But he was unclear when he got closer to town if he went straight into town on 641 and turned to go to the bank, or if he cut down, there's a side road, I don't remember the name of it, somewhere around Am Farm, where he could come in on the back side behind the dairy bar and then turn that way on the 412 to get to the bank. So he was a little unsure of those specific details that I've mentioned.
But the first time hanging with my buddy Jason Autry is mentioned is after this post-conviction is filed.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm gonna ask Mr. Boyana to, the map. We will, it might be easier for Mr. Bates and Ms. Etchell to come over here and see if they want to.
It's already an exhibit.
No, sir. And I believe you still have the laser pointer?
I do, I just have to figure out which button. I got it.
What we may need to do, given how the legend is a little small, if Mr. Boyana could zoom out first so we can get the big perspective of this and show, what are we looking at?
Yes. Gonna be zooming in and out. Is she gonna be pointing things and making marks? How are we gonna put this on the record?
We can put it on thumb drive, but we also have a blown up version. We'll substitute at a later date.
Okay.
For today's,
Let's see how it goes.
yes, sir.
Do what you need.
This is like a Google Earth map of Decatur County with several significant locations denoted. And no, it's not showing on there. It's not showing on there. The legend on the right-hand side denotes what each icon is that's on the map itself and its significance. So, for instance, if you could zoom in, I can tell you what this map denotes, and we can talk about where those things are. Gun recovery, ATM.
And let me interrupt you. Are the symbols somewhat consistent with what they represent?
Yes, ma'am. Our analysts that created that tried to do that. We have Brian Bitt's house, body of Holly Bobo, the church, location of the murder, Matco at Delta gas station, Tennessee River Bridge, Shane Austin's house, Shane Austin's grandparents' house, Dick Adams' house, Shell gas station, another Shell gas station, ATM, Sonic, the Bobo's home, the victim's cell phone, victim's property, victim's SIM card, Victor Dinsmore's home, Zach Adams' home, and victim's property as well.
All right. And some of those things on that legend, is it fair to say, are locations that the court has heard about over the course of this hearing?
Yes, ma'am.
And some of those are new locations.
Yes, ma'am.
And did the intelligence for the creation of that map, is that gathered from all of the interviews and information that you all have in this case from the beginning to where we are today?
Yes, ma'am. The location of the items that I read aloud there as they were found, we went back and just made a map that was inclusive of all of those things.
All right. And how far down? Make sure Mr. Brown's got, is the farthest south point on the map shown on the big screen?
Hold on a second. Just right. Somebody sit down in the DA's office, stay in the corner. Look for it.
We're trying to find it.
Oh, thank you.
Go ahead and give it
Hold on, I'm not kidding. I did I did truck shut off when driving fast. It is a Bing search result, so Google might be different. And then we have Rick's Auto Repair, and then the next is a Chevy Silverado forum, coincidentally enough. Also, hold on. Sheriff Chuck, thank you for gifted 5. Let's get some W's for the awesomeness that is Sheriff Chuck. Not just for the gifts, but just tons of great commentary and banter throughout this entire trial. It's been awesome to have you here. Yeah, the Silverado, can't make that up. Cannot make that up.
use your finger at this stage.
Reminds me of the Jim Casotis trial or Nick Casotis trial.
Yes, ma'am.
What is the farthest south location depicted on that map?
Here it's a gas station. I have to refer to the legend again, but I believe it's going to be, that's the Matco Delta gas station.
All right. And why is that location significant? Why was it significant?
That's where Zach Dillon and Shane said they got gas when they got back to, when they got to Parsons from coming from Outlook. One of the places that they stopped that day.
All right. The blue icon above it. What is that?
That's a gas station as well. It's a Shell gas station.
All right. Why is that on there?
That's one of the places that one of the defendants said that they had stopped that day in the afternoon, late morning, afternoon hours when Holly was in it.
Okay. Right above it, the green with the S. What is that?
That's the ATM at Community South Bank.
Okay. The one that we talked about, the one that the court has just seen the footage from.
Yes, ma'am.
The window. Okay. You attended the trial, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
The jury heard testimony from the defendant's own expert that the defendant's cell phone was pinging off of the tower closest to those 3 locations that you just highlighted for the court.
Yes, ma'am. I remember
at 11:15, between 11:15 and 12:10.
I don't recall those specific times, but I know that it was close to noon and that they were in the Parsons area. Yes. Okay. All right. If you could, Mr. Bryant, zoom out. Where is, and it may be that we need to wait for the pointer, and I'll ask you some more questions while we're waiting on that to be retrieved so that we don't, I think your arms are long enough to reach the top part of it. Thank you. Oh, thank you. Yes, that'd be great. We'll get this out of the way. The farthest north location on that map is, from this distance, it looks like a black house, but I may not. No, what's above it? The red gas.
That's the Shell gas station at I-40 at the 126 exit.
All right. And why is the 126 exit relevant?
The defendant said that they got gas there that morning, went in and paid $5 cash for gas because gas is more expensive at I-40 than it is in town. So that's the location that they said they got gas from.
Well, and clearly if they got gas there and you got a receipt showing they got gas there at that certain time, they couldn't have had anything to do with this, correct?
No, ma'am.
Why?
Cash was paid and people were interviewed at the gas station later on. And that's a place that the defendants frequented pretty often because this is Mr. Adams' house here. So we had no conclusive evidence for sure that they did or didn't get gas there.
Nobody said, wait a minute, it can't be these guys because I talked to them at the gas station that morning. They couldn't have been out doing this.
No, ma'am.
All right. The black house is.
This is so disingenuous though, because on April 13th, nobody was going to these other individuals and saying, hey, we think that it was this individual. Were you at a gas station that same day? And can you say that he was not there? Like, that's such a roundabout way to say, because nobody came forward and volunteered this information, then it must not be credible. But okay, that's the state's logic when they need to preserve their conviction.
The defendant's Zach Adams' house?
Yes, ma'am.
It's not depicted on this map, but is Dick Adams' house right next door to that?
It is, yes, ma'am.
Okay. If you move to the left there, what is the green shaped building?
I believe that's Victor Dinsmore's house, but if I could see the legend just to verify. Yes, ma'am, that's Victor Dinsmore's home.
All right.
He lived at the time.
Okay. And then right to the right of that, the gray and reddish.
This one?
Yes, ma'am.
You talking about?
Yes, ma'am.
But I see the legend just to be sure. So that's Brian Vitt's house, and the gray is Shane Austin's grandparents' home.
All right. And the blue?
Shane Austin's home.
And all the way down to the left, the kind of purplish bluish.
This home is, that's the bubble home.
All right. All right. Thank you. You can have a seat. If we, I don't believe we've marked that yet, Your Honor, but if we could mark that as the next numbered exhibit.
No, Your Honor. Well, I have the ability. I don't have it on the electronic to compel the state to put it up here and redirect.
We'll put it up. Yeah, we'll put it up there.
Yeah, I'll put it on a exhibit. I'll put it.
Thank you.
The court has heard testimony from Agent Dicus about ruling out any of the defendants because of the physical description that Clint Bobo gave.
Yes, ma'am.
Couldn't have been any of the four that we've indicted and the jury's convicted and the others pled guilty. Couldn't be any of them because Agent Dicus ruled them out because of physical appearance.
Yes, ma'am, I heard you say that.
Is that a good investigative approach to a case?
No, ma'am.
Why not?
Unless it's something, if my suspect is a white male and somebody phones in a tip and says, no, I think, your suspect is an African-American male, you can exclude somebody if they're not the right race. If my suspect.
Hold on, but is she saying if she gets two tips, two people, and this is the only context, she's not giving any weight to the credibility of the tip itself, the person giving the tip. She says, example one, somebody calls me and says a white person did this. A white person's the perp. And then I get another tip and they say it's a black person. Well, I can change my mind now. Excuse me, lady? We'll let her example speak for itself. And that's exactly why she is the new face of the Viverito Bush. So check out your channel emojis. You might have to refresh the stream to see the new emoji. But there is now a Cathy Bush emoji.
In something, exclude somebody.
And let's run that back. Let's run that back.
Case?
No, ma'am.
Why not?
Unless it's something, if my suspect is a white male and somebody phones in a tip and says, no, I think, your suspect is an African American male, you can exclude somebody if they're not the right race. If my suspect in something is 3 feet tall and the first person I look at is 6 feet tall, well, maybe I can exclude them. It's going to be hard for somebody to describe somebody with that much variance in height. But the other things, someone's hair, the clothing they have on, how big they are, all of that can be manipulated potentially. So I don't know if the person that kidnapped Holly was wearing a wig, but you can't exclude somebody in that just because of their physical appearance. I would dig further to try to include or exclude someone.
Was that done here?
Not by Agent Dicus on them.
That didn't sound like a confident answer.
Ran Jason Autry's alibi down to the ground. Is that what you found to be true when you started digging in deeper on this case?
No, ma'am. I was surprised when Agent Dicus said that he had talked to Jason Autry's employer because there's no documentation to support that. That's the first I've heard of that. There was no IR documenting that he talked to either Jay Taylor or Michael Douglas. I don't know where that IR is because it's not in the IR.
By the way, you guys, there's also longer footage of Terry Dicus's testimony. We had watched part of it from I think it was the November hearings. Maybe it was one of the earlier ones. But Law and Crime, the segment we watched was only like 26 minutes, but Trial and Error podcast has 2 hours. So next time we do, I think tomorrow, well, maybe tomorrow, we can watch it tomorrow, and then we'll get back to trial watching moving forward. Whatever we do, there's more Terry Dicus hearing. And then there's also Terry Dicus. We have not gotten to his testimony at the 2017 trial. But I do not think it's a good characterization to say that Terry Dicus wasn't looking into evaluating, was somebody wearing someone? Does somebody match the appearances? Because somebody was having Clint Bobo say, hey, does this person's stature look like what you saw in the woods? Is it consistent with it? And remember, we have the description of the barrel-chested, the barrel torso, and the skinnier legs. Looked like somebody that used to work out but doesn't work out anymore. They were wearing camo when they walked into the woods. And then the only matching detail we get at trial is that we have Zach was wearing camo that day, coming from Jason Autry. So I think Cathy was not being honest there when she answered or suggested that Terry Dicus didn't even try to look.
Someone later go out and
especially since we've heard that Terry Dicus had like journals and notes.
Interview him and find out that in fact Mr. Autry had not been at work that day.
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm sorry I keep pausing, but journals and notes that they didn't want to publish and make official investigative reports out of in the case file.
Do you recall who that was?
I believe it was Agent Troutt.
Okay. And
Your Honor, I just defer to that to Agent Trout's testimony if she's going to be here. It's hearsay. I've asked to strike it. We'll hear from Agent Troutt. She will appear.
it's not a statement. I asked her if she had any information as to who conducted that interview. She's not conveying what the interview was. So her information is the administrative case agent in reviewing all the hours.
The question was, did you find that information to not be true?
I said, who conducted that investigation? She'd already answered that question. There was no objection. I asked who did that. And she answered with a name.
In a roundabout way, it was potentially hearsay. So Agent Troutt may be taken to she's on the list.
Yes, sir. But you did not have that conversation.
No, ma'am.
Right. But it was information that you had to work with.
Yes, ma'am.
How many square miles, to the best of your ability to estimate, did this investigation cover?
I have no idea, but if we were talking every lead that came in, we had leads all over the United States. Leads that were not good leads. It wasn't Holly that was seen at Walmart in Duluth, Minnesota, but every lead that came in was vetted, and it took time and agents and other law enforcement dedicated to run that to ground. So as far as specific to Decatur County, every help in Decatur County, I have no idea.
And that was the area and then some that was searched and searched and searched multiple times, correct?
Yes, ma'am, it was. There were a lot of civilian volunteers that were out searching, and folks mean well, and they want help. I'm sure they felt helpless, and that's something just about anybody can do. But those people are not, the civilian population is not trained on how to search. Most civilians, when they want to go out and search for a missing child or a missing person, they're looking for that person standing in the middle of the field, waving at them, please come save me. Those people are not trained to search for remains and evidence and indications of a violent crime happening. So in all honesty, I can't say that the areas of the civilian search, that they really were searched.
Sitting here today, you're not. Well, let me ask you this. What was given to you, what was shared with you, what you had learned through the course of your investigation from these defendants, it is not your testimony that everything they have said and every bit of it is the truth.
No, ma'am.
Do you, as you sit here today, believe everything that Jason Autry said in the way that he said it?
No, ma'am.
Is it your belief as you sit here today that there was a little bit of self-preservation going on there?
Yes, ma'am. I believe his statement was self-serving.
Do you also believe as you sit here today that Dylan Adams, his statements and information that he shared with law enforcement was self-serving in some aspects?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it, I'm sorry, I thought you were talking. Is it safe to say that bits and pieces can be true?
Yes, ma'am.
And that we have to put it all together? Is that your job as the investigator?
Yes, ma'am.
And ultimately, who makes the ultimate decision?
On prosecution?
Not on prosecution, on guilt or innocence.
The jury.
The jury does.
Oh, the 12
And it's
jurors
all
are
laid
the
out for you.
evidence.
You attended the trial, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
The defendant was there.
Yes, ma'am.
Today, as he sits here in front in this hearing and as he's been present for these sessions, he's
Are we
in
gonna
jail.
redirect?
He's handcuffed. He's escorted every time we take a recess by officers, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that how it was during the trial?
No, ma'am.
What was he dressed in?
He was in civilian clothes. He was wearing a suit every day.
Were law enforcement guarding him as close as they are today?
They were in the courtroom, but I don't think they were sitting as close as they were. Or if they were in plain clothes themselves, not what these TDOC officers are wearing today.
And when the judge would take recesses, he's dressed in a suit and he's being walked out by his lawyer.
Yes, ma'am.
Correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know why courts do that? Why it's different today than it is when we got a jury going on, a jury trial?
So the jury isn't prejudiced by jail clothing, handcuffs, leg irons, knee braces.
They don't see.
I'm sorry. And is Adventure Aaron in the chat or listening somewhere and screaming into the void? We're hyper focusing in on one issue that can prejudice a defendant. That, quite frankly, even though prosecutors can fight and argue like motions to, defendant wants a grooming order, defendant wants to not be shackled, the state might have an opposition to that. But for the most part, they don't get to make the final call on those things. And judges will usually not say, if anything, a judge is going to say if they're going to be shackled, it's going to be leg shackles, and we want to make sure the table's covered. There have been cases that have been overturned, convictions that have been overturned, because the jury ends up finding out that the defendant was in shackles or had a previous arrest because it's deemed to be prejudicial. They're hyper-focusing on this example that's kind of like textbook, known to be textbook prejudice, that really isn't something that rests on the shoulders of the investigation, the integrity and quality of the investigation, the completeness of the investigation, to make some grand circle argument that because the jury got to see the defendant in street clothes and he wasn't surrounded by bailiffs in the courtroom, that their decision was based on sound reasoning and there's no reason to question the integrity of the conviction. This is just, to me, it's a desperate argument. Because what they're not saying is, hey, you know what? All of this alibi evidence, they can't argue that the jury saw it and still came to their conclusion. They can't argue, hey, the cell phone data and the mapping, they saw it all. They were able to hear it explained. They still came to the same conclusion because the jury didn't get to see all of this. The trial jury did not get to see all of this. And Erin says her eyes twitching. And thank you, FFS, for sniping again. We got a boom and a boom here going from FFS. Shout out to FFS. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, do they?
No, ma'am.
They have no idea that he's in custody.
No, ma'am.
Before the trial, had you met Jennifer Thompson?
Well, before the trial, yes, I had.
Now we're going to see how it's not
before the
ineffective
bubble.
assistance of
Okay,
counsel.
you've never had cases with her before.
No,
She
ma'am.
represented defendants.
No, ma'am.
When did you first meet her? Do you remember?
I don't. It was probably at Mr. Adams' appearance at court. And I don't even know if we met or just she was there and I was there. I don't know that we ever had an exchange at that court hearing.
All right. Did you later on, as this case progressed, have more interactions with her?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Why so?
Through the discovery, when discovery was turned over, Ms. Thompson, if she had questions about something or if she needed more information or if she found something that she couldn't read, she would reach out to ADA Jennifer Nichols, who in turn would push that information to me. And then I would research whatever Ms. Thompson needed and push that back to Ms. Nichols, who would get it back to her. There were occasions.
And what happened when they couldn't read the file of the video that they wanted to open?
Just due to geography, that ADA Nichols told me that it was okay to give Ms. Thompson discovery directly, which is unusual. Typically, when we turn over discovery, we give it to the DA's office, and the DA's office gives it to the defense. But because Ms. Nichols was in Memphis and Ms. Thompson was in Nashville and I'm in the middle, sometimes it just worked out better for me to be that conduit for that. And when that happened, Ms. Thompson or whomever she sent as her representative would sign a property receipt documenting the exchange of whatever that item was that I provided to them.
And in the course of this case and getting ready for trial and making sure the defense attorneys had what they needed, there was discovery that was given that was paper format, correct? Like emailed to people?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Delivered on a disc. But there were also big items that had to be viewed, correct?
Yes, ma'am. We had
Things that couldn't be
large
delivered.
items. Yes, ma'am. Large pieces of flooring and furniture and vehicles and things like that.
And that was all viewed by defense attorneys.
Yes, ma'am.
On more than one occasion?
Yes, ma'am.
Would you say that the discovery process in this case was Ms. Thompson engaged in the discovery process?
She was more engaged than any of the other defense attorneys were. A specific example, once in the Jackson office, let me preface this, there was so much evidence related to this case, it was in different locations for TBI. Some was at TBI headquarters in Nashville, some was at our TBI lab in Memphis, and some was at our Jackson office. And then the things like the vehicles and the boats and those types of things were at the Decatur County Sheriff's Department. So we had stuff in a lot of different locations because at that time, no location was big enough to hold everything. For the Jackson evidence specifically, when Ms. Thompson came and went through it, there were some pornographic magazines that were collected somewhere along the way. I don't recall where they were.
Who was present during this particular viewing session?
I was, Special Agent Joe Walker, Special Agent Brent Booth, Ms. Thompson, some of the other defense attorneys, and then whomever they brought as support staff for each individual attorney. So there were a lot of people in the room, but specifically to the pornographic magazines, Ms. Thompson took pictures of everything. And the pornographic magazines, I remember, we had a pretty good system going of opening the bags, everybody signing that the bags were opened. We would remove the evidence, people would look at it, take photographs of it, and then we would rebag it because we didn't want to get 5 different items out of 5 different bags and then have to figure out which particular piece of evidence went back in what bag. So Agent Walker and Agent Booth and I devised a system to keep it flowing smoothly. When we got to the pornographic magazines, it came to a screeching halt because Ms. Thompson wanted to take pictures of each individual page. So that's what we did. We stopped and let her do that. And
much to the frustration of the other attorneys present? Is that a fair assessment?
Yes, ma'am. They were upset. They told her to move on and she refused. She took a picture of every single page in those pornographic magazines.
And did she engage in those same diligent practices, viewing all the evidence at that particular location?
Yes, ma'am.
Was she also fairly regularly catching errors or catching things that were missing and communicating with you? Hey, you sent me this 50-page document, but it's missing a page.
She did. She would actually communicate directly to Ms. Nichols, and then Ms. Nichols would contact me. But she found
this is such a farcical argument because we're already at a point during these hearings where Doug laid out in his arguments on the first day in May that his specific issues as they relate to Jennifer Thompson before trial was that she seemingly never got a response when she made multiple requests for help accessing a certain unopenable file. And then he says something to the court with the effect of, and then nothing else happened with it. Trial happened. I don't think that Doug raised an argument that during this stage, the discovery phase, as far as trying to get evidence and trying to go and look at exhibits, that Jennifer Thompson was ineffective. But because she wasn't ineffective at that time, the state's putting all of the good stuff she did during one phase of the trial on the record and totally ignoring the elephant that's been spelled out in the petition and argued orally in court, just to obfuscate the argument.
Found some missing attachments in our case file early on. Some of the very early IRs, the attachments were just blank. And You have to remember again, in 2011, scanners, we had one scanner that you could do one piece of paper at a time, and our admin assistant would do that. And we had one that was pretty new. I don't know this for sure, but I suspect that she put the page in backwards, and when she scanned it, it scanned the back of a blank page versus the front page of the document. So when she brought that to our attention, we had no idea that that had happened. When she brought that to our attention, I provided what she needed to ADA Nichols, and then I went and had it corrected in INE, so it was there the next time if somebody needed it.
Did Dylan Adams or Jason Kilzer testify at trial?
No, ma'am.
Did Dylan Adams' attorney attend the trial?
I believe he did. I believe he did. I believe Mr. Maddox was here. I don't know if he was here for the whole trial, but I believe he was here for some of it.
All right. Let me quickly cover this with Terry Britt. When you all, the court has heard testimony of the wiretap that was put into his home that he shares with his wife, and a little confusing testimony yesterday when Agent Viveros said that this was the first wire that the state of Tennessee had ever done. Is that accurate?
No, ma'am.
Okay. You've done many, correct?
The state has, yes, ma'am. It was the first time we had put a listening device into a person's home.
Into someone's home.
Yes,
listening device into someone's home.
Yes,
that was what was the first thing. And when that was all installed, and I'm not asking
That's
you
a
to
big
share how
deal.
that's done, but when that was all done, at that same time, there was a search warrant obviously executed, right?
Yes, ma'am. That's how we installed the listening device, was through the execution of a search warrant.
And when that search warrant was executed, the locks were cut on the Brit's storage units, or whatever you want to call them. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. I don't remember if the key couldn't be found or it didn't work or whatever, but the FBI ERT team that was there, they did have to force entry into, I believe it was a shed or maybe a trailer.
Wouldn't that put someone on alert? What? So a new issue for me is getting a better understanding of what Art Viveros was saying, that this was the first time TBI issued this type of thing. It's the first time they put the listening device into someone's home where they can listen all the time. They're not just tapping when someone makes like a landline call. This is very interesting because, one, if it's the first time TBI is doing something, they might not know how to install it correctly. They might not know how to listen to it properly. And we heard that there were issues with him playing, Terry Britt playing music and parts that were inaudible, and that there were all sorts of tech issues that made portions of what they could have listened to unclear, and they're not able to hear it. But yet they also want to say, well, those audios, those recordings were used to clear Britt because we didn't hear anything incriminating on them. Yeah, there you go. They did it wrong, which is why the audio didn't work. So, and yes, Tay Logan. So this is what we're listening to right now is from August 15th, 2015. So it's these hearings in front of Judge Bradbury, the new judge, for post-conviction relief. But they're discussing like what was going on back then.
That was on the Brit's property.
Okay. You've also heard testimony as case agent sitting here this week and in your work on this case, over and over again, that things were done to Terry Britt and Janet Britt that have never been done to suspects.
Yes, ma'am.
In the state history.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you stand by that declaration?
Yes, ma'am.
Did anything come from that work that causes you concern about Terry Britt's involvement in the kidnapping, rape, or murder of Holly Bobo?
No, ma'am.
As you sit here today, as one of the many agents who has worked on this case, do you have a 100%, don't try to talk me out of it, clear vision of everything that happened that morning from the moment they got Holly Bobo out of her driveway?
No, ma'am. We still have unanswered questions.
We still have lots of unanswered questions, don't we?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any unanswered questions about who is responsible for kidnapping her from her home?
Yes, ma'am.
What do you mean?
Well, I don't know which people specifically went to Holly's home and physically took her, assaulted her in the carport. I don't know which one of the four it was.
Are you certain it was one of the four?
Absolutely.
Do you have any questions today as to who of the four raped her?
No, ma'am.
You have no question about who did.
No, ma'am.
Who do you believe raped her?
I believe Shane Austin, Dylan, and Zach. And I also believe Jason Autry raped her.
Okay, so all of them.
I believe they all did.
Do you have a 100% firm, you're not going to talk me out of it, vision of the routes that they drove?
Not all day. No, I don't know the route that they drove when Holly was kidnapped. I know the route that Jason said he drove when he and Zach took Holly to the river. I know what Jason testified to at trial about the exit route from the river back. But beyond that, and Zach's statement about after they got gas at the Shell station and came south on 641. But other than that, I don't know what back roads they took. I don't know any of that. No, ma'am.
If we could zoom in on Exhibit 100, I believe in that legend there is reference to some of Holly's items that were found. Am I correct?
102.
102, thank you, Your Honor.
Is it okay?
Right down there, victim's cell phone, victim's property, victim's SIM card. You see those three on the legend?
I do. Yes, ma'am.
And do you see them on the map?
So SIM card and cell phone, and then Holly's property was further north at her body recovery look. Some of this near Shane Austin's grandmother's house on Yellow Springs Road.
How far from Shane Austin's grandmother's house on Yellow Springs Road was the property of Holly Bobo found?
Just in the front yard, basically, right along the roadway.
Farther than I'm standing from you, or closer?
Probably a little bit further, but not much.
Back here?
Roughly.
Is this the distance between Shane's grandmother's house and the victim's property?
Roughly.
Okay. And what's your best guess as to what this distance is?
25 feet.
All right, thank you. And where is that on the map?
Right here.
All right. And then I believe, is there another reference to her property?
Well, what's the blue? Yes.
That's more of her property?
Yes, ma'am. That's I don't remember the name of the road, but we found her lunchbox and a school book and some other things in a creek in that area.
And where was Miss Bobo found?
Have a good Thanksgiving, J Money. Thank you.
There's a cell phone tower there. And along with her remains, we found her purse and the contents of her purse near where her body was found.
What did they get rid of first? Her phone? Do we know?
No, ma'am, we don't know.
Did they kill her first and then get rid of the property? Do we know?
No, ma'am, we don't know.
Well, what about the SIM card? When did they dump the SIM card? Do we know?
No, ma'am.
Do we know if any of it was dumped before or after her death?
No, ma'am.
Do we know when her body was thrown there?
No, ma'am.
Do we know how long after they murdered her that they threw her body?
No, ma'am.
What did a mobile posting on a Facebook page tell you?
Mobile?
Which one are you referring to?
The Facebook post that the defendant made the day of Holly's kidnap, rape, and murder that came from
Is
a
this
mobile
the
device. What does that tell you?
That he could or could not have been at home, that he was using his phone.
What about the landline
Or
one?
it could have been somebody else making the post for him. We don't know.
Is she only going to ask about a mobile post and not ask about the one that's attributed to a landline?
Somebody made a post on that Facebook page, and there's no fingerprint left behind to know who it was that made that post.
What was the cell phone activity of Terry Britt that day? You remember?
I don't know, ma'am. I don't recall.
Would it surprise you to know that there was no activity? That Mike Frizzell, the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, couldn't find any activity of his phone that day? Would that surprise you?
No, ma'am.
The cell phones of Jason Autry and Zach Adams were together on Birdsong. Let me make sure I get this time right. At 9:42 to 10:36 a.m. Is that correct?
I don't recall the times, but I know it was in the morning hours that their phones were in the area of the river, of the Tennessee River.
And where is that on the map?
On the right-hand side, the blue that runs north and south, that's the Tennessee River.
And before that, their phones, minutes before, their phones are pinging off of Birdsong. Their phones and the victim's phone are on the truck stop tower. Is that correct?
I don't remember where their phones were. No, ma'am.
Would it surprise you to learn that?
No, ma'am.
If I could have one moment, Your Honor. How many cars did Zach Adams have access to?
A fleet of them. His grandfather, Mr. Dick Adams, had several vehicles, as did he and his brother Dylan. And then I'm sure there were friends whose cars he could have used, but there were numerous cars that the Adams family owned themselves.
How could you dare take this case into grand jury after executing search warrants on all these cars and all these homes, and you had no DNA? You had no fingerprints.
That's really not that unusual, especially given the amount of time from when the crime occurred to when the searches were done on the vehicles. So alone, the first round of searches were in early 2014. So we're talking almost 3 years from the time Holly was kidnapped until we searched these vehicles. So ideally, if a crime occurred and her body was in that truck, and then they took that truck and never cleaned it and put it in a storage unit and never did anything, maybe we might get some DNA out of that. But as it was, these vehicles were exposed to the elements. They were out in the rain, in the snow, in the heat, and DNA is fleeting evidence. And when exposed to those elements, it just disappears, it evaporates. And I'm not a DNA expert by any means, but I know that that's what happens when DNA and fingerprints are exposed to the elements. They just disintegrate and they're gone. So it did not surprise me that we didn't find any DNA or fingerprints in the vehicles that long after the crime had occurred.
Did Victor Dinsmore testify at trial? He did, didn't he?
I believe he did.
Do you believe everything he says?
No, ma'am.
What do you mean by that? Do you think he's more involved than he's given off? Do you think he knows more?
No, ma'am, I don't believe that he's more involved than he's saying. I just think, again, his statement is self-serving. I think Victor is trying to distance himself from Zach, Dylan, Shane, and Autry because of what they did. And he used drugs with them. They were drug buddies. I think he's afraid that anything that he says will make us think poorly of him. That's my opinion. I think he's trying to distance himself from them.
From the four?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it unusual for a working law enforcement officer, a retired law enforcement officer, or even a parent when interrogating someone to make up information?
Not unusual at all.
Talk about that a little bit.
I call it bluffing. I'll make an example of if you have two people that you believe were involved in a robbery and you're talking to person A first, I might tell them my partner is talking to person B and they've already said you're the one that planned this. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. The same thing would be going on with the person that's interviewing B. Hey, person B, my partner's interviewing person A, and they've already rolled on you and told the story.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No,
Are you done?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Who else that you interviewed who made the statement, I couldn't have found a prettier bitch?
I don't recall for sure.
Okay. Do you recall Zach Adams making any statements about Holly Bobo?
Yes, ma'am. There were numerous people that told us Zach had said things like, I'll put you in a hole with Holly. I'll put your Holly's DNA on you. You'll end up like Holly Bobo, things of that nature.
And the jury heard all that testimony, correct?
Yes, ma'am. There were several people that testified about the things that Zach had said to them.
The court heard Terry Dicus's testimony today, and the list of evidence that he has, that he believes proves Terry Britt's guilt, was one that David Byrd saw Terry Britt driving up and down the road a lot. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
That Janet Britt didn't take her scheduled vacation day. Do you remember that?
Yes, ma'am.
That Janet Britt and Terry Britt were not together all day as they had claimed. Did Terry Britt lie to y'all about where he was?
No, ma'am. He told us that they had gone to get a bathtub at All Goods in Camden, and they had gone to a similar place in Decaturville to compare prices and bought the tub at All Goods in Camden.
And they had proof of that, right?
Yes, ma'am. There was a receipt. I was there when it was taken out of the safe at the home.
He also said that Terry Britt has a revoked license, and he drives a lot on a revoked license because we have video of him doing that. Remember that?
I didn't know his license was revoked, but I heard Agent Dicus say that.
Janet Britt acted strange at the video store with the Bobo family.
Yes, ma'am.
You remember that?
Yes, ma'am. He said that.
And then last but not least, what Beth Boswell described as Johnny Walker's cousin Benny moment. The statement that Johnny Walker got, the big confession in this case. Did Johnny Walker run back to TBI and share his confession with y'all?
Not then. No, ma'am.
Ever?
He wrote a memo, a document outlining why he thought where Holly's phone went. And there may have been something in there about what.
The missing piece of this is we have testimony from Terry Dicus saying that certain things were submitted and that the person who would be in charge of putting them in the system as a published IR, it never happened. He doesn't know why.
Mr. Britt said to him, but I did not receive that. That didn't come straight to me. I don't remember who it went to.
He in his mind, solved the case of the century from Decatur County with his confession, and to share that news with his bosses and the world and the Bobo family, he wrote a memo.
Yes, ma'am.
You've listened to a lot of jail calls by the defendant.
Yes, ma'am.
And in one of those, I believe, he's asked about the myriad of statements that he made to people in the community, his people, his buddies, right? His running buddies.
Yes, ma'am.
The people that he wanted to brag to about what he did to Holly.
Yes, ma'am.
He's asked about those statements, I believe, by the 2020 people, right?
Yes, ma'am.
People that will make him a movie star.
Yes, ma'am. 2020 asked him about those statements.
He admitted to him, didn't he?
Yes, ma'am.
Owned them, didn't he?
Yes, ma'am.
I can't wait for direct. Which were the quotes that he was asked about and admitted to? Which ones? Because she just asked a bunch of questions previously. And the expectation would be for the audience to conflate what she's asked questions about to just be those are the same things that Zach said. Yep, I said all of those things.
Yeah, I'll pass witness.
Get some direct.
A person said that Ms. Thompson was more engaged in the discovery process than any of the other attorneys. Did you meet any of Mr. Adams' other attorneys or the other attorneys for the other four co-defendants?
For the other co-defendants.
You can have a follow-up question to that if you need.
No, sir. I'm sorry.
Cross it, or I guess redirect.
Were you present in court when Ms. Thompson moved for continuances because she couldn't open certain discovery?
I'm sure I was. Yes, sir.
You have any reason to doubt she was unable to open the discovery that she said she wasn't able to?
I have no reason to doubt that. No, sir.
She was dogmatic into the court, to your office, General Nichols. She reviewed it. Y'all seen it, she reviewed it, right?
Are you talking about the physical evidence that was
Yes.
at our office or the digital evidence?
Both. She was dogmatic. You sent her something, she looked at it.
Yes, sir.
And if she said she didn't get it or she couldn't open it, you have nothing to suggest she was not being truthful.
No, sir.
Were you present when she asked Judge McGinley for continuance because one of the things she couldn't open was including V8? It had with it various videos that were labeled BP. And Judge McGinley said, I don't think you ever want to try this case.
I don't recall that, sir. I could have been here, but I don't recall that specifically.
Was there any effort to placate?
And that's what I was speaking about earlier, and Doug got right on it. Doug handled it. But earlier, the Amy Wyrick, the prosecutor in this questioning with Cathy, was taking this approach that because Jennifer Thompson was diligent during the discovery phase, that there shouldn't be weight given to this ineffective assistance of counsel claim because she was advocating and fighting and trying to get this evidence. But the separate issue is different points of time, right? And the ineffective arguments were failure to confront certain witnesses at trial about prior inconsistent statements, failure to have a theory throughout the trial, different failures that are specific to the trial stage. There was one issue raised, and the issue is twofold. It's ineffective assistance of counsel on one hand and prosecutorial misconduct on the other, with this, I guess, the V8 folder where they have these videos and the BP files are in there. And Jennifer Thompson, she asked for a continuance, doesn't get one, but maybe Doug's argument was she could have appealed to a higher court to appeal the decision of the judge on that issue before the trial started. And that's an ineffective claim. But also, there's still the issue that the state left unaddressed of prosecutors aren't supposed to be doing that. Prosecutors aren't supposed to be not responding when somebody has an issue with discovery. So, yeah, very disingenuous approach to this proceeding from Amy Wyrick.
Ms. Thompson maybe not being the most technologically sound attorney, so she could review the videos she said she couldn't play.
There were, I don't remember which specific videos, but I did a report on it where she complained that, or let us know that she couldn't play it. She didn't have the right player for it. So we copied the DVD or the CD again and gave it to her again. So I don't know if the first copy of it was was bad. I just don't know. I don't know the mechanics of why she couldn't get it to work, but we did, when she let us know that there was a problem, we replaced whatever that item was with a new copy for her to review.
We have another break where we took a break, and before the break, you said you don't know much about the cell records. After the break, you say nothing about the cell records concerned me about the conviction.
I didn't know about the location of the cell pings that you were pointing out.
Well,
General Wyrick asked me about cell records.
okay.
I assume the cell records were the tolls, the incoming and outgoing calls.
But the importance is what tower they were on, right?
I don't know that. I don't know what towers specifically were hit. I don't know what the towers are called.
Okay. Then the proper answer, would you agree with me, is there anything about the cell records that concern you about the conviction? I just don't know enough about it.
No, I'm satisfied with my answer, sir.
Can you point on perhaps a more sophisticated version of my whiteboard and show where Terry Dicus said the remains where she was killed at the PowerPoint meeting?
I don't remember specifically on his PowerPoint where he said that.
Was it in the same area where John Walker forecasted they would be?
I don't know, sir. I don't remember that specific part of his PowerPoint. I don't remember much about his PowerPoint. What stands out to me from that event.
But you don't remember the details, but because you just dismissed it contemporaneously. You weren't listening while it was being presented. You already had your mind made up before you even gave that PowerPoint presentation a chance.
Was my conversation with Agent Dicus that I've already explained.
Well, you testified on cross that he said this is where she was killed.
What's the context of when I said that?
At the PowerPoint presentation, Agent Dicus saying this is where she was killed.
Yes. Okay. Thank you for explaining that. He did. He was absolute in wherever he said her cell phone activity showed him that she was killed right here. I don't remember where he said that, but it was the absoluteness, if that's a word, of that concerned me because we didn't know that. Her body had not been recovered. We had no evidence.
But you could have gone and recovered it because of that.
Of what that cell phone ping meant. And that wasn't enough for me.
From John Walker's work.
Yes. Yes, sir.
And John Walker's work proved to be true, right?
Boom.
Again, Mr. Bates, the cell phone ping up there, I don't know the radius of it. So if it was 3 miles, then yes, or 2 miles. I mean, he said up in that area, and that was her body was found north of I-40 at near that cell phone tower.
But instead of doing a line walk, having a party go out there and walk the area, at that point in time, Terry Dicus suddenly, there's conflict. He's out from TBI. Marshall Walker has to go about his business because nobody else is listening to him. And then we don't end up finding this until months or a year, more than a year later.
To be clear, showed a direction of travel from Miss Bobo's home on Swan Johnson Road over the next 30 minutes to just north of I-40, which means no evidence had been thrown out of the vehicle prior to that time where the victim was tragically killed, correct?
I don't think you can say that no evidence was thrown out of any vehicles. We don't know that.
At that point in time.
It's true. Yes, sir.
And the direction from where Marshall Walker forecasted it, Agent Dicus arrogantly predicted it, from this location traveled southbound to the last ping on Gooch Creek Road at 9:25, right?
Again, Mr. Bates, I can't tell you where Holly's phone went that day. If that's where you say it went, then it's hard for me to read your map from here, the little cards. So, but if you will narrate again.
826 to 856, no significant movement from the tower or where eventually the remains were found, along with a lot of other personal effects.
And again, what was the range on that cell phone ping?
Whatever it is, it's the same tower, 10961, which is neither Shane Austin or Zach Adams's cell tower, right?
I don't know.
What do you know, lady?
I don't know the names of the cell towers and whose phone hit off of what. Which cell
great
towers?
Pause.
The evidence that was thrown out would suggest it was thrown out along the same route the person who had Holly's cell phone, which would separate from the body where she was killed, right?
Perhaps.
And that the evidence was thrown out by Yellow Springs Road is a coincidence that Shane Austin lived close to there because the ultimate ending point was Gooch Creek Road, which is a convenient drive away from Terry Britt's home.
It's a convenient drive away from every person that lives in that community, sir.
And at 9:25 a.m., according to Jason Autry, everyone is at Yellow Springs Road that morning.
That's what he said. Yes, sir.
Dimmer. A silence.
You've never seen a TBI officer taken off a case.
No, sir. Not that I can recall other than Agent Dicus.
Would you agree that was somewhat negative for your career journey?
For my career journey?
Any TBI officer, they were taken off a case, that's not helpful for their career.
Potentially, it could be bad.
If TBI through Van Hooser and others had said, if it's Terry Brett, folks, we're going to lose this case. Would you agree then that what Dicus was focusing on is not whether Brett did it, but whether the case would be won?
You're asking me to hypothesize about a conversation that didn't happen? I don't know.
You understand some cases remain cold.
Yes, sir, I do.
There was pressure to ensure this case was not cold.
Are you asking me that?
Yes.
Pressure from whom? I personally didn't receive pressure from my agency, from my supervisors, from my coworkers. I never felt pressure from anybody. Internally, I wanted to see it. I wanted to see a resolution, and wherever the facts took us is where they took us. And sometimes, unfortunately, as you mentioned, they don't get you far enough to charge somebody. So I have cases, homicides that I've been assigned that are still unsolved.
How do you define the term facts?
Facts?
Facts.
Information that can be verified, that can be corroborated.
It's true. Facts.
True.
Facts happen, right?
Yes, yes, sir.
They're
Yes,
the truth.
Yes, sir.
Are you aware of the fundamental virtue we place in our court system on truth?
Yes, sir.
What's on TBI's wall?
When Jason Autry was testifying, you knew it was not the truth.
Oh,
I didn't know what the whole truth was.
So
Bates,
yes.
because I believe that his statement was self-serving. I didn't think he told us everything. But how do you prove, how could I have proven that? If I don't know the facts, everything that happened, then I have nowhere to start to try to corroborate that information. So
You brought
no, I
death
don't think Jason
penalty
Autry
against
told us
people.
everything that he did.
But he didn't tell the jury that he raped Holly Bobo.
No, sir, he did not. That's my belief.
And you expressed this to the prosecution.
Probably. I don't specifically remember that conversation, but I'm sure I would have told him my feelings.
I mean, this issue alone is a huge, huge witness reliability issue that the jury should be well aware of. This is the star witness that's saying that, because remember, it's not like the charge is the abduction and all the horrible things that may have happened to Holly Bobo. Specifically, Zachary Adams was charged and convicted of several charges, including the top three, which were the kidnapping, the raping, and the murder of Holly Bobo. So even if we just single it down to the rape, if we're supposed to believe that Jason Autry is his credible witness, and he's really the only reason we're able to support these additional charges. Because there's really nowhere else. They don't put Dylan on the stand. They don't introduce Dylan's statement. There's really no other evidence that would say that the rape occurred. Well, if Jason has a reason where he might not want to be truthful about the rape, that goes to his credibility. That goes to his bias. And the jury should be well informed of those issues. But yet the state decided to put him up there anyway, even though they had doubts about his credibility on that issue and others.
And they disregarded it.
I don't know what they did with that information, sir.
They
He
put
was
Jason
charged
Aut-
with the rape.
They put Jason Autry on to testify.
Yes, sir, he testified.
He said the only interaction he had with Miss Holly Bobo was when she was wrapped in a quilt, driven in the back of a truck, and shot.
What I think happened in a case is not proof. It's not fact until I can prove it. And I couldn't beyond what we had.
Is this your system of justice? Is this your theory of justice? That the state prosecutes and agents of the state sit there and say, I don't think this is true?
Are you asking me if that happened during trial?
Yes.
So if this is a catch-22 again. I'm going to rewind so we can fully listen to Doug Cook. But this is a catch-22 again, because if you do not think that you had proof, you just had a speculation, you didn't have enough evidence, you still helped make sure that Jason was charged with this rape, that this was being used as leverage over him. So it doesn't matter that the trial didn't involve Jason Autry being the defendant. It didn't matter that the trial didn't involve a rape charge for Jason Autry. The events leading up to Zach Adams going to trial involved leverage, plea deal discussions, trying to pit the four against each other. So you charged this person, you say, I don't even think he did it, but you charged him and you used that charge as leverage to get the same statement that he's now going to be a key witness against somebody else. Come on. We're going to rewind. We're going to let Doug fully cook. So my Thanksgiving dinner is earlier than expected, right? This is it right here.
Facts, that's all. They don't get you far enough to charge somebody. So I have cases, homicides that I've been assigned that are still unsolved.
How do you define the term facts?
Facts?
Facts.
Information that can be verified, that can be corroborated.
It's true. Facts.
True.
Facts happen, right?
Yes, yes, sir.
They're the truth.
Yes, sir.
Are you aware of the fundamental virtue we place in our court system on truth?
Yes, sir.
When Jason Autry was testifying, you knew it was not the truth.
I didn't know what the whole truth was, Mr. Bates, because I believe that his statement was self-serving. I didn't think he told us everything. But how do you prove, how could I have proven that? If I don't know the facts, everything that happened, then I have nowhere to start to try to corroborate that information. So no, I don't think Jason Autry told us everything that he did.
But he didn't tell the jury that he raped Holly Bobo.
No, sir, he did not. That's my belief.
And you expressed this to the prosecution.
Probably. I don't specifically remember that conversation, but I'm sure I would have told him my feelings.
And they disregarded it.
I don't know what they did with that information, sir.
He
was charged with the rape.
They put Jason Autry on to testify.
Yes, sir, he testified.
He said the only interaction he had with Miss Holly Bobo was that she was wrapped in a quilt, driven in the back of a truck, and shot.
What I think happened in a case is not proof. It's not fact until I can prove it. And I couldn't beyond what we had.
Is this your system of justice? Is this your theory of justice? That the state prosecutes and agents of the state sit there and say, I don't think this is true?
Are you asking me if that happened during trial?
Yes. I'm asking you, a loyal servant to the state who worked on this case.
You're not lying,
Dedicated
GB.
probably thousands of hours. You sat there and you saw Jason Autry testify and you yourself did not believe it. But the state asked the jury to.
What she has said. She has multiple times today told Mr. Bates that is not at all what she is testifying to. And he continues to repeat it.
Specifically, is what the objection.
Mischaracterization. Mischaracterization.
The objection is you're mischaracterizing.
I'll rephrase it.
All right, objection sustained.
Did it bother you when General Nichols asked the jury to believe something you yourself didn't?
No, sir, because she is the prosecutor and she has the experience of prosecuting the case. My job is to gather the information and provide it to the district attorney for them to digest and decide what to do with.
Thank you, JV.
I couldn't have testified that I thought he raped her.
Nothing further.
The jury heard all that, didn't they? I'm sorry. The jury heard all that, didn't they?
No.
Yes, ma'am.
And then some.
From Mr. Autry.
The jury heard the thing that you doubt from Autry. The jury heard what you do not think is true from Autry.
From Mr. Autry, from the, 40 plus, 60 plus witnesses that testified for both the state and the defense, correct?
They heard the facts of the case. They heard everyone's testimony. Yes, ma'am.
And they made the decision, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any doubt today as to the guilt of Zach Adams?
No, ma'am.
Do you have any doubt today as to the guilt of Dylan Adams?
No, ma'am.
Well, and guess what? You wouldn't be able to testify to that either in front of a jury.
Have any doubt today as to the guilt of Jason Autry?
Boy.
No, ma'am.
Do you have any doubt today as to the innocence of Terry Britt in this matter?
No, ma'am.
Is there a video out there, whether Ms. Thompson could open it or not? Is there a video that you know of that shows somebody else, somebody other than Zach Adams, Dylan Adams, Shane Austin, and Jason Autry kidnapping, raping, and murdering Holly Bobo?
Why would you even argue this? The insinuation here is as if there's a video of them doing these things. What kind of question is this? Just because you raise your voice doesn't mean it's a good, compelling question.
No, ma'am.
Do you have any doubt today as to the innocence of Terry Britt in this matter?
No, ma'am.
Is there a video out
Wait,
there,
let me
whether
see
Ms.
the call.
Thompson could open it or not? Is there a video that you know of that shows somebody else, somebody other than Zach Adams, Dylan Adams, Shane Austin, and Jason Autry kidnapping, raping, and murdering Holly Bobo?
No, ma'am.
Nothing further.
Katie Ferguson, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Wow. There's a little bit left. There's like 3 minutes. I'm all tense. Ugh.
All right, council, I believe that's going to conclude our proof of this.
Yes, sir.
Proceeding. We are set to reconvene November the 19th.
Yes, sir.
Are there any anticipated matters that might arise between now and then?
The compliance review of the witnesses we've discussed. I'd like to. Yes, Your Honor.
Show cause.
Yes, Your Honor.
Is that the only,
For failure to
Only thing I
appear.
can
at this
think of.
stage, is that the only thing we know of? Is
Yes.
the way on this wire?
Yes, sir. From our end.
And we will communicate between now and then when we get him served with something and make a determination.
If I could,
You can file a motion.
I'm going to file a motion, work with the court's office on a compliance date for the subpoena to review his compliance. And if he files a motion to quash, we can address it then. And the compliance date is,
Okay, let me ask this question. If Mr. Benjamin were to appear at a compliance state, how long would testimony take?
10 minutes, unless he files a motion to quash. And the compliance date is just to ensure, okay, you will be back.
I understand. If we can knock it out when we get it.
Oh, I would anticipate his testimony maybe 2 hours.
Maybe we could try to plan for that. If we can't, we can't. Okay. If it's just a compliance date, then it's just a compliance date. I'll order it to be in next year.
Okay, all right.
We're gonna get a formal motion filed. So we gotta
Yes, sir.
reference this.
Yes, sir.
And then we will choose a date certain to include in the show cause or order as a result of that motion.
Thank you.
All right, thank you all for your time. We will recess this matter until November 19th unless a superseding date arises relative to Mr. Mitchell.
Yes, sir.
All right.
All right, there we go. Woo! That was some good Thanksgiving cooking there. Again, another great example of hearing after the fact, a denial of how the sausage is made. And again, if you joined late at the beginning of the stream, we actually watched the testimony of Dennis Benjamin that they were just discussing in this last 2-3 minutes here. So run back to the beginning if you want to see that. I'm just shocked, and I'm really appreciative to have you guys to watch this all with. You know, there were moments in YSL that were unique on their own, that pissed me off on their own. There's a lot of similarities, but I've really never seen something like this where we get to have like 7 days of hearings where we get to spell out all that was wrong with the first trial, argued out in front of us, with great advocates. You know, great advocates. There were great attorneys in the YSL trial. Another big commonality there. Can you imagine if something like this had to occur after the YSL trial? What we'd be able to listen in and see argued and pointed out. Like, it's just so cool to see this stage of the process. And again, all thanks going to Katie Spirko, who who has to stay on the back burner right now because of this, what's going on. Dana McClendon and Kinsey over here with Trial and Error podcast. I couldn't find anyone that's live. That's not surprising because it is a holiday. So I just have like a Thanksgiving parade as the redirect for this video. But if you want to do something that's focused in on this case, remember we've got the Trial and Error, all of those episodes you can deep dive. I'm going to link, the second link I'm going to drop again is Take It to Trial. If you want to stay down this pathway of like unraveling all that's wrong with this case. Tomorrow, I think we'll get back into 2017 Trial Watch, probably start around like 10 a.m. Eastern, maybe 9:30 a.m. Eastern. I want to run to a retro gaming store. They have a copy of Mega Man I want to get. So got to do that in the morning, and I don't know exactly when they're going to open. So as soon as I can get that handled, that's the whole depth of my Black Friday day shopping. I will be back. We will get back into the 2017 trial. I'm hooked. I can't wait. Oh yeah, they also, if you guys use Instagram, and I think I saw them on X, maybe they have TikTok too, but Take It to Trial is like all over. They're definitely on Instagram, which I went on Instagram like a week ago because somewhere they wrote that something would be posted on their Instagram. So I went on my Instagram. I don't really use it. I told myself a week ago I'd start using it, but they're definitely over there. I think they're on X, and I would not be surprised if they're also on TikTok. So explore around there. Yeah, good priorities, right? I got to get this Mega Man game. It's the cartridge is in the box, and I like the boxes. It just makes me feel like back in the day. So not new in box. I'm not that crazy. It's going to be like tattered and used, but it's going to have the nostalgia of the box and the little pamphlet that used to come with the video games. So always really like those. Thank you guys, everyone, for hanging out. Trial and Error podcast. I know you've had a busy week. Keeping all this stuff. You guys are uploading things left and right. Thank you for everything that you do. Hope you guys are all having a great holiday. Whole chat here. Very appreciative to have been able to do this on a holiday and not even like this is the perfect thing to be doing. All right, so you guys, see you in the morning. Yeah, we get free Zachary Anderson. I'm telling you, man, these Zach trials, we're gonna have to do like a double feature thing with, maybe we'll get Nick Starro on, Hella, Dolly, MLS, and we can do a like comparison bingo card of the Zachary Anderson trial and the Zachary Adams trial and just see where we actually diverge, but how much actually overlaps. You guys all have a good one. Thank you everyone for hanging out. Thank you for all the support, for the gifts, the generous gifts, the supers and the stickers, and we'll see you again tomorrow.